Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter and Hermione stuck into the Game of Thrones? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Look, Hermione whispered. Who's that? Someone's coming back out of the castle. Harry stared through the darkness. The man was hurrying across the grounds, towards one of the entrances. Something shiny glinted in his belt. "McNair," said Harry, "the executioner. He's gone to get the Dementors." "This is it, Hermione." Hermione put her hands on Buckbeak's back and Harry gave her a leg up. Then he placed his foot on one of the lower branches of the bush and climbed up in front of her. He pulled Buckbeak's rope back over his neck and tied it to the other side of his collar like reins. "Ready," he whispered to Hermione. "You'd better hold on to me." He nudged Buckbeak's sides with his heels. Buckbeak soared straight into the dark air. Harry gripped his flanks with his knees, feeling the great wings rising powerfully beneath them. Hermione was holding Harry very tightly around the waist. He could hear her muttering, "Oh, no, I don't like this. Oh, I really don't like this." Harry urged Buckbeak forwards. They were gliding quietly towards the upper floors of the castle. Harry pulled hard on the left-hand side of the rope to make Buckbeak turn, but as he did he heard Hermione sneeze. Her grip on him loosened, then was gone completely. Hermione's scream echoed in his ears and without thinking, Harry launched himself after her. He managed to grab a fistful of her robe as his foot caught in Buckbeak's reins. The hippogriff shrieked at the discomfort of having Harry and Hermione's full weight pulling him down around his neck. Harry clutched the hem of Hermione's robe tightly. In the gloom he could just make out that his grip on her clothes had turned her the right way up again, the sleeves of her robe cutting under her armpits. The silky material was started to slip from his fingers, not helped by the erratic movements Buckbeak was making to try and keep them all aloft. He couldn't see the ground, but he knew it was there, a few hundred feet below. "Hermione, give me your hand," he called, trying to sound like everything was under control. I can't," she choked out in reply. "If I lift my arms up the robe will slip off me before you can get my hand." Harry cursed, knowing that was true. He tried to take a firmer grip on her robes, but his palms were already slick with sweat and his muscles were burning ferociously. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Buckbeak shrieked again and they bashed into the side of castle. The hippogriff's flying was becoming increasingly unstable. Hermione seemed to have realized the same thing. "Let me go, Harry," she sobbed. "If we stay like this much longer, we'll both die." "No," he yelled. How could she even think that was a possibility? "We're going to be all right. You've just got to get your arms out of the robe so you can hold on to it by wrapping it around your hand." He couldn't save her with what little strength he had. They needed magic. It was the only way. "With your hand, free hand, get out your wand and save us." Thankfully, she didn't argue or hesitate, but reacted quickly to his instructions. The material of her robe twisted and pulled underneath his fingertips as she carefully freed her arms. "That's it, Hermione. You've nearly done it," he managed to say between his clenched teeth. Her movements made them both sway wild. But a sudden yank on the fabric let him know that she was now holding on with her own hand. He let loose a ragged breath. All Hermione had to do now was levitate them or make herself weightless. Omething she could probably do in her sleep. They were going to be okay. And then Buckbeak plunged. The sudden movement released his foot from the hippogriff's reins and he and Hermione were free falling. Harry managed to find her hand too late as the world whipped past them. They screamed in unison, the Hogwarts grounds rushing up to meet them. Something gold glinted in front of his eyes and his Quidditch instincts made him grab it tightly. It was only the pain slicing into his palm that made him remember the tiny time travel device Hermione had on her chain. But already, what little he could see was dissolving into complete darkness. They were still falling, but it didn't feel like they were falling down. They were falling backwards, turning over and over. Harry felt like he was being pulled apart then squeezed together again. It didn't feel like the last time he had traveled through time. This was wrong. As inexperienced as he was in time travel, he still knew this was very wrong. He could see nothing, not even Hermione, but he knew she was with him because he could hear her screams and her fingernails were digging into his other hand. It felt like they'd been falling for hours, but perhaps it had been only minutes. Seconds, maybe. Hermione's screams still stretched on. Surely she needed to stop and breathe at some point, Harry thought. He tried to move some part of his bod. Why, but it was as though he no longer had any control over it. Hermione's scream was starting to fade. No, don't leave me. He attempted to grip her hand harder, but whether his fingers obeyed or not, he couldn't tell. Her scream was gone. Even the pain in his hands was dissipating. Everything was fading into the darkness. Harry fought against it. He didn't know what would happen if he were to lose himself in it. But it was like trying to keep water from seeping through your fingers. His thoughts gradually trickled away until he succumbed completely to the darkness. Lord Eddard Stark sat on his Avered mossy stone next to the heart tree. The breeze sighed through the branches of the weirwood, the red leaves fluttering like butterflies, and Ned was reassured, as always, that the gods were with him. Whether they would answer his prayers or not, that was up to them, but he knew they had heard, and that was what mattered. He got to his feet, just about to turn away from the weirwood and its pool, when the sound of snapping branches overhead made him look up. As he watched, two figures plummeted out of the sky, landing in the rippling pool with such force that his legs were soaked with water. Ned frowned. He certainly hadn't asked the gods for that to happen. Thank you for reading. Can we ignore the lameness of the broken time turner plot device, please? Cheers. Lil Drop of Magic. Chapter 1. It took Ned perhaps 2 seconds to react to what he had seen. After all, it wasn't every day that you saw two people fall from the sky. He dove into the dark, freezing water of the Godswood's pool, forcing himself deeper to find the strangers. The water was so dark that he could see nothing. He wasn't even sure which way was up or down. He just kicked and spread his arms wide, hoping to make contact with one of them. His arm bumped something and his fingers thrashed out to grab it. It felt like an arm, so he moved his hand along it until he felt what could only be fingers. Ned reached out further to grab the body that the arm was connected to. Then he kicked his legs and heaved towards what he hoped was upwards. He found the body heavier than he was expecting, but he dared take too long getting this one to the surface. He was sure there'd been two figures entering the lake. Ned's head emerged from the numbing water and he sucked in a breath, dragging the body with him to the edge of the pool. He pushed it onto the firm, grassy floor of the Godswood and realized why it had seemed heavier. Its hand was clasped tightly to that of the other person. Relieved that he didn't have to dive down into the shadowy depths again, he pulled himself out of the pool, the icy water streaming from his hair and clothes. Then he bent down and dragged the two figures a safe distance away from the pool. Neither of the strangers was conscious, so he bent over the first one, his ear against their chest. He could hear a heartbeat, but whether it belonged to the figure or was actually his own blood pumping ferociously through his head, he couldn't tell. He moved his head towards the mouth, his eyes watching the chest closely. Yes, this one was breathing. Ned moved to the other mysterious stranger and repeated his actions. The second one was breathing too. Only then, relieved that the immediate danger seemed to have passed, did Ned take a proper look at what, or rather, who, he had rescued. They were a boy and a girl, or rather, a man and woman nearly grown, for they looked to be of an age with his sons Rob and John. The boy's hair was as dark as the wings of Maester Luwin's ravens. Dark wings, dark words. Ned thought, but tried to dismiss it. He would come to no conclusion about these strangers until he found out more about them. Over his eyes, the boy wore a strange item that appeared to be made partly by clear glass. Ned frowned, for he couldn't imagine that having glass so close to your eyes could be particularly safe if it was broken. He could just make out the point of a scar disappearing under the boy's sodden hair, the red line standing out in stark contrast against his pale skin. But that was the only evidence of any possible mistreatment to either of them, except the girl's bottom lip looked a little swollen and bloodied. Both he and the girl seemed to have been well taken care of, at least from what he could see that wasn't covered by their clothes. The clothes themselves, though, were of a peculiar nature. The girl wore a plain white shirt accompanied by a strip of red and gold material that was tied about her neck. Her gray skirts were separated from the shirt and several inches shorter than anything he could remember seeing any woman or girl wear in the Seven Kingdoms, leaving her slender legs uncovered. Her feet were encased in gray woolen socks and what looked like black leather shoes that were of a style he was unfamiliar with. The boy's style of dress matched the girl's, except he wore gray breeches in place of the skirts and he was wearing what looked like a sort of black cloak. At first, Ned thought that the girl was without one, but then he spotted the girl's other hand was wrapped around one as well. A red and gold motif stood out against the dark material, and he bent down to take a closer look. His back prickled uncomfortably at the sight of a lion on a quartered field of red and gold. Lannisters. But the more Ned thought about it, the more he doubted that these two were associated with Castle Rock. There was no denying that the coat of arms displayed on the boy's cloak was eerily similar to that of House Lannister, but this was not the Lannister arms that he knew, and he highly doubted Tywin Lannister would change hundreds of years of tradition. Not only that, but Ned knew that the Lannisters were too clever to attempt to secretly plant any of their men in Winterfell with such obvious Lannister affiliation. He prized the black cloak out of the girl's grasp and saw that hers too was emblazoned with the faux Lannister arms. Across the bottom of the arms was what Ned assumed was writing. The letters were utterly unfamiliar to him. He had a very limited knowledge of the tongues spoken across the Nar Rosi, therefore it was possible that the origin was from one of the free cities, the lands of the Summer Sea, or even the lands beyond. He needed answers. He needed Maester Luwin. The problem was he didn't want to leave the boy and girl on their own. Should they regain consciousness when Ned wasn't there, he didn't know what they'd do. Nor did he want anyone else to know about them. Given their unusual arrival in Winterfell, he thought it best not to alert anyone to their presence for the moment. Making a decision, Ned untwined their hands and lifted the girl effortlessly into his arms, before carrying her over to a small tree with wide, low-hanging branches. Carefully, he placed her at the foot of the tree, before putting the boy next to her. Ned took a few paces back to determine whether it was a suitable hiding place. The pale flesh of the girl's legs stood out harshly against the gloom of the earth and foliage. It wouldn't do for anyone to discover the girl in that state, so he covered her with the cloak she had been holding. Stepping back again, he saw that although it was obvious to him that there were two unconscious figures at the base of the tree, he highly doubted that anyone else would notice. Moving quickly now, he left the Godswood and made for the Maester's turret, using one of the lesser-used wooden gates to get to his destination more quickly. Luckily, he passed very few people on his way to the turret. Those he did, he greeted with a confident nod of the head as they paused, bowed and murmured, "My lord." If any of them found it odd that he was completely sodden, they didn't comment on it. He climbed the stairs of the turret two at a time, hoping that the Maester was within. The door to the Maester's solar stood ajar and Ned knocked swiftly before entering. Inside, Maester Luwin looked up from where he'd been tutoring Ned's sons Rob and John. Ned could feel each of their eyes taking in his wet clothing, but he did not intend to involve his sons in the matter just yet. "Maester Luwin, I have need of your services," he instructed, attempting to downplay the importance of the situation, for he knew that if anything caught the boys' interest, he would be hard-pressed to keep them away from it. "Boys, you will continue your lesson later. Go find Esser Roderick and train for an hour. Take Theon with you." "Yes, father." John and Rob put down their quills obediently, but Ned could see the questions building behind their eyes. However, they both knew better than to voice their questions when their father had deliberately not involved them in matters. Rob and John left, with last lingering looks at his dripping clothes before walking stiffly down the steps. Ned shut the wooden door to prevent his words traveling. "How can I be of assistance, my lord?" Maester Luwin asked as he packed away the parchment and quills. Two figures appeared in the Godswood, Ned replied bluntly. He didn't have time to waste with too many words, not when he had left the boy and girl on their own. Unconscious. They landed in the pool by the heart tree. I retrieved them, but both are unconscious, yet breathing. I would have you assess their condition. Maester Luwin's brows were furrowed in confusion. Why, yes, my lord, of course. Ned nodded and opened the door, knowing the maester would be following. They had descended only a few of the stone steps bef. Or Maester Luwin's curiosity forced him to speak. My lord, you said they appeared. May I inquire at the choice of words? I will offer further explanation when we are in the Godswood. Yes, my lord. They descended the rest of the steps in silence and were soon out in the cool summer afternoon. They came across no one this time as Ned retraced his steps to the Godswood, and he was very relieved to find the boy and girl hidden just as he had left them. Maester Luwin knelt down and Ned forced some of the branches out of the way so that he could examine them without the irritant of twigs and leaves. How long were they in the water, my lord? Maester Luwin asked as his hands checked various parts of the two bodies. No more than half a minute. And how did they come to be in the water? They fell. I heard snapping branches. I looked up and these two fell from the sky into the pool. Ned explained, as precisely as he could. The maester's mouth opened slightly and his eyes flickered to a dozen locations. That is what I saw, Ned reaffirmed, though Maester Luwin had voiced no doubts. Maester Luwin nodded but looked as bewildered as Ned felt. It is as you say, my lord, they unconscious, but it appears you rescued them before they inhaled or swallowed any water. Do you believe them to have been unconscious before entering the pool? Ned thought back for a moment. IHEA wrote no indication that either of them was aware of their descent, no cries or screaming. Maester Luwin nodded again, looking grave. I can offer no explanation for their arrival or where they have come from. The only hint is the arms they both wear. He pointed to the lion on the girl's cloak and Maester Luwin drew it towards him for a closer look, inadvertently revealing her bare legs. The maester gave Ned a shocked look at the flesh he had uncovered, but words did not need to be exchanged. This was only a small part of the greater mystery. Maester Luwin turned his attention to the crest, a frown heavily marring his features. It is not a Lannister lion, he announced gravely, but its similarities should not be ignored. A poor imitation? Ned asked. A soft cracking sound made him turn his head to the left. But he could see nothing. If it is, then it's a very poor imitation. Maester Luwin conceded. It would fool none but the simplest of men. What about the writing? Ned asked, hoping to get a more solid answer, but Maester Luwin sighed. I have not seen its like before. Ned's hopes vanished. If Maester Luwin did not recognize it even slightly, then where had these children come from? What do you think I should do? Ned asked. The maester thought for a few seconds before answering. That was something that Ned always appreciated from him. Some people he questioned would answer instantly, so as not to keep him waiting, but their answers would be flawed, ill-judged. Maester Luwin would not worry too much about letting the seconds drift by in order to give Ned the wisest counsel. Until we can ascertain what sort of threat they pose, if they are threats at all, we should look on them as prisoners. They have entered the grounds of Winterfell through some sort of false means after all. However, given the unusual circumstances of their arrival, it would be best to keep knowledge of their existence as limited as possible. Ned nodded in agreement. But where to keep them without raising suspicion? Luwin continued. All it would take is one person to notice and the whole castle would hear within an hour. Ned ran a hand over his face and turned to the left. Rob, John, come here, he called. There was a heart's beat of silence before his sons emerged from behind a bush, looking guilty. Ned stared them down as they approached and neither could find the courage to look him in the eye. Esser Roderick is leading a patrol for wildlings in the Wolfswood. Rob meekly offered in explanation, looking at his father's feet. Had Ned's mind not been on mysterious-appearing children, he would not have forgotten the master-at-arms' absence from Winterfell. You will look at me when you address me, Ned rebuked, and both boys looked up at their father apprehensively. Quote, you were both perfectly aware of Esser Roderick's absence from the castle when I spoke to you in Maester Luwin's solar. Why did you not speak up? The boys exchanged guilty glances. We wanted to know the matter that brought you to Maester Luwin, why you were wet. John blurted. As we reached the bottom of the turret we heard you both leave and mention someone appearing. At this, both boys glance over to the two prone figures lying under the tree. Maester Lewin hurriedly replaced the cloak over the girl's legs. We followed you to the Godswood and overheard most of your conversation. We are sorry, Father. Had you walked through the Godswood boldly, I might have been less grieved by your actions, Ned told them sternly. But to creep around in the shadows like a spider dishonors you both. Their gazes dropped again, but he would find time to scold his sons further when the boy and girl were safely concealed somewhere. However, now that you are both here, I will have use of you. Relieved that they were no longer under their father's icy gaze, the boys moved towards the strangers. Who are they? Rob asked. Where are they from? John looked at his father expectantly. How did they get here? What are they doing here? Why are their clothes so different? Are they going to wake up? Maester Lewin gave Ned a slightly amused look at the boy's onslaught of questions. This was exactly why he had tried to keep them away. I'm afraid I can answer none of your questions, boys. He responded. I sincerely hope that they wake because I am as eager as you to find the truth. Before Ned could stop him, Rob reached down and took the peculiar item off of the boy's eyes. What are these? Rob said to himself. Rob, no, put them back, John advised. Ignoring his half-brother, Rob inspected them briefly before placing them over his own eyes. With a yell, he wrenched them off and Ned moved forward, concerned. What happened? John asked, taking them from Rob and also peering curiously at them. They made my eyes go strange. My vision was altered. Try it, he urged, but Ned had had enough of their curiosity. This is not a game, boys, he said sternly, taking the strand object from John and placing it back over the mysterious boy's eyes. Until we know more about them, we must consider them to be a serious threat to everyone in Winterfell. But they're only about our age, John pointed out. How dangerous could they be? Appearances can be deceiving, John warned Maester Lewin. Danger comes in all shapes and sizes and sometimes from where you least expect it. You have disappointed me by coming here in secret, but now you can redeem yourselves by vowing to me that you will speak to no one of what you have seen here. Ned said. Not Theon, Rob asked. No, not even Lady Stark, John inquired nervously. No one, Ned reiterated. The boys finally seemed to sense the seriousness of the situation because all the mirth drained from their faces. John dropped to one knee. Rob a split second behind him. I do so vow, Father, they said in unison, and Ned brought them both to their feet. There are rooms in the first keep that will be suitable for the boy and girl to be kept in while we wait for them to wake. We will place each of them in a sack to conceal their entry into the keep, but to ensure there are as few witnesses as possible, you two will provide a distraction. What sort of distraction, Father? Rob asked. Whatever will be the most effective without arousing suspicion. His sons looked at each other thoughtfully. Now, go to one of the store rooms and bring back 2 large sacks. No, let me go, my lord, Maester Lewin requested. It would draw less attention. Ned nodded his agreement, Maester Lewin leaving immediately. The boy's attention turned back at once to the boy and girl on the ground. Ned couldn't really blame them. They don't look related, Rob commented. Neither do we, John pointed out, prompting Rob to shrug his shoulders. Have you searched them? No, Ned replied, and neither will either of you, he added as both boys bent to start rummaging through the 2 cloaks. Maester Lewin will search them when they have been relocated. Can we be present when you question them? Rob asked hopefully. Ned frowned. He would rather just have Maester Lewin with him. He had already involved John and Rob more than he had planned to. However, seeing children their own age may calm the strangers if they were innocent of any wrongdoing. I will make that decision when the time comes. Rob and John exchanged pleased looks, and Ned felt that he'd already lost that battle. The maester soon returned with 2 large sacks, so Ned sent his sons off to carry out their diversion. The boys jogged from the Godswood, whispering back and forth, giving Ned a feeling he was going to regret giving them leave to cause a bit of chaos. Carefully they placed the boy and then the girl into a sack each, Maester Lewin assuring him that being in the sack would cause them no harm. The sacks were light enough for Ned to carry one in each hand to the entrance of the Godswood and through the iron gate. Ned walked confidently, even moving the sack with the girl over his shoulder. Maester Luwin hurried beside him, but the people they met paid Ned no more mind than what was due to their lord. The route he took was longer than if he wanted to go there directly. But it meant they encountered less people, especially if John and Rob's diversion was working. The first keep soon loomed above them and Maester Luwin unlocked the door. They located a room on the first floor that held only empty storing barrels. Ned took both children out of the sacks and left the boy in the barrel room, Maester Luwin locking the door as they left so the boy couldn't escape. On the next floor they placed the girl in a room with various broken items of furniture that no one had ever gotten around to fixing. This door was locked on departure as well. I will find Jory and ask him to post a guard on each door just to be safe, but I would like you to remain as well. When one of them wakes, inform me immediately. Ned instructed and Maester Luwin bowed in obedience. Once outside the first keep it did not take long to find his captain of the guards. In fact, Jory Castle found him instead, John, Rob and, for a reason that Ned couldn't fathom, his younger daughter Arya in tow. John and Rob were both bleeding from cuts to their cheeks but looked calm, while Arya's eyes were wet and she looked both angry and slightly scared. It read that a practice bout between Rob and John had turned sour. Blows were dealt in anger and curses rang through the yard as the half-brothers battled with their wooden swords. Arya, upon seeing her woe-beloved brothers trying to break each other's bones, had launched herself between them with flailing arms and hysterical shrieks, causing the bout to promptly end. When Ned realized that it had been Arya's nails that had drawn the blood on her brother's cheeks, he almost laughed. Instead, he forced each of his sons to apologize to the other and then to their sister before banishing them to their rooms. Crouching next to his daughter, he cupped the side of her head in one of his heads. "You were very brave to stop your brothers like that," he told her. "But promise me you won't do that again. Arya, you were very lucky that you weren't hurt." She breathed deeply twice and Ned could tell that she wasn't happy about the promise he'd asked of her. "I promise," she muttered. He kissed her on the forehead. "Good girl. Now off you go. I'm sure Septa Mordane or your mother have need of you." Arya left, barely refraining from stamping her feet. "Jory, Maester Luwin has need of 2 of your guards in the first keep," he instructed. "Of course, my lord," the captain replied and left to fulfill his command. The remainder of the day passed slowly for Ned as his thoughts turned frequently to the first keep. He visited his 2 eldest sons and thanked them for their part in the moving of the strangers, although he expressly forbade either of them from entering the first keep without him. Then he had to endure Caitlyn's disapproval of the boys' bout, which according to her was of course John's fault. He visited the first keep late in the afternoon to see if there was any progress, but Maester Luwin had to disappoint him. They dined on a rich beef stew that evening and it was a markedly tense affair. Ned, John and Rob were all anxiously awaiting news from the first keep while the rest of High Table believed there to be strain between Ned's elder sons after their fight earlier. Arya went from scowling at her brothers, to clinging desperately to their sleeves and back again. Ned was relieved when the meal was over. He announced his intention to walk the walls. John and Rob looked as though they wanted to accompany him, but they were to stay confined to their rooms as part of their fake punishment for fighting. It was on the wall by the south gate that Maester Luwin found him. "The girl is stirring, my lord," he said, only slightly breathless at the climb. Ned nodded. "Fetch Rob and John. It is time we got some answers. And just a word about the Hogwarts uniform. I've gone for a blend of book, film for that because J.K. Rowling never makes it clear in her books what the students wear under their robes, I checked. So I've gone with a uniform, but I've actually made them wear it on the night they rescue Sirius, which is different from the film where they wear their own clothes. See, a blend. I suppose you could say that the universe I based this Westeros on is a blend of book and TV show too, but more of that in the future. The reviews I've had were great because so NY of them made me think of aspects of the ASO/IAF got world that I hadn't thought of. So please, keep them coming because I can't think of everything otherwise my brain would melt. Lots of love, lil drop of magic." Every muscle in Hermione's body was aching. Each slight movement she made caused pain to flare across her body. Eyes still firmly closed, she attempted to recall what had happened to make her feel this way. She could remember Hagrid crying and then Ron throwing himself out from under the invisibility cloak after Scabbers. She winced as she recalled the lethal branches of the Whomping Willow. Then everything seemed to speed up. The Shrieking Shack, Sirius Black, Professor Lupin, Expelliarmus, Peter Pettigrew, a werewolf and Dementors, hundreds of Dementors. But there was more, the hospital wing, the Time Turner. Buckbeak, Harry, falling. They'd fallen from Buckbeak, hundreds of feet off the ground. Perhaps she was dead. The thought terrified her so much that she opened her eyes. It was quite dark in the room, but light enough to slightly ease her fears that she was in some sort of afterlife. Above her head there seemed to be a stone ceiling and she relaxed even more at her belief that she was safely at Hogwarts, though why she wasn't in the hospital wing, she couldn't understand. Hermione forced herself to sit up and take stock of where she was. Chests, tables, chairs, and other pieces of broken furniture surrounded her from her seat on the hard stone floor. What a strange place to put her in. She was completely alone, too. Harry wasn't here. A prickly feeling covered her whole body and she pushed her cloak away from her as she grew uncomfortably hot. If she had survived that fall, then surely Harry had too. She had to believe that. Harry was in another room like hers, that was all. She made to get to her feet so she could see if she was able to get out, when a sudden realization made her gasp. They had failed to save Sirius Black. Hermione didn't know how much time they had lost since falling from Buckbeak, but it seemed almost impossible that they would be able to rescue Sirius from a Dementor's kiss now. It had probably already happened. Somewhere in the castle there was an innocent man condemned to a masquerade of life without a soul. Her stomach roiled and she got on her knees, retching, though luckily she was not sick. And then there was the comprehension of how much trouble Harry and Professor Dumbledore would be in. They had attempted to undermine the Minister of Magic's sentencing of a convicted criminal by using time travel. Hermione had promised Professor McGonagall that she wouldn't misuse the Time Turner, and now she was facing certain expulsion, if not a trip to Azkaban herself. Dumbledore would more than likely be removed from his post of headmaster at Hogwarts too unless she and Harry could keep him out of it. Yes, she'd say it was all her own idea. She could save Harry too if she told the minister that she'd taken Harry against his will. Which was actually true. None of this was Harry's fault. It was her Time Turner after all. Suddenly she realized why she was being kept here and not in the hospital wing, this as some sort of holding room before the authorities dealt with her. She retched again, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. She could just picture her parents' faces when they found out what she'd done. Hermione could feel the chain of the Time Turner tracing a cold line against her skin. Unable to bear its touch, she drew it over her head and was about to fling it away when she saw that the Time Turner was gone. Only a tiny piece of gold and jagged glass remained where the hourglass had once been. She needed to find Harry, now. Hermione raced towards the old wooden door and attempted to open it. Locked. She searched quickly and thoroughly through her robe, but she could not find her wand. Fighting down hysteria now, Hermione returned to the wooden door and started pounding her fists on it. Harry, she screamed. She needed to find out what had happened. She'd never heard of a Time Turner being broken before. She dreaded to think what the consequences might be. Harry, can you hear me? Harry, quote. Her final scream was cut off as she heard the unmistakable sound of a key being put in the lock. She scrambled away, feeling utterly defenseless to face whoever was on the other side of that door without her wand. The first to enter the room was a man who looked about 40. His long face was matched with his hair, though his beard was trimmed short. He was swiftly followed by two boys who looked similar in age to her and Harry. One had the dark hair and long face of the man, leading Hermione to believe them to be father and son, while the other boy's hair was a mix of red and brown. The last to enter was a small, older man, clothed in a great, gray cloak with huge sleeves that nearly reached the floor. They were all gazing at her with wide, curious eyes, and Hermione was dismayed to discover that none of them was even slightly familiar. Their style of clothing seemed distinctly old-fashioned, with hose on their legs, tops that looked more like tunics, and cloaks that appeared to be made of real animal fur. "Where's Harry?" she blurted, her fear for her best friend outweighing her anxiety of these strangers. "Who are you and why are you keeping me here?" The boy's ex changed stunned expressions, but the older men both looked disappointed. Why won't you answer me, Harry? She yelled again, moving forward to try and get past, but they moved to block her. Harry, her throat burned in protest, but she didn't care. The gray man was easily the weakest link, so she ran at him, dodging to the side to avoid his grasp. She was almost at the door, but a pair of hands grabbed her waist and pulled her back. No, I want to see, Harry, she yelled as she lashed out with elbows, feet, arms and nails. There were shouts and yells around her, but above her own screams she couldn't make out what they said. Her shoe connected with something hard behind her, and the grip around her waist loosened enough for her to break free. She stumbled forwards and ran straight into the chest of the long-faced man. The collision made her fall to the floor, and a pair of hands pinned her arms tightly behind her back. She cried out at the pain lacing up her arms, but she refused to let any tears show. We should take her to see the boy. It was the gray man who spoke, but Hermione couldn't understand a single word that he said. Are you sure seeing him unconscious won't set her off again? The man in front of her replied, but his words also didn't make any sense. Dread filled her stomach. Was it possible that these people didn't speak English? I cannot be sure, my lord, but I belly. Eve, it would help her to see he has come to no harm. Hermione listened but was unable to comprehend. She knew a very limited amount of French and even a tiny bit of Spanish, but she was pretty sure EY weren't speaking in those languages either. Given the broken time turner, the strangers' clothes, and her belief that she was still in Hogwarts, the most logical explanation was that she had been transported hundreds of years into the past, and these people were in fact speaking some form of Old English that she couldn't understand. If this was true, then, quite simply, her entire world had been turned on its head. Momentarily stunned, she found herself being pulled gently to her feet and escorted from the room. A man decked in leather armor stood with a spear just outside the door, and he gaped openly at her. Or, rather, at her legs. Hermione glanced down at herself to see what he was staring at, but they looked perfectly normal to her. By his expression you'd expect he'd never seen a pair of legs before, Hermione thought. But if she truly was back in the Middle Ages or even beyond, then he probably didn't see bare legs on show very often. She was marched down some unfamiliar stone steps to another room with a guard. This man was able to hide his surprise better, but Hermione hardly noticed, hopeful as she was that Harry lay on the other side of the door. When the gray man opened the door, at first all she could see were barrels, but there on the floor was her best friend. Harry, she cried, less vociferously than before, as relief rolled over her in waves. She pulled forward, and whichever of the boys was holding her, let her go. Hermione knelt down next to her best friend and barely restrained herself from throwing her arms around his prone figure. She settled instead, for grabbing and squeezing one of his hands between her own. She wasn't alone. Whatever she would have to face here, she wouldn't be going through it on her own. Tears welled up in her eyes as the gravity of the situation began to dawn on her. She sensed someone kneel next to her, and she brushed the moisture from her eyes. She didn't want to show weakness in front of these strangers. It was the boy with the red and brown hair. His blue eyes were clear and kind, but she tensed all the same. He placed a hand on his chest and said, "Rob," very slowly and clearly. "Is that his name?" she wondered. "Rob," she repeated, and the boy nodded with a broad smile. The dark boy came forward and copied the action of putting his hand against his chest. "John." "John," she repeated, feeling very much like a parrot. She pointed at the first boy and said, "Rob." Then at the other she said, "John." They nodded again and indicated for her to speak her own name. She held a hand to her own chest this time and said, "Hermione." The boy's tongue stumbled over the foreign name and she almost smiled. It took a few more repetitions from them before they could say her name correctly. "Hermione," Harry murmured next to her, causing her to jump. The boy's eyes were still closed, but he seemed to be coming round. "Harry," Hermione cried, taking his hand and squeezing it again. "Harry, wake up." Harry groaned, and used his free arm to rub at his eyes underneath his glasses. "The beds in the hospital wing are a lot more uncomfortable than I remember," he muttered sleepily. Harry, we're not in the hospital wing," Hermione explained gently. She took a deep steadying breath. How was she supposed to explain this situation to Harry? She glanced around at the strangers. At least none of them would understand what they were saying. Harry finally took his hand away from his eyes, seeing his surroundings and the people in the room for the first time. Hermione, Harry asked weakly. Harry, I don't want you to overreact, but it appears that my time turner has been broken and the consequences have sent us here, whenever here might be. She said breathlessly. Harry's brow creased at her words, as though his brain was trying to process what it had heard. His face paled and he looked at his left palm in dismay. Your time thing. Yes, the hourglass. It was me, Harry said miserably. I broke it. When we fell it was right before my eyes and I just grabbed it by instinct. He showed her the palm of his hand. It had half a dozen small cuts and she could just make out a couple of glass fragments embedded in the wounds. Hermione, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. His green eyes were full of sorrow and Hermione sincerely wished she'd never asked to take up so many lessons this year. Don't be ridiculous, Harry, you saved us. If you hadn't broken the time turner then we would have certainly died. Hermione argued, the mournful expression in Harry's eyes lessening somewhat. But, where are we? Who are those people? He nodded in the direction of Rob, John and whoever the others were. They were watching the encounter with curious eyes. I don't really know, Hermione admitted. But they don't speak our English or any language I might recognize. I think that when the time turner broke it sent us so far back in the past that English has changed into something we don't understand anymore. Harry stared at the strangers warily. You think we're still in Hogwarts but just in a different time. It makes sense, doesn't it? A working time turner can only move you to a certain extent in terms of both time and physical location. I know my one was broken, but the skeptical expression on Harry's face made her doubt herself. You mean you don't think this is Hogwarts? Harry shrugged. It doesn't feel right. Hermione looked round at the walls again. They were made of stone, like Hogwarts walls, but that didn't mean she was still in her beloved school. Nor had she ever thought Hogwarts had employed guards with weapons. She had read Hogwarts, a history, numerous times and it had never been mentioned. Plus, she hadn't glimpsed a single wand. Well, we won't know for sure until we get out of here. She glanced over her shoulder again at the staring strangers and it was a queer feeling to be able to talk openly about the situation with Harry, while knowing that the others couldn't understand a word she said. Can you discreetly check to see if you have your wand? She asked. I don't have mine but there's a good chance it came out of my robe when we fell. Harry took his hand from hers and placed both of his over his robe pockets. The look in his eyes told her all that she needed to know. It's not there, he confirmed. Hermione sighed. If we had use of magic then we could escape from these people. Find out where we are in. And what, Hermione? The time turner is broken. We don't know when or where we are and even if we did, we don't know the first thing about time travel to the future. Harry pointed out. We just have to be patient, she declared, crossing her arms. There's no point in giving up before we've started. If there's a way for us to get home then I'll find it. If magic brought us here, then there must be a way for magic to take us back. He looked far from convinced but she could understand how he felt. In all of her reading and research, he had never found an account of anyone ever succeeding in traveling forwards in time before. She sighed. You're right though, there's no point in escaping now until we have more information. Harry rubbed his hand over his eyes again. I can't believe this is real, he muttered. It's insane. Are you sure this isn't just some crazy dream I'm having? He attempted to smile at her but Hermione couldn't return the gesture. His lips dropped but then his eyes abruptly widened. Sirius, he cried in despair. What's happened to Sirius? We were supposed to save him. Hermione reconsidered her thoughts about Sirius Black's fate. Their extreme time travel meant that there was a possibility of hope for Harry's godfather. We might still be able to save him, she said, squeezing his hand. And he looked like he desperately wanted to believe her. When you leave one time stream and go to another, that first time stream is essentially paused until you return to it. As far as we're concerned, time stopped at Hogwarts the instant we disappeared from the hospital wing. Absolutely anything possible could happen after that moment but until we get back to a point in time after we left, we won't know. Harry screwed up his face in concentration. But what if we never get back there? He said at last. We'll never know if that will happen or not. Hermione replied. So basically we've Saint got to forget about everything that was part of our lives before I broke your time thing because it doesn't matter anymore. Harry did not look pleased with that prospect. You're twisting my words, Hermione muttered, shaking her head. Of course we won't forget anything about home, do you really think we could? But we know that our lives there are still waiting for us when we return. If we return, he muttered bitterly. She'd tried to be strong for Harry, to show him that this wasn't a hopeless situation, but the acknowledgement that she might never get to see her family again was suddenly too much to bear. With a sob, she threw her arms around him, her tears beginning to dampen his shoulder. Harry had ever been a reluctant hugger, but for once he seemed to need the comfort of an E.M.B. race too because his arms wrapped tight around her chest. The sound of someone talking made them draw apart. Hermione didn't know who had spoken and of course, what was said. The four continued to stare. Hermione expected that it was very boring to watch two people have a conversation in a foreign language. She just hoped that once these people saw that she and Harry were no threat, they would let them stay long enough to figure out some answers. They look very suspicious of us, Harry said, his eyes moving from one figure to the other. Well, of course they are, she replied. It's bad if they just found us unconscious and have now discovered we don't speak their language, but if they actually saw us arrive. She left the rest unsaid. They'd already broken the most important rule of time travel by being seen. But that had been out of their hands. If you're right and this isn't Hogwarts, then these people are probably muggles. Don't worry, I remember that summer homework on medieval witch burning. Even if I do get my wand back, I don't plan on revealing magic to them and being burned at the stake. Harry said with a slight smile, but Hermione frowned. Don't joke about that, she warned. I might know the incantation for a flame freezing charm, but I've never performed one. Not to mention that we've never apparated either. Harry held his hands in surrender. Okay, I've already made things bad enough by attacking them, she mumbled. You, what? Harry asked, amazed. I didn't know that they couldn't understand what I was saying, so when they wouldn't let me see you I got scared and angry. She suddenly became very interested in playing with her tie. I made an escape attempt out of the door, but one of the boys grabbed me and I went a bit mad. I think I gave John or Rob a horrible kick on the shin. Harry laughed. That still doesn't sound as good as when you slapped Malfoy. Hermione's cheeks flamed red. He deserved it, she replied defensively. She felt much more comfortable talking about this than the elephant in the room. He shouldn't have done that cruel impression of Hagrid. Oh, I don't disagree, Harry said with a grin. But the moment passed and they returned to reality. So, which one's which? The boys seemed to sense that they were being spoken of because they stood a little taller and eyed Harry even more curiously. John is the one with the dark hair, Hermione explained. I think he's the son of the man with the long hair. The other one's Rob. She pointed then at Harry and said his name. She was unsurprised that they found his name easier to pronounce than her own. There followed an awkward moment of silence where both sides seemed to realize that was about all that could be communicated at this moment. Hermione was almost tempted to ask the gray man and the one with the long hair what their names were, but the cool gray gaze of the latter made her keep her mouth closed. It was only the sound of Harry's stomach-ch rumbling that seemed to break the moment. They should have food, the long-haired one said. Hermione assumed it was some sort of order because the gray one bowed his head slightly and replied, would you prefer to keep them separate? My lord. Quote. Long hair nodded. For now. He made a gesture with his hand which prompted movement from John and Rob. Hermione shrank back against Harry as the boys came closer and reached out to her. Obviously wary of how she had attacked them the last time they had tried to contain her. Go with them, Harry instructed calmly. It'll be fine. Hermione was perfectly aware that neither of them knew that for sure. Apart from a couple of names, they really knew nothing about these people. All we can do is what we are told. They'll soon see that we mean no harm. Harry gave her hand a reassuring squeeze and it gave Hermione the courage to get to her feet without being forced. As she was escorted from the door she gave Harry one last glance. He looked so strange sitting amongst all those barrels. Bye, Harry. He waved and then the door was closed and locked by Gray. On the way back to her room she was alert enough to pay more attention to her surroundings. The uncomfortable prickling feeling crept over her again at the unfamiliarity of everything. Of course, if this was Hogwarts, then things were bound to change in the castle over hundreds of years, and she couldn't claim to know every staircase and room of it. But Harry has been right. It didn't feel like Hogwarts. There were no moving portraits or tapestries, no trick steps or ghosts floating past. In short, there was no sense of magic. The room of broken furniture looked just as it had when she had left it, but Gray lit a lamp for her so she could see more of it. "I'll be back short. Why, with something for you to eat and drink," Gray said. "She'll need some form of bedding and some new clothes." This time it was long hair. Hermione sighed as he left her room. She hated not knowing what they were saying. "I think the clothes suit her just fine," Rob whispered to John with a grin, but an unknowing Hermione seated herself with frustration on a still sturdy-looking table as her door was locked too. She passed her time by inspecting the furniture in the room. There was nothing particularly exciting there, and further doubts crept into her about the magical ability of her captors. There was nothing here that a simple reparo wouldn't have fixed. She managed to climb her way over to the narrow window at the far end of the room. To even call it a window was extremely generous, as it was really an arrow slit. Judging by the fact that she could only see darkness and a single star through it, Hermione assumed that it was evening. She sat back on a chest in disgust. Why couldn't they have at least put her in a room with a semi-decent view? Her door opened and Gray entered with a steaming wooden bowl of stew. She clambered her way over to him eagerly, only just realizing how hungry she was. Taking the bowl from him gratefully, Hermione barely noticed one of the guards lay some sort of bedding on the ground as well as some clothing. Without the intimidating gaze of the other man, Gray seemed to be almost kindly as he surveyed her. "You know my name is Hermione," she made sure to say the last word clearly. "But what is your name?" She held out a hand towards him and he seemed to grasp what she meant. "Lewin, she repeated after swallowing a mouthful of the stew. It was nice beef if she wasn't mistaken. He nodded. "Maester Lewin." She frowned as she chewed. Was Maester his first name or his surname? Or perhaps it was a professional title? She had so many questions. "Maester Lewin," he corrected her slightly, and she tried again. He smiled and left shortly with her empty bowl. She looked down at her new clothes. There was a long pale green dress that looked as though it would cover every part of her body except her head, and a number of more dye items that looked as though they were undergarments. She put them aside and reached for her robe. She'd wear the clothes tomorrow. For one last night she'd be Hermione Granger, Gryffindor student O.F. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The bedding felt suspiciously like a straw-filled sheet, but she was so grateful that they'd given her anything at all that she hardly cared. She dragged it away from the door, feeling slightly exposed there, to a snug part of the room that was surrounded by two cupboards. Lying on her mattress with the furniture looming over her, it almost felt as though she was enclosed within her four-poster at Hogwarts. Tears came unbidden to her eyes and she screwed them shut to stop more forming. If she started crying now, then she doubted she'd ever stop. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. By Miranda Goshawk, she recited in her head to distract herself. This was a familiar routine for Hermione, as she often used this technique to get to sleep when her mind was on other problems. She moved mentally through the start of the book, reciting the introduction and listing the chapters, already beginning to feel her thoughts slowing down. After a few minutes of mental recitation she came to the unlocking charm. Hermione smiled at her naive belief that she and Harry should have simply retrieved their wands, unlocked their doors and escaped to freedom before finding out about where and when they were. "Alohomora," she thought mockingly and waved her hand in the general direction of the door. Encased as she was between the furniture and drifting off to sleep, Hermione didn't hear the click from the keyhole as the door unlocked. The silence in the room was almost more than Rob could bear. His father was waiting for Maester Lewin to return from a Niesing dinner for Hermione and Harry, and he would not have any discussion of what had transpired that day until his trusted advisor reappeared. Rob would have much preferred if they could talk about the new arrivals first and then feed them, but he knew better than to have suggested that to Father. Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell would always do the right thing, even if it meant that Rob had to live with his questions unanswered for a few more minutes. They were waiting in another room in the first keep, though this one was devoid of any objects apart from the lamps that cast flickering shadows over them all. His father was standing by the wall adjacent to the door, his back straight and resolute. Quite what he made of this situation, Rob had no idea. His Lord Father had ever been difficult to read, which was one of the reasons why he was such a good lord. If men always knew what their lord was thinking, then they would be able to preempt him. But if they didn't know whether they had pleased you or not, they were more likely to be caught unawares. Rob often attempted to adopt the same passive facade, but it was harder than it seemed. His half-brother, John, was practicing blocking movements with an imaginary sword. The sound of his feet scuffing on the floor was starting to get on Rob's nerves, but he had a feeling his irritation was more down to his own impatience than John's movements. His thoughts turned to the two strangers held in separate rooms only a few feet from him. Harry and Hermione. His brain still stumbled slightly over her name, so he rehearsed it again. ND tried to recall the way it had sounded coming from her throat. Harry, on the other hand, was a fairly common name in the Seven Kingdoms. However, everything else about this Harry and the girl he'd arrived with was still an utter mystery. Rob recalled his amazement at discovering that Hermione couldn't speak the common tongue. He should have been prepared for that when he remembered the mystery Ouse writing on their clothes, but it was bizarre that they could arrive in Winterfell, the heart of the North, without speaking a word of the common tongue. And yet even their arrival had been odd, hadn't it? He and John had gotten to the Godswood too late to hear how they had got past the guards, but their clothes were soaking wet, as were father's. What had they been doing in the Godswood pool? BB crossed his arms and leant against the wall in frustration. They weren't going to be getting the answers to those sorts of questions anytime soon. John stumbled slightly in his footwork and Rob couldn't help but grin slightly. You've just lost your head to an invisible sword. His half-brother's already gray eyes darkened as a frown appeared on his lips. At least I didn't get injured by two different girls in the same day. John retorted. It was Rob's turn to frown this time as his shin gave a throb from where Hermione had kicked him in her attempt to escape. He was unable to give a reply though, as Maester Lewin came through the door at that moment to draw everyone's attention. Did you find anything of importance on them? His father asked as soon as the door was closed. I did, Maester Lewin confirmed. Rob held his breath anxiously as the Maester put a hand deep into one of his pockets to reveal a couple of sticks. He called out in dismay, eyeing the two slender pieces of wood Maester Lewin was holding. But the glance his father gave him made Rob hold his tongue against further comments. Rob, you are blessed with two perfectly good eyes, so please use the gift of sight more accurately. Maester Lewin chided. Do these look like common sticks to you? Rob felt his cheeks heat up as the Maester held them out for him to examine more closely. They were more than simple sticks. They were both about 10 inches long but were definitely from two different types of tree. One was of a darker wood and much thicker at the end, while the other was lighter and slender from end to end. They looked like they had been crafted and modified to be more substantial than simple pieces of wood. What are they for? John asked, peering at the sticks over Rob's shoulder. Did they have one each? Maester Lewin held up the darker stick. This one was found on the boy and this one on the girl, he said as he held up the other. What their uses are though, I cannot tell you. Rob frowned. Even when they seemed to be shedding a little more light on the mystery of Harry and Hermione, it quickly changed and they were suddenly thrust back into complete darkness. Yet they, sir, Ely hold some significance with the pair, else they would not have had them in their possession. Father nodded. We will keep hold of these items until more knowledge of the children can be obtained. Was there anything else? The girl has a fine golden chain about her neck. Maester Lewin replied. The ornament that hung on it appears to have been broken off, for there is nothing but a small piece of jagged glass. The boy, Harry, his hand was cut. Rob suddenly remembered. Maybe he broke whatever was there. When I examined him I did find tiny fragments of glass in his wounds. Maester Lewin conceded and Rob felt a thrill of triumph. But why would he do that? John asked. It could have been an accident, but to break something in your fist seems to be more like an intentional act. It does appear to be a violent action, his father replied. But we cannot be certain. No, they were certain of nothing. That was all I found on them apart from their clothes. Maester Lewin finished, tucking the wands, and then his arms, into his sleeves. His Lord Father nodded grimly. Rob waited, hoping to finally hear what he made of the situation. He knew Maester Lewin had advised him to be wary of Hermione and Harry. That they might be dangerous, but he sincerely doubted that they were. Despite the mystery around them, they seemed like a perfectly normal man and woman nearly grown. He just hoped they would be staying at Winterfell for a while so that he could possibly get some answers. I am aware that no word of what has happened today will pass from your lips, his father said to them all. Rob felt his back straighten. But what I am about to say now goes beyond that, for if I am right, this changes what we thought was possible in our world. The intensity of his father's words caused the breath to pause in Rob's chest, eager to hear what his father could possibly say. I believe the children have been brought to us by the gods. Rob knew he most probably had a ridiculous stunned expression on his face, but he felt it was warranted. The gods, my lord, there may yet be explanations we haven't considered for the children's appearance. Maester Lewin reasoned. The gods, be they the old or new, are not known to interfere in the lives of men so directly. How exactly did they come to be in the Godswood? John asked. Why weren't they spotted by any of the sentries? Because we do not have sentries in the sky, Father replied shortly. Rob had only just managed to get his facial expression under control, but his mouth gaped open at this revelation. They came from the sky. His father nodded. Yes, they fell together into the Godswood pool, seemingly unconscious. I am convinced that they didn't fall or jump from one of the trees. I would have heard them moving above me. But maybe something else brought them, Rob stammered, finding it hard to believe that the gods had truly caused this. Like some sort of sorcery. You've got your Valyrian steel link, Maester Lewin. Is there nothing you studied at the Citadel that could explain this? Maester Lewin's arms seemed to disappear even further up his sleeves. I'm afraid this goes beyond any sorcery that I know of. I could send a raven to Archmaester Marwyn too. No, his father cut in. I will involve no others in this matter. Maester Lewin, surely sorcery of this level would be known to all those who studied for their Valyrian steel link. If you haven't heard of a feasible way for 2 children to be delivered in midair in your studying, then I am satisfied that it is beyond known possibility. Rob noted that Maester Lewin looked very uncomfortable with this assumption. But it seemed to him that learning how to move from one place to another would be one of the first things you'd want to learn if you were studying sorcery. John had been quiet since it was revealed how Harry and Hermione came to the Godswood, and he had a very contemplative look on his face. You were meant to save them, Father, he announced, revealing his train of thought. If you had not been in the Godswood at the time, they would surely have drowned and we would have been none the wiser of their existence. Rob hadn't realized that the dark waters of the Godswood pool meant that what lay in its depths was kept utterly hidden. He shivered as he recalled the stories old Nan had told him as a child, of what lurked down there. The Godswood was sacred to all those who worshipped the old gods at Winterfell, but it was unusual for people to frequent it as much as his father did. It was very lucky that Hermione and Harry appeared when they did, otherwise, as John said, they would have had no idea about them. I have come to the same conclusion myself, John. His father nodded. Before T.'s point, I was content that the whisper of the wind through the trees was as much of a message as I was ever going to receive from the gods. But why have they sent these children to you? John wondered. What purpose did the gods have? Rob still wasn't convinced that the old gods had sent Harry and Hermione. It just seemed so incredible that the gods would act in this way when no record existed of them having done so before. Father seemed sure, and so did John, but Rob had a feeling that Maester Lewin was also quite skeptical. We may never know why the children were brought here, his father admitted, but I intend to see that they come to no harm. Although I cannot be certain that the children are harmless or even innocent of whatever brought them here, I observed them closely and found nothing to cause me great concern about their motives. From now onwards, unless we do find a reason to consider them a threat to the people here, they are under my complete protection. Rob's hopes rose. Did this mean they would be staying at Winterfell? As I have already made clear, it is of the utmost importance that the truth about their arrival is withheld from everyone outside of this room. I'm sure you're all aware of the fear and suspicion that would be generated if people knew these children came from the gods. But what reason will you give for their lack of common tongue? John asked. We can't keep them hidden in here until they've learnt our language. Their existence would surely be discovered before then. His father frowned. No, they will have to be introduced to the Saint of Winterfell soon to stave off any rumors, tomorrow if it can be arranged. The fabrication of their reason for being here will have to be considered very carefully, as there must be no one questioning its validity. With all the revelations and theories, Rob found that his head was starting to ache. There was just so much to take in, let alone comprehend. He suddenly found himself fighting a yawn, but he was too slow to hide it from his father's eyes, who frowned. Perhaps it would be better for you two to retire to bed. No, father, please. Rob begged as John shot him a furious glare. Let us stay and be a help to you. We may think of something that you and Maester Lewin would not. John argued and Rob nodded enthusiastically. You have both already been a great help to me, father conceded. But your reactions will be more convincing if you do not already know too much about the identities I will give them. Besides, you're involved far too heavily in this matter for my liking. An angry outburst was on the tip of Rob's tongue, but he knew better than to let it out. That certainly wouldn't improve the situation. Once his father had made a decision, it was near impossible to change his mind. You will go to your rooms and carry on as normal, his father instructed. With a muttered, yes, father, they did as they were told and promptly found themselves descending the steps of the first keep. Nice one, Stark, John berated, giving him a slight push that nonetheless made Rob stumble down a couple of steps. Now we'll just have to sit around and wait. Well, Snow, if I hadn't suggested that we follow Father and Maester Lewin to the gods, we wouldn't know about any of this. Rob shot back, elbowing his half-brother in the ribs. They came upon the guardess standing in front of Hermione's door and abruptly stopped talking. Rob was half tempted to see if he could see her or Harry through the keyholes, but realized it was pointless given the darkness of the rooms. He continued his journey with John in silence until they exited the first keep and stepped into the chilly evening. We must do as father says and act normally, John whispered, his breath misting in front of him in the moonlight. Rob nodded. We can't talk about tonight, not even to each other. We won't know if someone's listening. As necessary as it was still incredibly frustrating. Two people had fallen out of Winterfell's sky, possibly sent by the old gods themselves, and he had to forever pretend like it had never happened. Rob was relieved that the walk to the Great Keep did not take them long, as there were so many different aspects of what had transpired that day that he wanted to talk about, even if he couldn't. At least if he was out of John's company he wouldn't dive into temptation and start talking about what he wasn't allowed to. They parted awkwardly, so many words lying unsaid, and Rob readied himself for bed with more than an air of frustration. His only hope was that he would quickly surrender to sleep so that morning would appear to come all the quicker. This would have been an excellent plan, if his brain wasn't racing with thoughts, theories and images of crimson and scarlet lions. A pair of uncovered slender legs and a couple of sticks. You look terrible, Theon said with a grin that showed no sympathy as Rob sat to break his fast the next morning. He didn't doubt that he looked slightly worse for wear. It had felt like he had been tossing and turning underneath his furs all night, but he must have fallen asleep eventually because he had woken suddenly to find light streaming through his window. Despite the pounding in his head, he dressed quickly and hurried down to break his fast. He'd been tempted to just grab something from the kitchen before seeking out Father. But he remembered he'd been instructed to act normally, so he had journeyed to the Great Hall instead. Good morning, to you too, he muttered, with a light scowl, before starting to help himself to some eggs and sausages. Most of Rob's family was here already, excluding his father and youngest brother, Rickon. His sister, Sansa, was looking every inch a lady as she demurely ate slices of apple. While his other younger siblings, Arya and Bran, had engaged in a silent mock battle with their spoons. Rob doubted it would take his mother long to notice and swiftly put an end to it. John, however, was staring contemplatively across the hall, his food left half uneaten. Rob was pleased to see that he wasn't the only one struggling to get his head around recent events. Your warrior wounds seem to be healing nicely, Theon said, nodding to Rob's cheek. It's a shame they won't leave a scar. You'd look much more fearsome, even if they were caused by a little girl. I didn't see you trying to break us apart, Rob countered, and Theon raised his eyebrows. Why would I have done that? That's the first decent bout you've had in many a moon's turn. Why, oh, you might even be a decent enough opponent for me now. I could take you on any time, Rob retorted. I'm nearly a man grown now. The advantage of those extra years you have will soon be of no consequence. Theon's grin widened. We'll see, Stark. The large doors at the end of the great hall opened and his father and Esser Roderick Castle entered, followed by the men that Esser Roderick had taken to patrol the Wolfswood. His father called for more food to be brought out, and suddenly the hall was full of hungry men calling jovially to each other across the tables. His mother rose to receive Esser Roderick, who gratefully accepted a goblet of wine, but Rob was distracted by another arrival in the great hall, Maester Luwin. He held his breath. The maester's appearance couldn't be to do with Harry and Hermione, could it? Maester Luwin bowed deeply to his lord and lady, and Rob strained to hear what was being said over the din in the hall. My lord, a pair of children arrived just after dawn and I believe they seek some sort of audience with you. Rob tensed and glanced at John, who was also watching the exchange closely. This was it. You believe? Rob's mother repeated with a puzzled expression. Why are you not sure? They do not speak the common tongue, my lady. Maester Luwin explained. No common tongue. That's absurd, Esser Roderick exclaimed, attracting attention all over the hall. How could they travel across the north without speaking our tongue? I can only guess, Esser Roderick. That is why it has taken me this long to bring the matter to your attention, my lord. Despite my knowledge of several languages, communicating with them has been extremely difficult. They only responded very slightly to my use of Lorothy, a language I'm afraid I have limited knowledge of. His father frowned. They're from Lorith. The hall had grown quiet, but a low murmuring spread along both the head table and the lower ones. Rob had to admit that Lorith seemed like a wise choice. Off all of the free cities, Lorith was the smallest and the one of least consequence in Westeros. He was pretty sure that he hadn't ever met a Lorothy or even heard of one being mentioned in the north, though. There were plenty of tales of Tyroshi sailors or traders from Pentos or Myr. I believe so, Maester Luwin replied. What are two children from Lorith doing here? Theon muttered as Rob's mother asked the same question. None of the words of their own tongue have given me any indication, my lady, but the only reason I can think of for two children to travel so far from their own home without any knowledge of the common tongue would be through fear. A look of concern passed across his mother's face. Have they been mistreated? Maester Luwin shook his head. They appear to be in good health, my lady. Though their clothes were not fit for further use. I hope you do not object that I provided them with new ones. Of course not, his father said. Bring them here, Maester Luwin. I would see these children for myself. Maester Luwin bowed and swept from the hall as the babble of chatter returned. Lord and Lady Stark took their seats at the head table, joined by Esser Roderick. Rob chewed his lip nervously. Was it such a good idea to bring Harry and Hermione to a packed great hall? What if the sight of so many warriors scared them? What would they do? Whatever their reasons might be, Theon started, breaking off a chunk of bread. I know that if I was from Lorith I'd want to get away from there. Yes, it's odd though, that they're only children. Rob replied, playing his part. There was no mention of anyone else. That's a very long and dangerous journey for children to make on their own. Can we keep them, father? Arya asked. I want more children to play with. People aren't possessions, Arya. Father chided. How are you going to play with people you can't talk to? Sansa asked with an air of disdain. They probably don't even play the same games in Lorith. Well, they can teach us new games then, said Bran. I'm bored of playing Come Into My Castle. There was a hush as Maester Luwin re-entered the hall and people stood up to get a look at the children. They're not children, Theon said quietly to Rob when they came into view. Harry and Hermione were unsurprisingly looking very nervous, though they seemed less mysterious dressed in clothes more fitting to Westeros. They're nearly a man and woman grown. She looks old enough for marrying. She's old enough for bedding at least. Rob frowned, though Theon spoke the truth, for Hermione was seamy. NGLY close to a marrying and bedding age. An image of her legs came unbidden into his mind and he felt himself flush. Theon noted his red cheeks and laughed. Don't be such a maid, Stark. Rob could feel himself get even hotter. Shut up, Greyjoy. I present Harry and Hermione, my lord. Maester Luwin said, drawing Rob and Theon's conversation to a close. The newcomers seemed to sense the foe. RMAL setting, or Maester Luwin had somehow instructed them, for they bowed and curtsied in turn. Rob was avoiding Hermione's eye so that there would be no sign of recognition on her face, at least that is what he told himself as his cheeks finally started to cool down. You are most welcome here, his father said, but the blank looks on Harry and Hermione's faces seemed to satisfy everyone else. They didn't understand a word he had said. They will not be children much longer, his mother observed. Are they siblings? I do not know, my lady. Maester Luwin sighed. I only know the names they have given me. It is a most puzzling situation, Sir Roderick said, shaking his head slightly. Rob wondered how Sir Roderick would react if he knew how Harry and Hermione had really come to Winterfell. His mother nodded. Maester Luwin, is it possible you could teach them the common tongue? Once we find out their reasons for leaving Lorth, we might be able to assist them further. It will take time, my lady. As I'm working with an unfamiliar language, but I see no reason why they should not become speakers of our tongue, the Maester replied. Rob was amazed at how well this acceptance of Harry and Hermione was going. Nobody was questioning the likelihood of them coming from Lorth, but as Maester Luwin was the most learned man in Winterfell, it was unlikely that anyone would disbelieve him if he gave good reasoning. There is room in my turret for the boy to reside, my lord, Maester Luwin continued. But it might be prudent to find a bed for the girl elsewhere. She can share my bed if she wants, Theon whispered. The familiar grin on his face. Rob shoved him away and turned back to the main conversation. I'm sure somewhere suitable will be found, his father said, BEF. Or turning along the table to look at his eldest daughter. Sansa, I trust that you will make the girl welcome and help her find her way around. Rob noticed that Sansa didn't look entirely pleased by this instruction, but she dutifully replied, yes, father. I'll help too, father, Arya piped up. She ducked down under her table and emerged in front of Hermione, who looked a little surprised. Hello, I'm Arya Stark of Winterfell, but I can't remember what your name is because it was a bit odd. Sansa clicked her tongue and shook her head slightly. She can't understand you, Arya. Arya shrugged her shoulders. Come on, I'll show you around. She grabbed Hermione's arm and started to pull her towards the doors. Arya, father asked me to show her Winterfell, Sansa called. She got to her feet and strode after the pair, her head held high. Are you all right? Harry called to Hermione, who had given in to Arya's insistent tugging. I think so. I don't think they're going to hurt me, she replied, though of course, no one actually knew what either of them said. I'll go with them, Lord Stark, Jon suggested, adopting the formal tone as he always did when in front of Lady Catelyn. And take the boy too. Wait for me, Bran called, ducking under the table in the same fashion as Arya. Rob pushed himself to his feet too. He wasn't about to be left behind. His mother and father looked shocked at how their children had all abandoned their food. He glanced at Theon. Are you coming? Theon made an exaggerated show of pushing his plate away. I suppose I had better supervise so that this girl doesn't cause you an injury as well. Rob scowled, glad that Theon didn't know about the purple bruise on his leg. Harry frowned down at the assortment of letters on the sheet of parchment in front of him. He had come to know the individual sounds quite well, but putting them together to actually make words was proving much more difficult. It didn't help that he didn't really understand what the words themselves meant. He couldn't exactly remember how he'd learned to read English at school, but he knew that already having a reasonably good grasp of speaking the language had made things a lot easier. He was also pretty sure that he'd been given child-friendly books with only a couple of words and a large picture to get him started, but there didn't seem to be any children's books in Winterfell. Winterfell. That had been one of the first words they'd learned in this language, and it still seemed a strange one to him even after 2 months of living here. But pretty much all the words seemed strange except some of the people's names. He looked down at the parchment again, trying to spot any familiar words like the or was. Luckily, it was Hermione's turn to read aloud to Maester Luwin at that moment. which gave Harry a bit more time to sound out the words in his head. While Harry knew that Hermione was finding acquiring this new language difficult, he was LSO aware that she was progressing an awful lot quicker than he was. He wasn't annoyed or surprised. In fact, he would have been amazed if he'd found things easier than her. She was extremely intelligent after all, and he'd never known anybody work as hard as she did in her school work. Even here she had her nose in a book most of the time, but instead of reading quietly in her head, she'd recite to anyone who would listen. At first, people had been willing to spare a few minutes to listen and correct her, but they soon got bored of this. Only the Stark family would listen to her now because EY were too polite to tell her to go away. Harry smiled to himself as he remembered the bored expression on Sansa's face the last time he had come across her suffering through Hermione's reading. Hermione had often instructed him to practice his reading with other people, but he thought he'd get better at reading if he could actually comprehend the words first. He had a feeling that Hermione thought he wasn't really trying to learn this tongue because he spent a lot of his time just listening and observing. But the number of words he had learned at Winterfell had risen quite quickly. He set himself a target of learning 10 new words a day. This didn't sound like much, and sometimes he couldn't remember those words a couple of days later, but he was pleased with his own progress. The majority of the words he knew were nouns, as they were the easiest to translate. He only had to point at something and fix a quizzical expression on his face before someone told him what it was. Fortunately, the language they spoke here wasn't impossibly complicated. Most words only had 1 or 2 syllables, and their letters were more like the ones he was used to rather than those he'd seen in Chinese or Arabic. But it wasn't an early form of English they spoke at Winterfell, as Hermione had first suspected. One of the very first things Maester Luwin had shown him in his teaching room was an elaborate, colored map. On it there were 3 land masses, and Maester Luwin pointed to a tiny spot on the westernmost island and said, "Winterfell." Harry had stared at the map with wide eyes because it most certainly wasn't a map of Britain. Hermione was gazing at it in despair too. "Do you recognize it?" he asked, with a sinking feeling in his stomach. Hermione just pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. He turned his eyes back to the detailed map, searching intently for anything that might give him some clue as to their location. His eyes roamed over mountains, seas, forests and lakes, but it was to no avail. "Where on earth are we then?" His eyes met hers, and the fear he saw in them at his words made his heart burn for a moment. "No, Harry," she said timidly, but he shook his head. "No, we don't know what scale this map is. These places could be small islands," he argued. "Harry, no small islands are going to have ice at the top of one and a desert on one not too far away." Hermione pointed out, gesturing to the corresponding places on the map. "If they are islands, then they are huge ones, and I don't know any like that on Earth." Harry's mind whirled furiously, refusing to believe what Hermione was saying. "Will you listen to what you're suggesting? Look, the time turner sending us back centuries in time I can believe, but it transporting us to another planet. That's insane." It still felt absurd all these weeks later, but his mind had somewhat accepted that he was on some alternative version of Earth. They knew that they weren't on some other planet in the universe, because the moon and stars corresponded with what they had studied in astronomy. Back on his own Earth he had never considered the possibility of there being alternative worlds, but that was the only explanation that he and Hermione could come up with. He looked at the faint scars on his hand where the time turner had cut into his skin. He would do it again, he told himself, because otherwise he and Hermione would have died. Being at Winterfell was surely better than death, and Hermione was utterly determined and convinced that they would find a way back. "Harry, are you ready?" Maester Luwin asked. Harry put his hand back down and glanced at the parchment. Yes." He cleared his throat and focused. "In the handed. 100, Maester Luwin corrected. 105, no, 57 year. 57th year. In the 157th year after Aegon's landing. King." Harry frowned at the unfamiliar name. Darren. Darren I set out to conquer Dorne." Harry breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had got through the sentence with minimal mistakes. "Good," Maester Luwin commented. "Did you understand what you read?" This was asked pretty much every time Harry read aloud, although it wasn't often that he could reply in the affirmative. Yes, Westeros gets 7 kingdoms, Harry replied haltingly. Maester Lewin nodded. And what are the 7 kingdoms of Westeros? Harry felt Hermione flinch next to him and he could only presume that she was fighting her instinct to raise her hand to answer. The North, Harry started. But that was the easy one. He tried to picture the map of Westeros that he had now seen many times, and gradually made his way southwards. The Vale, the Iron Islands, the Riverlands. But Maester Lewin shook his head. The Riverlands were not a distinct kingdom. They were under the rule of the Iron Islands. Quote, Harry frowned, annoyed with himself for forgetting. The Westerlands, he continued. The Stormlands, how many was that now? 5, 6. He counted on his fingers. 2 more. Dorne and the Reach. He finished, pleased to have remembered. Well done. We shish. All continued to read of the conquest of Dorne on the morrow. Quote, Harry rose quickly, pleased to be done with the day's reading, for now it would be time for him to go to the yard for weapons training. He first time he had been brought before Sir Roderick Castle he had been distinctly wary of being trained to use a sword. In his mind, swords were used to attack and kill people, and he didn't really want to learn how to do that. In his studies at Hogwarts he had learned how to use offensive spells, but there was much more to a wand than that. A sword was just a weapon. He wasn't denying the value of having a sword, especially as he had used the sword of Godric Gryffindor to defeat Tom Riddle's basilisk just a year ago. But when he'd been handed his first practice sword, he'd been left feeling cold. Sir Roderick hadn't seemed particularly impressed by him either. He'd felt the muscles of Harry's arms, shaking his head and muttering words that Harry was grateful he couldn't understand. While his slender physique was ideal for his Quidditch position as a seeker, it obviously wouldn't be much benefit in a sword fight. Sir Roderick set John on him first, perhaps just to see how Harry measured up. Within seconds, Harry had experienced blows on his shoulder, ribs and wrist and dropped his wooden sword. Harry snatched up his sword and held it out, ready to go again. At that moment he'd realized learning to use a sword wasn't about killing people, it was about agility, strategy, strength and discipline. It was a battle of both mind and body and he was determined to master it. There were times when he woke the next morning, sporting various colored bruises and barely able to move from deep-rooted aches, that he considered sitting out weapons training that day but he never did. Hermione would give him a look of concern whenever she caught sight of a particularly hideous bruise but she never suggested he stop. I wish I could learn, she admitted to him over breakfast one morning. Harry nearly choked on his mouthful of bread. I know I'd be awful but I just feel so vulnerable here. She glanced nervously around the great hall and Harry could understand what she meant. When they had their wands they had the reassurance of knowing that they could perform some sort of spell to protect themselves. Without them, they were defenseless. It was one of the reasons why Harry had relented to taking up weapons training in the first place, so that at least he had some idea how to defend himself physically. It wouldn't really make a difference though, he said when he'd cleared his throat. Practically any man would be able to defeat you in a sword fight no matter how hard you trained, you'd just never be strong enough. A defiant fire burned in her eyes and Harry gulped. You'd be better off learning some sort of self-defense. He added quickly, like, punch them in the nose, elbow them in the ribs or kick them in the crotch. The tension she was holding seemed to ease and she shook her head with a grim smile. Back home there's this sort of romanticism attached to the time of knights, ladies and castles, isn't there? But I'm under no illusion. She sighed. ND cast a sweeping glance around the hall. I wonder if anyone here knows any self-defense. Harry echoed her gaze with a frown. I don't think they've ever really considered it. If they've got a sword, shield and armor I doubt they see the value in being able to throw a good punch. And even if they did, I bet they've never tried to teach the skills to a lady. Hermione scoffed and muttered, lady, indeed, under her breath as she took a bite of bread and honey. It would be worth taking up a sword and getting as many bruises as you do just to avoid going to needlework or music. She said the words with the same dismissive tone she used when she had talked about divination back at Hogwarts. Can you honestly think of anything so pointless as being able to sing or play the harp for the rest of your life? Or put stitches onto a piece of fabric. I wouldn't mind if it was something practical like making clothes, but we only ever do decorative stuff like embroideries and tapestries. I don't know how much longer I can put up with sitting through those tortures with Septimordain. Harry ate a bit more of his breakfast to avoid laughing. Since that morning, as far as Harry knew, Hermione had never been to another session of music or needlework. As he stepped out into the mid-morning sunshine, he found Rob and John waiting for him at the bottom of Maester Luwin's turret. "There you are. We thought you were never coming out," Rob said, pushing himself away from the wall. "Reading is more important than fighting," Hermione commented with a slight smile. "We'll have to disagree on that, my lady," Rob replied, and Harry smiled at the formality. All the boys knew that Hermione disliked being addressed as a lady ever since she had refused to learn to ride her horse inside saddle form. Cullen, the master of horse, had tried to convince her that ladies did not sit astride horses, to which Hermione had declared that she wasn't a lady. Harry had been worried at first that Hermione would become upset by the moniker and he was going to tell Rob to stop, but she seemed to take it in good grace. "When a battle is won with reading and not with fighting, then I will gladly change my mind." Quote. Hermione shook her head a little, but her smile remained. "Are you coming to watch?" John asked. "No, I go ride with Arya and Sansa," Hermione replied, walking in the direction of the stables. "Don't break bones," she said, semi-seriously. "Don't fall off your horse," Rob called to her, retreating back. "Come on, Sir Roderick's probably waiting." They walked quickly to the training yard, eager to start. "Are you going to put up more of a fight today, Potter? I reckon I beat you in about 10 seconds yesterday." Harry caught a few of the words and was helped by Rob's grin and the 10 fingers he held up. "I beat you today," he replied with a grin of his own. He highly doubted he would beat either of them any time soon, but the banter was part of the experience. Sir Roderick was waiting for them with Theon Greyjoy, but not to start training. "There's been a rider from Deepwood Motte, boys," he said with a dark look on his face. "Galbart Glover's men have come across a deserter of the Night's Watch. Lord Eddard rides to meet him shortly." Harry saw John and Rob wear equally dark looks, but the meaning was quite lost on him. "What is go on?" he asked. "Someone's about to lose their head, Potter," Theon said, though he didn't look as bothered as the others. When Harry still looked confused, Theon grabbed one of the training swords and mimed severing Harry's head. Harry flinched, an icy finger creeping up his spine. "Lord Stark will kill?" he asked with a feeling of dread. The others all nodded. "Why? The breaking of a sworn oath is punishable by death," Sir Roderick replied gruffly. "You do not take the black lightly, boy." And with that, he left, leaving Harry still nonplussed. The others started following in Sir Roderick's footsteps and Harry joined them. "You know what the Night's Watch is, don't you?" John asked him, sensing Harry's continued confusion. Taking the black, Harry nodded hesitantly. "The wall," he said. The wall was as it said, a wall. But Harry had been told that it stood hundreds of feet high and stretched for miles across Westeros. "Yes, the brothers of the Night's Watch vow to serve on the wall for the rest of their life," John explained. "So, if you go, you die?" Harry asked, feeling that he already knew the answer. John nodded. Harry felt sick. Desertion wasn't something new. He knew there'd been soldiers shot during the Muggle World Wars for running away, and there were probably similar incidences throughout Earth's complex's history. But killing someone for being scared or a coward left Harry feeling very hollow. The stables were a hive of activity as people prepared for the ride. The stable boys were quickly saddling up the horses while the squires and pages ran all over the place to prepare the men who would be accompanying Lord Stark. The news from Deepwood Motte must have come in very recently, for he could see that Hermione's horse was yet to be unsaddled. She wore a very solemn expression as she stood with her horse out of the way of everyone else. Arya was standing next to her, watching with wide eyes. Lord Stark entered into the courtyard, striding over to his mount. Harry paused, contemplating, and then walked over to the Lord of Winterfell. "Do you wish to come, Harry?" Lord Stark asked when he saw him approach. He swung up onto his horse and Harry tried not to feel intimidated as Lord Stark gazed down on him, layered in his leather armor and furs. "I do not, my lord." Harry steeled himself. He had faced Voldemort, a basilisk and hundreds of dementors. He could tell Ed Stark what he thought of this execution. I wish you not do this. To kill is bad. Lord Stark's face was devoid of any emotion, though his horse shifted impatiently underneath him. You think I take pleasure in the killing of men? He asked. Harry held Lord Stark's gaze. No. This man has broken a solemn vow to the gods, abandoned his brothers and turned against the king's justice. He knw the punishment for such an act, and now that justice will find him. Harry dearly wished he had a better understanding of this language, for he was only able to distinguish a few of the words Eddard Stark had spoken. He could sense that they had attracted the attention of many of those in the courtyard, though he did not look away from Lord Stark. Harry struggled to think of the words to argue his point. To kill does not make right. Life is sacred, Hermione called, drawing both Harry and Lord Stark's attention. She blushed under their gazes but radiated an air of defiance. Lord Stark looked back to Harry pensively. You will come, he ordered, and he signaled for someone to bring Harry a horse. Harry frowned. I do not want. He could feel the people in the courtyard bristle, and Lord Stark cut across him. You will come. Lord Stark wheeled his horse around, but Harry could still feel everyone else's eyes on him. He considered refusing again, but he reminded himself that without his wand he was very vulnerable. He had probably already broken some sort of hospitality rule by confronting Lord Stark in the first place. Harry mounted his horse, ignoring the stares, and focused on not making a fool of himself on the actual ride. After all, 2 months ago, he'd never even sat on a horse. There were some raised voices behind him, and Harry turned to see that Hermione had mounted her horse as well. She still held her expression of defiance as all those around her looked on in surprise. Are you sure you want to do this? Harry asked in English. I don't think women are supposed to go to executions. Of course I don't want to go and see someone beheaded, she retorted. But I think I need to. I know we've been here a while now, but this place is still a foreign land, and I need to understand it better, the good and the bad. Harry didn't see the point of trying to convince her to stay behind, as Hermione always pretty much did as she thought she should do. He looked over the courtyard to see what Lord Stark would make of it. Jory Castle, the captain of the guard, Sir Roderick and Helen were all looking at Hermione and talking to Lord Stark. Whether they were in favor of her joining their party or not, Harry couldn't tell, but he highly doubted it. Lord Stark was sending Hermione one of his unreadable gazes, but after a few seconds he looked away, and nobody made any move to get Hermione to dismount. You're going to find it hard to keep up, Harry warned as they walked their horses forward. I don't think they're going to ride at a gentle pace, and you're a worse rider than I am. Hermione frowned at his words but did not deny them. You are both either very brave or very stupid, Rob said as he rode over to them, though a smile lingered about his face. There are not many grown men who would openly criticize my father or dare to defy him. Harry did not respond. What more was there to say that he could actually express? We do not like pointless death, Hermione said. It is not our way. Maybe, but you're in the north now, Rob pointed out. We want no anger from Lord Eddard, Hermione explained. You won't have angered my father, Hermione, Rob reassured her. It's my mother you'll have to watch out for. He grinned as Hermione blanched, and Harry couldn't blame her. He doubted that Lady Caitlin would be particularly impressed with her unexpected participation on this trip. Someone called Rob's name at the head of the party, and he turned his horse. Safe journey, Potter, my lady. Quote. Harry suddenly became aware of someone small standing between his and Hermione's horses. Arya, he said, but she put a finger to his lips to make him quiet. Take me with you, she pleaded to them. No, Harry and Hermione replied flatly. You are too small, Hermione added. Rob told me that the first time he went he was only 8 years old and I'm 9. Arya argued. Lord Stark say no, we say no, Harry said. He wasn't about to defy Eddard Stark for the second time in only a matter of minutes. Arya turned her back on him, obviously believing him to be a lost cause. If I was a boy, father would have let me go. That's not fair, is it? Hermione seemed to struggle to find the right words. It is not up to us, Arya. I am sorry, she said gently. The little girl screwed up her face in despair, ducked under Harry's horse and sprinted away. Hermione sent Harry a pained expression, but he just shrugged his shoulders. The command came to move out and Harry braced himself for the ride ahead. Their horses ed automatically after the others in the party. They passed out of the south gate and the pace picked up significantly. After a few minutes, he noticed John peel off from the party and circle back to ride with them. "You're both making me nervous," John called over the pounding of the hooves. "I keep looking over my shoulder to check neither of you have fallen off your horse. I'm going to ride back here to stop my neck hurting." Harry wanted to respond, but he was focusing too much on not falling off. He was grateful for John's presence though. At the back of the group there were only some of Winterfell's guardsmen, and Harry doubted whether they'd be overly concerned should he or Hermione come into any difficulty. As the minutes stretched by, Harry could feel himself relaxing slightly. But only slightly. As they traveled through a dark, dense forest, his mind turned to what lay ahead and the cold sensation crept up his back again. He had never seen someone die before. He had been around death, yes. When Voldemort had killed his parents and Professor Quirrell had tried to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. He'd even destroyed that memory of Tom Riddle with a basilisk fang, but that hadn't been a real living person. At least Harry didn't think so. Executions still took place in some countries in his Muggle world. He knew that, not that he agreed with them, and it wasn't that long ago that they'd stopped in the United Kingdom. But Harry was pretty sure those had been for the most serious crimes, like murder. This man of the Night's Watch had broken a promise, a very serious promise, yes. But it wasn't as though anybody had been seriously hurt. It didn't seem as though his actions were bad enough to lose his life over. He'd broken plenty of rules at Hogwarts, and the worst anybody had ever done to him was to dock some house points and give him a detention. But people had been given the death sentence in Wizarding Britain too, for nearly headless Nick had almost lost his head. Harry didn't think that they still executed people though. "No, we just suck out their souls." Harry shifted uncomfortably on his horse as he thought about the wizard's prison, Azkaban. He had a feeling that many of its inhabitants would choose death over a lifetime of having your happiness and sanity leached off of you. Even worse, he recalled that he'd thought Sirius Black had deserved to get the Dementor's kiss. When he'd been in the Shrieking Shack, he'd actually seriously considered killing Sirius himself. He hadn't though, he had to remind himself. He hadn't let Sirius and Remus Lupin kill Peter Pettigrew either, even though Peter had been the real one to betray his parents and murder all those muggles. Would he have let them administer the kiss to Pettigrew, though? The uncomfortable connotations to that question stayed with him all the way to their destination. The place of execution was on the side of a large hill. A ring of standing stones surrounded a wooden block. She was obviously where the man was to be beheaded. The party from Deepwood Motte were already there. Harry counted 20 men in all. A gray-haired, bearded man in an impressive fur coat moved forward to welcome Lord Stark. "That's Galbart Glover," John said as they dismounted. "He's the master of Deepwood Motte." "A maester?" Harry frowned. Glover didn't look like the quiet, learned Maester Luwin of Winterfell. "No, master," John corrected. "It means he's not quite a lord." Harry nodded, taking a firm hold of his horse's reins. His thighs ached horribly from the ride, but he ignored them. Hermione looked very pale as she came to stand next to him. She was shivering despite the thick layers of clothing. John noticed too and began to unfasten his cloak, but she shook her head. "No, John, you have it," she insisted. A shout echoed from the other side of the stone circle as the prisoner was brought forward. When Harry saw him, he felt as though he had been kicked in the stomach, and he heard Hermione gasp. This brother of the Night's Watch looked barely a couple of years older than he was. The boy, for you could hardly call this person a man, had chestnut hair that hung limp and greasy against his scalp. His skin was the color of milk, and his eyes, Harry didn't think he'd ever seen a pair of eyes so full of fear. He was being dragged, kicking and screaming, before the block by 2 of Glover's men. For once, Harry was glad that he was having difficulty in understanding what the boy was saying. Disapproving looks showed on the faces of those watching, though Hermione's eyes seemed to glistening with tears of fury. "Some justice," she spat. Lord Stark seemed to question the boy, but Harry was too far away to hear or understand what was said. The boy just wailed and held out his hands as though begging for his life. After a minute, Lord Stark nodded and the boy was forced down to the block, his head jutting out over the edge. "No, please." The boy's yells were loud enough now for them here. Quote, "Mother." He could feel Hermione shuddering next to him and he put out a hand to comfort her, but she pushed it away, the tears leaking down her cheeks. Harry felt slightly surreal, as he watched Lord Stark draw the biggest sword he had ever seen, the same way he'd felt just before Buckbeak's execution. "In the name of Robert of the House Baratheon, the first of his name," Lord Stark declared loudly, while the boy continued to sob. "King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, I, Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, sentence you to die." Harry considered closing his eyes or turning away. After all, he had not wanted to see this. He wasn't scared of seeing death, he just didn't think that so. No one else had the right to take a life away. Lord Stark positioned the sword backwards and Harry steeled himself. If Eddard Stark wanted Harry to see, then he decided that he would see, but Harry Knew he wouldn't come again if another situation like this should arise. The motion of the sword was a blur as it swung downwards and the boy's final sob was cut short as his head was separated from the rest of his body. It fell to the ground with a soft, wet noise and the body's life blood drenched the immediate vicinity, staining it a dark red. The silence on the hill was almost deafening in the absence of the boy's cries. Chapter 5. Caitlin was angry with him. Ned could sense it as soon as he entered her bedchamber. He hadn't seen his lady wife since early that morning. He and his fellow Ridders had returned to Winterfell just before nightfall and he'd been informed that Caitlin had taken an early meal and retired to her chambers. He had forsaken his own supper, having left his appetite by the execution block, and headed straight to the Godswood to clean his sword. It had seemed to take longer to wash the blood off of his greatsword tonight. Caitlin stood by a roaring fire, the flames casting distorted flickering shadows around the room as Ned sat on her bed with a deep sigh. "He was a boy," Ned said bleakly, "barely older than Rob." Caitlin flinched but said nothing. He knew she disliked it when he carried out the king's justice. He disliked carrying it out too, but it had never occurred to him to do anything other than his duty. "I'm glad I did not take Bran," Ned admitted. Ted as the condemned boy's screams echoed in his mind. He had briefly considered sending for his third son to witness the justice, but the boy still felt too young. Soon. Bran would come soon. "And what of Arya?" Caitlin asked coldly, giving him a sharp look. Ned frowned. "Arya, after you left this morning, Arya locked herself in her room," Caitlin explained. "It took until mid-afternoon for her to come out. Do you have any idea why she was upset?" Ned furrowed his brow. He had been briefly aware of Arya being present when they had ready to leave, but what had caused her such turmoil, he couldn't fathom. "She wanted to go with you," Caitlin stated, and Ned nearly laughed until he remembered that Arya had apparently been very upset. "She knows I wouldn't take her," Ned replied. "No, she knew that until you permitted that girl to go." Ned frowned at her choice of words. "Caitlin," he began, but she cut across him, obviously getting to the root of what was bothering her. "She sets a bad example to the girls, Ned. No wonder Arya gets confused about what is right or wrong for someone of her status." She paced the room, her arms gesturing how severe the situation was. "Luckily, Sansa is old enough to know what is expected of her, but Arya's always been easily led." "That is true," Ned agreed, but his wife wasn't finished yet. "When that girl, her name is Hermione," Ned interjected, and Caitlin's eyes flashed angrily. "When she stopped attending music or needlework, do you know how long Arya complained about her own participation? She still talks to me of it." She put her hands on her hips and shook her head slightly. "I seem to recall you mentioning her dislike of those activities many a moon's turn before Hermione arrived here," Ned pointed out. "I did," Caitlin conceded. "But back then she never thought she'd truly be given permission to stop attending, Ned. Now she thinks it's just a matter of time. I hope you have explained to Arya that Hermione does not waste that time. She uses it to further her learning of the common tongue," Ned argued. "Maester Lewin tells me she is making exceptional progress. You must have seen her reading everywhere." "She's even read to me, Caitlin. And when she hasn't got her nose in a book, they tell me that she writes. Apparently she's filled hundreds of pieces of parchment in her own language." "You could hardly Argue that she is a bad influence for the girls. She sounds more academically dedicated than any woman I've ever met. Caitlin appeared stung by his words and turned back to the fire. Why did you let her accompany the riding party today? Quote, Ned didn't like the idea of talking to his wife's back, so he stood and moved to the fire too. Both Harry and Hermione seemed to find the idea of sentencing someone to death abhorrent. Ned said, did they not execute people in Lorith? Caitlin wondered with the tiniest trace of scorn. Ned paused, questioning for the 100th time why he had not told his Faye the truth of Harry and Hermione's arrival. It wasn't a question of trust. He knew that he could rely on Caitlin. It was more an issue of belief. Both he and his wife held strong beliefs, just not in the same gods. Ned had always respected Caitlin's reverence of the faith of the Seven. Those were the gods that she had been brought up worshipping, and he had made sure that a sept was built at Winterfell for her arrival. She, in turn, was respectful towards the old gods, though he knew that the heart tree unnerved her. If he confided in her that Harry and Hermione had appeared out of nowhere into the godswood, possibly at the will of the gods, he worried what her reaction would be. She'd almost certainly be angry with him, both for lying to her and keeping something this important from her. She'd be scared too, not really for herself, but for the children. One of the things Ned loved most about his wife was her devotion to their children. She would put their needs above her own at every single time of asking. If Caitlin believed her children to be in any sort of danger from Harry and Hermione, then she would not rest until the threat was somehow removed. Supposing Ned was meant to save and protect Harry and Hermione, he could hardly be forced to choose between the wishes of his wife and the wishes of the gods without dishonoring himself. No, it was better for everyone if Caitlin was unaware of Harry and Hermione's true arrival, even if that decision flooded him with guilt. I'm unaware of how justice is carried out in Lorith, Ned replied smoothly, but guessing by their reaction, it is something they are unfamiliar with. I didn't want them to get a false perception of how the execution was carried out. If they are going to be staying in Westeros, they need to become familiar with our ways. I let Hermione come so that she could understand, Caitlin. And did she? Caitlin inquired. Did either of them understand why you had to kill a boy, as you said? Ned sighed. He would have preferred not to show Harry and Hermione the full extent of the law at all, and he certainly wished that they hadn't been present that afternoon. The boy did not die a good death. No, I don't think so, he admitted. They stood in silence for a few seconds, watching and listening to the crackling of the flames. Ned glanced at his wife, admiring as he so often had before how beautiful she was. The light from the fire seemed to set her auburn locks aflame. A few stray hairs hung loose, framing her face. He longed to brush them away and take her in his arms. She should be married, Ned, Caitlin said softly, distracted by his previous thoughts. It took him a few seconds to realize what she was suggesting. He looked at her in shock. No, why not? She is of the right age, Caitlin pointed out. Barely, he argued. In truth, he did not know her age, though he estimated she was of 13 or 14 years. Not many maids were married that young. The servants tell me she has had her first bleeding, and there are many good men in Winterfell in need of a wife. His own wife continued eagerly, but paused with a sigh. Though I warn you, Ned, if you let her carry on in her independent ways for much longer, there will not be many who would have her. But if you find her a husband, now then she will accustom more quickly to the ways of the North, as I did. This will not mock. Arya suddenly start acting like a lady, Ned said, knowing the real motivating force behind Caitlin's words. She pursed her lips into a thin line but did not respond. I have no concerns with how Hermione and Harry have conducted themselves since their arrival at Winterfell, despite what obstacles they may have faced to get here. They came here to seek my protection, and they have proved themselves worthy of it. I intend to name them as my wards. Caitlin's eyes narrowed angrily, but Ned hurried on quickly. Please understand that I do not do this to hurt you, my lady. I will explain to Hem that they are expected to maintain certain standards of behavior, but, he warned, I will not expect them to change their beliefs, and I will not stop them pursuing anything, unless it seriously impinges on the honor of this house. Caitlin regarded him for a few seconds, Ned meeting her gaze. You must do as you think right, she said eventually, before turning back to the fire. Ned knew that she no longer wished for his presence at that moment. "I hope you sleep well," he murmured, leaving the room. He did not like arguing with his wife, and mercifully those occasions had been very rare. He hoped that Caitlin believed him in that his fostering of Harry and Hermione was not as a result of their discussion. He had been considering the possibility for a while. Since their arrival he had understandably been keeping an informed watch on their actions. As far as he could tell, there was nothing about these children to cause him any concern. If he hadn't actually seen them fall from the sky, then he would not have believed there to be anything unusual about them at all. The only slightly odd occurrence had happened the morning after they had arrived, when Maester Lewin had discovered Hermione's door to be unlocked. The Maester maintained his belief that he had locked the door the previous evening, but, as Hermione had still been in the room anyway, the matter was soon dismissed as a peculiarity. There would always be that uncertainty nagging at the back of his mind where Harry and Hermione were concerned, but he couldn't see that that doubt was ever likely to disappear, and he accepted that. Their reactions to the executions hadn't displeased him at all. Most children of their age in Westeros would be familiar with the repercussions of breaking the king's law and be accepting, almost indifferent to an execution. In the cities, the common people even looked forward to and celebrated them. However, Harry and Hermione's despair at death proved how innocent and sheltered their lives had been thus far, and it confirmed to him that they were in need of his protection. He had not had the chance to speak with them since the execution, for he had been eager to return to Winterfell before nightfall, but it was not too late in the evening to discuss things now. "Please send word for Harry and Hermione to meet me in the Maester's turret," he instructed one of the guards, before making his own way there. Maester Lewin was in his solar, writing on some parchment. "Ah, my lord, I'm glad you have come. I need your seal to send this report of the man's death to Castle Black." He handed the letter over for Ned to read. It was an accurate notification of the boy's death, though it was not a true reflection. Maester Lewin had not been there, of course, but even if he had, knew he would not mention the boy's screams and sobs to the men of the Night's Watch. He passed it back with a nod, and Maester Lewin poured the hot wax, then sealed it with the direwolf sigil of House Stark. "Do not clear away the wax. I may have further need of it this night," Ned said. Maester Lewin gave him a curious look. "I intend to formally make Harry and Hermione my wards. But first I will ask them of how they came to be here." The Maester said nothing for a few moments. This was always a sign to Ned that he had some thoughts on the matter. "You have doubts. I am not convinced that they are ready to provide an explanation yet, my lord," Maester Lewin said. "Their use of the common tongue has come a long way, I grant you, but this would be a very important discussion. I worry that something vital might be misinterpreted or confused should we ask them too soon." Ned considered his words. As their tutor, Maester Lewin would have the greatest understanding of Hermione and Harry's ability to converse in the common tongue. Explaining how you could appear out of thin air was probably not going to require the use of simpler vocabulary. "You are right," Ned agreed, however frustrating it was. He had been waiting 2 moons' turns for answers, but he wasn't going to be getting them tonight. "Soon, my lord," Maester Lewin reassured him. "Hermione in particular will be ready very soon." Ned nodded, though it did not make him feel much better. The fostering of Harry and Hermione is slightly unconventional due to both their age and their lack of a known house or family, but I see no reason to advise you against it apart from our non-existent knowledge of their backgrounds. He paused. "Do you still wish me to draw up the fostering deeds?" "Yes," Ned replied. He would much prefer to have a greater idea of the children's past, but it did not change the feeling he had that he was meant to protect them. "Those pieces of wood we found on them can also be returned. I do not see the value in keeping them any longer." There was a knock at the door. Ned called for them to enter while Maester Lewin moved to complete his requests. They did not look overly pleased to see him, but Ned had expected that. After Caitlin's suggestion that Hermione be married off, Ned found himself looking at the girl with a more critical eye. She was just old enough for marrying. He had been led to believe that girls of that age spent a lot of time considering their marriage prospects. Was Hermione the same? Did she seek a husband? He'd seen or heard no evidence of such. He realized that her Hermione and Harry were looking at him expectantly and he put his thoughts aside. I wish to talk to you of what happened this afternoon, he said. What is there to say? Hermione asked. In the glow of the lamplight she looked very pale and he could tell by the anger in her voice that she would not be quick to forget what she had seen. The world can be a very cruel place sometimes, Ned began. Harsh decisions need to be made to keep order and peace. Do you know where many men of the Night's Watch come from, how they are recruited? Bad men, Hermione supplied. Criminals, yes, poachers, thieves, rapists and violent men taken from the dungeons of Westeros at their own choosing instead of losing a body part or their life. These men are free to leave Castle Black during their training and receive their original punishment instead, or they will go on to make their vow to serve on the wall. Life as a brother of the Night's Watch is very bleak. He recalled some of the few things his brother Benjen, first Ranger of the Night's Watch, had divulged to him over the years and his eyes darkened. And I wouldn't be surprised if it has crossed the mind of every single one of those men to leave at some point, despite their vow. One of the few things stopping them would be the knowledge that if they did desert, then their life would be forfeit. As far as I'm aware, not a single deserter has managed to escape the king's justice. Quote, but why kill? Why not put in dungeon? Hermione asked. Ned let out a low laugh. Do you know how many men would leave the wall if the worst that would happen is a spell in a dungeon? If it was that easy to leave, all those criminals would swoop down on the north, putting the safety of the people in jeopardy. The wall itself would not be defendable against the wildlings with so few numbers, putting our lives at further risk. Ned argued. I do not take killing lightly, but I will do what I must to protect my people and keep the king's peace. Was he a bad man? Harry inquired after a lengthy pause. Ned assumed he was referring to whether the boy had been a criminal or not. I don't know, he admitted. When you take the black, your past is no longer important. All the brothers are treated the same, for they make the same vow. This is the way it has been for thousands of years. I do not expect you to suddenly be accepting, but I want you both to understand. They exchanged solemn looks. We do not like it, but this is your law, Hermione said heavily. Our law is not much better. They shared another dark look and Ned was severely tempted to inquire further into their lives, but Maester Luwin announced that he had the parchment ready, cutting him off. Ned nodded, while Harry and Hermione looked on curiously. It is my wish that you both become my wards, he explained. Like Theon? Hermione asked and Ned noted a tinge of wariness. Not exactly like Theon, Ned replied with a shake of his head. He became my ward as part of the terms of pay. Ace after his father's ill-considered rebellion 8 years ago. You would not be held under the same restrictions as he is, and you are free to leave Winterfell at any time of your choosing. This seemed to relax her a little. I simply mean to offer you both my protection, he explained. While you are here, your well-being will be my responsibility and you will be looked on as though a part of my family. Hermione looked taken aback by his words and spoke quickly to Harry in their own tongue. He too became almost troubled by what was said. This is a very kind offer, my lord, Hermione said softly. We are not worth of it. You have been too nice already. Of course I will not insist that you accept, though it would please me if you did. Ned said warmly. When I was a boy, I too was fostered. I was sent to the Eyrie, in the Vale, and was a ward of Jon Arryn along with Robert Baratheon, King Robert as he is now. Those were some of the happiest days of my life. He thought back wistfully on how carefree he had been in those days, not knowing of the dark times that approached. It will not be long before you reach the age of maturity and you will have to decide on your futures. If you are known to have been a ward of mine, you may find that greater opportunities would be opened unto you. They seemed quite stunned by his words, though Ned couldn't be sure how much they had understood. Why do you do this for us? Hermione asked eventually. She didn't seem suspicious of his motives, just surprised. It is quite common for important houses to foster children from other families, Hermione, Maester Luwin explained. But we are not from important house, she pointed out. We are not special. Then why are you here? Ned asked before he could stop himself. Hermione gave Harry a nervous look, as Maester Luwin gave Ned one too. We do not know how, she said slowly, and he could truly see the confusion in her eyes. We wake up. We are here. Ned held his breath. The gods. It was the work of the gods. And where were you before you woke up? Maester Lewin asked, giving in to his curiosity too. Where are you from? Hermione exchanged another anxious look with Harry and he nodded. We do not know, she replied in a higher-pitched voice than normal. Ned felt his eyes widen in shock. How can you not know? Where we are from is not on Maester Lewin's map. She explained. Maester Lewin stood quickly and retrieved the map showing the known world, the huge continents of Westeros, Essos and Sothorios with their major cities, mountains, seas and rivers labeled. Ned peered down at the map incredulously. Are you sure? Maester Lewin inquired. You definitely know it is not featured somewhere on this map. Hermione gave a small, tight-lipped nod. And you think you're not special? Maester Lewin commented dryly, shaking his head in wonder. We not know how to tell you. Hermione admitted. It is very odd. Odd. That was one way to describe Tukai. Eldren being transported somewhere from the unknown world to the Godswood in Winterfell. Ned should have known that getting some answers from Harry and Hermione would only lead to new mysteries to solve, more questions to puzzle over. We want to go home, Harry said, speaking for the first time in a few minutes. But we not know how. It will be very difficult to find a way back if you don't know exactly where home is. Maester Lewin pointed out. Almost impossible, really. We will find a way. Hermione declared, the strength returning to her voice. If we were brought here, there should be a way to get back. Ned doubted the possibility, though he couldn't claim to know the will of the gods. Perhaps they would want to move Harry and Hermione back someday. He shouldn't be surprised really. That they came from somewhere unknown. Their language had been a complete mystery to Maester Lewin and their clothing had been unusual. Harry even possessed that glass device over his eyes to prove his vision, something Ned had never come across before. Ned knew that parts of the world were unknown to the people of Westeros and Essos. Indeed, the map that Maester Lewin possessed only showed the northernmost part of Sothorios. What lay south of that, to the east of Essos or to the west of Westeros was, well, unknown. How Harry and Hermione hoped to navigate to a place with no destination he couldn't fathom. I hope you find what you seek, Ned said honestly. But until you know where your path takes you, you are of course still welcome at Winterfell and my offer of wardship still remains. They discussed the prospect again for a minute before Hermione said, We are honored, Lord Stark. Thank you for your kindness. The next few minutes involved clarifying the details of the fostering. Harry and Hermione protested profusely when Ned stipulated that they would each receive an allowance of a golden dragon each moon's turn. It is too much, Hermione said with wide eyes. If you intend to find a way home, then it is likely that you will have need of gold in the future. Ned explained. I trust you will spend or save wisely. Let us do work to make it fair, she insisted. We cannot just take money. Harry, you will be expected to carry out the duties of a squire anyway. Ned reminded them, and I expect we will find other ways you can help, if you insist on earning your money. He turned to Hermione. He considered telling her she must look to Caitlin for ways she could help in Winterfell, but he knew that neither Hermione nor his wife would respond well to that. I'm sure that Maester Lewin would make great use of your talents, Hermione. I most certainly would, Maester Lewin agreed, making Hermione smile. And there is the unwritten duty that you bear to represent my name and my family with honor, Ned said, as he'd promised Caitlin he would. Your actions will now reflect those of the Starks of Winterfell. I know you both will not take this responsibility lightly. They nodded solemnly. The seal of House Stark was used twice more to make the deeds official and Ned felt himself relax slightly. Caitlin may not have wanted him to foster Harry and Hermione, but to him this felt right. Maester Lewin carefully placed the parchments to the side so that the wax would dry before handing Ned 2 sticks from within his sleeves. It took Ned a couple of seconds to realize why he had done so. Oh, yes, we found these with you when you arrived, Ned said. He looked up at Harry and Hermione and was surprised to see their eyes widened in amazement as they eyed the sticks in his hand. He held them out curiously, their hands trembling slightly as they took them from him. Thank you, Harry said effusively, gripping the stick firmly in his hand before tucking it away in his clothing. They are very important for us, Hermione explained as she also hid hers away. They are gifts from home. Ned nodded, feeling guilty for having kept the pieces of Wu D for so long when it was clear they meant a lot to the children. They thanked him again for their sticks and making them his wards, before exiting the maester's solar. Well, Ned asked, turning to Maester Luwin. The maester sighed and rubbed his temples. Quite honestly, my lord, I don't know what to think. Ned chuckled lowly. He knew the feeling. And I really don't know if there's an official way of making someone a ward, but it feels like there should be. Also, I think I made up the word, wardship, Anyway, yay, wands, magic, progress. Until next time, Lil Drop of Magic, Chapter 6. And thank you all for your support. I considered holding on to this one for a bit longer as I got it written in record time, but I couldn't hold it back anymore. Chapter 6. Hermione softly let out a breath, allowing the air to flow gently through her slightly parted lips so she wouldn't disturb the peace that surrounded her. She knew that a bird was singing in one of the trees near her, but she did not hear it. She was aware that a breeze was blowing slowly through the clearing and that the ground was wet from the summer snow, but she did not feel the way the wind moved her hair or the dampness that was seeping through her clothes. Denying her senses had taken many weeks of practice, though the sight of Harry sitting a few feet away from her was easier to shut out, for she could simply close her eyes. The next phase was the hard one, though, trying to clear the hundreds of thoughts that darted through her mind every minute. A sudden mental image of the bespectacled Professor Trelawney, looking as insect-like as ever, rose unbidden, telling her to relax her conscious mind, and Hermione scowled. The senseless void she'd created around herself broke and the rest of the world came rushing back to greet her. She shivered as she became aware of just how cold it truly was. The seasons of Westeros made little sense to her. Somehow, it was possible for summer or winter to last for years, rather than months. And there was no way of telling how long each season would be. Maester Luwin had told her that the current summer was 7 years long, though you wouldn't know it, she thought, as she eyed the small patches of snow that hadn't yet melted. In her mind, today was Halloween. She felt nerves bubbling in her stomach but attempted to dismiss them with a roll of her eyes. What was othering her was that important things tended to happen on Halloween. It could be a coincidence, of course, but the troll in the girls' toilets, the first basilisk attack, and Sirius Black's first MPT to get into Gryffindor Tower had all occurred on this day. Even Harry's parents, James and Lily Potter, had met their ends on Halloween, though she wasn't sure whether Harry knew this or not. She knew she was being silly, especially as it wasn't really Halloween in Westeros, just in her head. The passing of days was calculated differently here, like the seasons, and Hermione had very quick drawn up her own calendar to correspond with when she had left Hogwarts to stop her from losing her mind. The evening that the time turner had broken had been the 6th of June, and it had still been evening when she'd woken in Winterfell. So she labeled her arrival as happening on the 6th of June too. On Harry's birthday, or name day as they called it here, she had made him a very simple CA. Wrote from a piece of parchment Maester Luwin had given her. On the front she attempted to draw a picture of him celebrating with the Quidditch cup that he had won a few months ago, but it wasn't a very good likeness. She'd never been particularly artistic. Finding him a gift had been more problematic, especially as her wand hadn't been returned to her by that time. Hermione instinctively felt the ning of her cloak to make sure that her wand was still in the hidden pocket she had sewn there. She was grateful that her wasted hours in needlework had been useful for something after all. A feeling of panic rose as her fingers failed to locate her wand, but then she remembered that Harry had it. He gave her an odd look. So, with no magic and practically no possessions of her own, her choice of gift was fairly limited. In the end she decided on something practical, an English to Common Tongue dictionary. She translated some of the most common words for him and wrote the phonetic spelling too. Harry had seemed very grateful for it, though she had a feeling he had referred to it only a handful of times. They were both fairly fluent in the common tongue now, but Harry's reading and writing of the new language was much poorer than his speaking or listening. It was understandable that it should be that way as he used those skills much more. She wished that he'd put a bit more effort into his academics, but she tried very hard not to nag him, especially not since they'd been given their wands back. Her own birthday had passed by a few weeks ago, not that she'd told anyone about it. Harry's following of her calendar was casual, At best, and he hadn't realized that it had gone past her birthday until about 3 weeks later. He'd looked incredibly guilty, but she reassured him that she didn't mind. Nevertheless, he'd gone to the kitchens and convinced them to bake her a large almond-flavored cake. With some leftover almonds, he created the number 15 on the top and then stuck a candle in the cake too. He presented it to her in the Great Hall that evening, much to the bemusement of everyone else who dined with them. She blew out her candle with a grin, unsurprisingly wishing for them to find a way home. Rob's name day celebrations had taken place only a few days after that, as he too turned 15. She suspected that Harry had inadvertently started a Stark family tradition when he was also presented a cake, complete with a candle to blow out. There had been music and dancing too, much to Hermione and mainly Harry's horror. Luckily they could use their complete ignorance of the dance steps to avoid taking part. She wasn't particularly averse to dancing, she just didn't want to make a fool of herself by not knowing what to do. She'd watched the couples closely. The way their hands crossed or intertwined, how the man would turn the woman, the way they'd rise and fall together. She had plenty of would-be partners too. Theon, Rob, John, even Jory and Sir Roderick Castle had all asked if she'd like to dance before it was understood that she truly didn't know how to. She'd blushed furiously every time she had to turn one of them down, but not as much as Harry did when approached by Sansa and her friend Jane Poole. Sansa was scandalized by their ignorance and she made them promise that they would start attending her dance lessons. Harry looked less than pleased after that, muttering about what Ron would say if he found out. "Your turn," she said to Harry. He passed over her wand before closing his eyes and trying to enter into what Hermione called the senseless bubble. A yellowing bruise lingered over his left cheek where Rob's practice sword had hit him a few days ago. The force of the blow had separated the arm from the rest of his glasses and had required magic to fix it. She didn't know how he'd explained the miraculous repair but hoped he'd been discreet, as neither of them really wanted to reveal that they were capable of magic. The Stark family and their household had been extremely welcoming and accepting of them in the last few months, although Hermione sensed that Lady Caitlin disapproved of her, but she didn't know how they'd react to playing host to a witch and wizard. This society seemed very similar to the Middle Ages of Europe and they had performed more than a few witch burnings at that time. She and Rry had already witnessed one execution and she didn't want the next one to be her own. It had been risky enough to admit to Lord Stark that they didn't come from anywhere he might know on his world. He'd taken the news surprisingly calmly, which made her believe that he'd suspected as much from the start. But it wasn't as though tales of magic and magical creatures were unheard of in Westeros. Gon the Conqueror had used dragons to assist him in becoming king nearly 300 years ago, but it was believed that all dragons were now extinct. In one of Maester Luwin's books about known creatures of the world, she'd seen reports of manticores, unicorns, krakens, centaurs, basilisks and sphinxes. When she'd read about the Wall of the Night's Watch, it was said that the man who created it 8,000 years ago had used giants as well as ancient spells and sorcery. She'd also read that before man had even come to Westeros, the land was home to human-like creatures called the Children of the Forest, who were supposed to have supernatural powers that allowed them to control other animals, or possess them, and to see into the future. Some of the tales sounded extraordinary to Hermione's ears, but that didn't mean she couldn't believe them to be true. In her world nearly all Muggles believed magic and its creatures to be complete myth, and look how wrong they were. If there was some sort of secret society of witches or wizards in Westeros, Hermione had no way of knowing. It wasn't as though she could just go up to Maester Luwin and ask him. Though she was seriously considering enquiring whether he had any books that were more specific to magic, because only 3 years of Hogwarts tuition didn't seem enough knowledge to help her travel back to her own world. If she was being honest with herself, Hermione knew she possessed more knowledge of magic than the average third-year Hogwarts student. Despite her busy timetable, she had managed to find the time to memorize a lot of the fourth-year curriculum. She'd read all 7 grades of the Standard Book of Spells before the end of her first year of Hogwarts and some of the other more advanced texts for her other subjects. She couldn't remember all of it, of course. But she'd spent the first few months at Winterfell writing down every piece of magical knowledge she could recall. Suffice to say, This took up a rather substantial amount of parchment. She would feel guilty about using up nearly all of Winterfell's paper, if she wasn't so determined not to lose any knowledge. Hermione had forced Harry to do the same in case he remembered something she missed out. But he wasn't quite as thorough as she was. Thankfully he did put a bit more effort into his description of the Patronus charm, even though there actually may not be any Dementors in this world. When she'd first been given her wand back, she was desperate to use her magic straight away, but on the way back to their rooms she and Harry had a rapid whispered conversation, despite the fact that no one would understand them, agreeing that they would only perform minimal magic in the privacy of their own chambers at this time. It took her a long time to give herself up to sleep that night, as she kept indulging in little spells in her room, levitating a quill, making her ink flash multicolored, extinguishing and then relighting her fire, even making her shoes dance across the floor. The only magic she'd been able to do previous to having her wand back was to experiment with some of the ancient runes and arithmancy she'd studied. However, actually cast spells was much more satisfying. Unfortunately her euphoria had been short-lived once she'd come across Harry the next morning. She could tell that something was wrong as soon as he sat heavily next to her for breakfast. His body language was extremely negative and his face showed a deep frown. "Harry, what's wrong?" she asked in alarm. "My wand isn't working properly," he muttered, not meeting her eyes. She furrowed her brow in confusion. "Why, I dunno," he replied, shrugging his shoulders and stabbing a piece of bread with a fork. "Whenever I try a spell it barely works, has no power. I tried to levitate a piece of parchment and it rose about an inch for a couple of seconds before dropping back." He looked over at her with concern. "Wasn't it the same with yours?" She shook her head mutely. "No, mine was fine, normal." His green eyes widened in despair. Oh, Hermione's mind was considering a number of different explanations, but it would be much easier if she could actually see for herself. "If you finish your breakfast quickly then we'll have time to try and figure out what's going on before you go to weapons training," she said, trying to keep him calm. He pushed the mutilated piece of bread away from himself. "I'm not hungry. Can we go now?" She nodded, leaving behind what remained of her own breakfast as they hurried from the Great Hall. They decided to go to her room as it was closer than the maester's turret where Harry still slept. Once the door had been securely closed she turned back to Harry. "Show me." He cast his eyes around her room before moving to an oil lamp as he took out his wand. "Incendio," he said with the correct pronunciation and wand movement. Hermione moved closer to see what happened. A couple of wispy tendrils of smoke emanate from the lamp, but no flame was produced. "Can I try?" she asked. Harry passed her the wand with a resigned air. "Incendio," she repeated. She held her breath expectantly, but the results were the same. No fire, just a bit of smoke. Harry sighed. "Well, at least it's not just me," he murmured. "Can I have a go with your wand?" When he tried it this time, the resulting eruption of large flames made them both jump. He extinguished them and they both gazed at his wand in confusion. "Maybe it became broken when we were transported here," Hermione said. She examined his wand closely from tip to tip, but she couldn't make out any unusual bumps, chips or scratches. Despite this, she held her own wand against it and muttered, "Reparo," hoping that if it was broken in any way, then her repairing spell would fix it. She tried to levitate her quill as she had done the previous night, but just like Harry had described, it hovered for a few seconds before the spell failed. "Harry," she started, but words failed her. She honestly couldn't understand what had happened. He took his wand back from her, muttering, "I'm gonna go to weapons training. See you later." Harry hadn't been quite the same ever since, at least around her. When he was with others he tried to put on a facade, for he couldn't really explain to them that he was upset because his magic wand wasn't working properly. Hermione didn't know for sure, but she suspected that the problem had something to do with the phoenix feather core. She didn't know if it was possible for a wand core to break when the wood surrounding it wasn't damaged, but acknowledged that there was a chance. The only other alternative she could come up with was that the phoenix feather couldn't channel their magic because, perhaps, phoenixes didn't exist in this world. In the book of animals that she'd read it had mentioned many so-called mythical creatures, but there had been no reference of a phoenix or similar bird. When she shared this theory Harry, he just nodded as though the reason why his wand didn't work wasn't really important, just that it didn't. It took another couple of weeks before Lord Stark and Cullen gave them permission to ride horses into Winterfell's surrounding woodland so they were less likely to be disturbed when practicing new magic. They managed to go out roughly every other day when the weather wasn't bad, they tried not to go to the same places too often. Hermione was teaching Harry the charms and transfiguration spells they would be learning if they were in their 4th year at Hogwarts, though truth be told, she was teaching many of them to herself too. Obviously they were both using her wand as Harry's was pretty much useless. Hermione had taught herself spells many times before, but it was disconcerting to know that she was solely relying on her memory to perform the magic correctly. She was pleased that she'd been successful with all the spells they had tried so far, even though some of them had taken a couple of weeks to master. Unfortunately, Harry was finding things much harder going. Hermione couldn't put her finger on why he was struggling to perform the new spells. It could be that he wasn't particularly compatible with her wand, but he could do spells he already knew with no problem. Or perhaps the reason was that she wasn't a good teacher. She sincerely hoped it wasn't her fault, and she couldn't shake the feelings of guilt she got whenever she considered this possibility. Of course she didn't have the same resources that the Hogwarts professors did to teach their students. But that didn't make her feel any better each time she saw Harry's face crumple in frustration and anger whenever he failed to summon a stone from her hand. She lent Harry her knots on the spells, but it didn't seem to make much difference. Another factor could be that his despair at his own malfunctioning wand was interfering in his performance. Hermione knew that she'd be inconsolable if their situations were reversed. The only change in her own wand was that, in contrast to Harry's, her spells seemed more powerful on Westeros. She hadn't noticed the first night because he'd just been so excited to finally have her wand again, but she had to take care that her spells weren't going to cause danger. The first time she successfully summoned the stone, she had to dive out of the way as it rocketed towards her like a bullet. Her wand also became quite hot if they used it for too long. Hermione had never known it to do that before, but it could be due to the effects of two people using it instead of one. To stop her wand from overheating and to give Harry something to focus on that didn't require him ruining the faults of his own wand, Hermione had rather optimistically suggested that they try to become animagi. She had researched the theory as part of her transfiguration homework a few months ago, having been given a permission slip from Professor McGonagall to view it. So she at least had a pretty solid understanding of what was involved. She knew that mastering how to transform into another animal was an exceptionally difficult piece of magic, and she would have changed her mind about them attempting it, if Harry hadn't been so enthusiastic about the idea. It was foolish and dangerous to try and transform without having someone experienced to watch over them, though they did take it in turns, with the watcher holding the wand, but she couldn't deny that the possibility of succeeding was much more tempting than any doubts she had. Should they become animagi, it would be a useful bit of protection for them should they come into danger, providing they didn't turn into something even more vulnerable like a snail or a goldfish. Hopefully she didn't have any traits in common with either of those animals, because according to her research that is what was taken into account. She didn't have any choice what she might be, which was a relief in one way, as it meant she wouldn't have to come up with the perfect animal, but could also mean all her efforts were for naught should her turning into a snail or fish come true. They had been attempting animagus transformation for over 2 months now, and it had taken that long for Hermione to feel like she had grasped forming her senseless bubble. This was apparently essential so that you could then clear your mind and make a connection to the animal within. She took comfort in that it was supposed to get easier once that first contact had been made. Although, according to Professor Lupin, it had taken his friends 3 years to manage to complete the transformation. Hermione certainly didn't plan on still being sat in the mud in 3 years' time. If Maester Lewin did have some magic med books, then she hoped they would point herself and Harry in the right direction to start their journey home. As much as she liked the people, she could see there was nothing here to help them get back. Their future wasn't at Winterfell, not that people hadn't tried to plan one for her. A couple of days after Harry had given her the birthday cake, she'd had an extremely awkward conversation with Lord Stark where he inquired whether she had any aspirations to become married. Her jaw gaped open. "And no, my lord," she eventually managed to stammer, half hoping he was joking. "As I explained to you when you became my ward, part of my responsibility is to help you prepare for your future," Lord Eddard said, and his matter-of-fact tone convinced her that he wasn't pulling her leg. "Amaria, GE to a good man will offer you security. I know that you are still becoming accustomed to life here, but should you wish to wed I will endeavor to find." "My lord, that is very generous of you," she interrupted, finding it unbearable to hear another word. "But it is not needed. I do not want to marry." She considered explaining that where she was from people didn't arrange marriages, and certainly not for someone so young. But he seemed to notice her sincerity. "You are sure?" he asked. She nodded, letting out a strange squeaking noise in response. "Very well. If you should change your mind, don't hesitate to come to me," he said before walking away. It had taken her a few minutes to gather her wits and seek out Harry. She knew that Lord Stark had meant well, and in the histories of Westeros that she'd read, it wasn't uncommon for a woman as young as her to be married. But it had still taken her completely by surprise. Harry laughed when she told him, but then realized she was being serious. She reassured him that Lord Eddard had let the matter drop quite quickly, but he still looked concerned for her safety, as though he expected her to be abducted and forcefully married to some brute. Unbeknownst to Harry though, she had been receiving some very basic weapons training. After their conversation about the possibility, Hermione had resolved to find someone regardless of whether Harry thought it was a good idea or not. She knew she'd never forgive herself if she got into danger, and she hadn't covered every way to defend herself. The question was, who to ask? She didn't think many of Lord Stark's household would see it as a particularly worthwhile use of their time, considering how busy they were with their other duties, and seasoned warriors like Esser Roderick, Jory Saws, Sel and other members of the guard made her slightly nervous. No, her best options were Theon, Rob or John, seeing as she was already acquainted with them and they were young enough to remember exactly what it was like to learn. Theon Greyjoy was the most experienced of the three and had always been very courteous towards her. He liked to smile and tell jokes, but often did so at the expense of others. Rob also liked to joke with her by calling her my lady, but that didn't make her uncomfortable, as Theon's jests sometimes did. Jon Snow was quiet and seemed to give things due consideration, which was a trait she valued. Hermione was sure that at times he must find it very hard at Winterfell, given that Lord Stark had conceived him out of wedlock to a woman other than Lady Catelyn. In short, he was a bastard. Though Hermione hated that term, most of the Starks treated him as though he was no different from the rest of them, and Arya positively adored him. But Hermione had noticed that there was absolutely no warmth in Lady Catelyn's eyes when she looked on him. It was perfectly clear that she hated Jon. Hermione could understand that many women wouldn't want their husband's illegitimate child around. But she didn't think it at all fair to blame it on Jon himself. It was hardly his fault. She knew what it was like to be looked down on because of the circumstances of your birth, and she felt a connection to him. It was for this reason that she decided to ask Jon to help her rather than Rob. Rob probably would have been a perfectly good instructor too, but she expected that Jon was often looked over for his half-brother. She hoped that she wasn't showing pity for Jon. She doubted he'd appreciate that. It was more like making him realize that he was important too. "You want me to teach you sword fighting?" he asked with raised eyebrows when she approached him. "Yes, and..." She clenched her fist and mimed punching him before drawing and shooting an imaginary bow. Her use of the common tongue was still quite poor at this time. How to shoot and punch someone? She nodded. He stared at her curiously for a while, then shrugged his shoulders. "I don't see why not. Let's go get a couple of practice swords." He pointed over towards the training yard, but Hermione shook her head and put a finger to her lips. "No, see," she said, hoping he'd grasp her meaning. "You want to learn in secret," he said. She nodded again. She was prepared that she'd be very bad at using weapons and fighting, but that didn't mean she wanted everyone to see how awful she was. "That might work better. I'm not sure Esser Roderick would want to watch this anyway." His lips pulled down as he considered what to do. "Give me a couple of days and I'll find us somewhere to go." Quote, he'd been true to his word. Every morning, Just as the sun was breaking over the horizon, John would escort her to a far corner of Godswood to practice. When she had been shown the wooded area upon her arrival, Hermione had no idea that it was so big. Although they sometimes made plenty of noise, it seemed they had never been overheard or discovered, for no one had ever talked to her of it. Many of the household would still be asleep at that time. But there were also plenty of people hurriedly getting things ready for the day. The first time she picked up one of the practice swords, she was amazed at how heavy it was. After only a few seconds of extending her arm out so John could check her grip and balance, the sword started to tremble as the muscles of her arm began to burn. John noticed the lack of strength, and they spent the first couple of weeks just building up her muscles. She was more successful with the bow though, as the small one her brought for her to practice with didn't require as much power to draw back. Her aim wasn't too bad either, which she put down to a few years of having to be precise with her spell work. John chuckled at her first attempt to punch something. "Do you want to break your thumb?" He took her hand and remolded it so that her thumb wasn't protruding anymore. "That's better. Right, now punch me in the stomach." He pointed to make sure that she understood, but she bit her lip nervously. "You are sure?" she asked. She didn't want to hurt him. "Hit me as hard as you can," he confirmed. Hermione gave a half-hearted jab at his stomach. He frowned and started walking back towards the main castle. "Where are you going?" she cried as she hurried to keep up with him. "I thought you wanted to learn." He shrugged, not looking at her. "I do," she insisted. He stopped. "Then next time I ask you to do something, do it properly. If I'm going to help you, then I have to know what you need to learn. So when I tell you to hit me as hard as you see." She punched him in the stomach with all her strength. Embarrassed that he thought she wasn't being a good pupil, he hunched slightly at the blow but smiled. "Okay, that's more like it, but a lot of the force from a punch comes from twisting your body." When she regained her wand, she only considered stopping her practices with John for about 2 seconds. It was still a very useful set of skills for her to develop. Even if she could just magically stun anyone who attacked her now. Besides, she liked spending time with John, though she paid for it with a fair amount of bruises and blisters. After Hermione's GTH had grown and she had practiced the major strokes and cuts to John's satisfaction, he had finally taken up the wooden sword against her. After losing 5 bouts in the space of a minute, Hermione found herself growing frustrated. She wasn't annoyed at losing, that was to be expected, but she thought John might at least give her a chance instead of going into full battle mode. "Can we do some fight that is not so hard?" she suggested, but John frowned. "If someone attacks you, then they're not going to do it easily," he argued. "Yes, but I will not be good if we do it this way. It ends too fast and I cannot learn." Hermione held one hand up high. "This is you. You are very good." She put her other hand low to the ground. "This is me. I am bad." She brought her John hand down about halfway. "You be here so I can get better." She moved her Hermione hand up a little. He seemed to understand because it took her 4 minutes to lose 5 bouts after that. Her proudest moment though had come only a few days ago. John had told her to meet him in their usual spot in the Godswood instead of escorting her there. She had thought nothing of it as she made her way through the trees in the watery light just after dawn. A hand clamped suddenly over her mouth as someone tried to drag her away. Her heart in her mouth, her first thought was to reach for her wand, but her arms were restricted by the attacker's grasp. She struggled furiously and bit down hard on the stranger's hand. There was a slight relaxation in their grip, but it was enough for her to bring her heel back sharply between their legs. They let out a very pained grunt. She twisted out of their grasp and used the momentum to swing back with a hit that landed forcefully somewhere on their hooded face. They stumbled to the side and she launched a vicious kick at their knee as her hand groped in her cloak for her wand. Her hand stilled just when her fingers grasped the wood as she recognized the voice that cried out in response to her kick. "John." He pulled back the hood of the cloak with a grimace and she let out a huge sigh of relief. "Well done," he panted. John had to tell people he'd fallen down some stairs to explain his bruised face and his limp. She was glad that nobody noticed her tender knuckles, though not as relieved as she was that she hadn't jinxed him. Harry let out an irritated breath and opened his eyes, bringing her back to the present. "That bird is driving me mad," he muttered. Do you want to have another try or head back? Hermione looked up at the cloudy sky, trying to gauge the time. I think there seems to be enough light left to have one more go, she said, passing back her wand. She changed her position to get herself comfortable and closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. It was nice to breathe in the earthy, fresh air of the forest in contrast to the rather unsavory smells that one found around Winterfell. She went through her well-practiced routine to create her bubble. She started at the tip of her toes, imagining them becoming weightless, disappearing into nothing. Slowly, she applied this to the rest of her feet, ankles, lower legs and knees until she could no longer feel them. The rest of her legs and torso eventually followed, as well as her hands, arms, shoulders and neck. As it passed over her ears and nose, her hearing and sense of smell were stifled. Bubble closed around her head and she felt nothing. Now she just had to let her thoughts still and allow her brain to relax so that the initial link could be made with her animagus form. Time never passed the way you expected it to when you were trying to still your mind. Sometimes she thought she'd lost her concentration after a few seconds, though Harry would say it had been ages, and other times it was the opposite. Something in her lower back twitched. Hermione. Harry's voice burst urgently through her bubble and she cried out in alarm. His hand was on her shoulder and he was shaking but when she opened her eyes he darted back in shock. What is it? She asked breathlessly, as her body struggled to cope with the sudden onslaught of senses. He stared at her. I thought. He began uncertainly, then shook his head. Someone's coming. He pulled her to her feet and looked over to where the sounds of approach came from. Hermione put her hand to her head, feeling a little dizzy and confused after being ripped out of her bubble. Had she done it? Did she make the connection? She had felt something, hadn't she? She put her hand on her lower back and tried to peer over her shoulder to see if there was anything there to give her a clue. As far as she could tell, her back was still its normal self. The sound of slow hoofbeats brought her back to the current situation and she looked over to see John, Rob and Theon ride into the clearing. She relaxed slightly and Harry covertly passed over her wand so she could hide it in her cloak. What are you three doing here? Harry asked, striding forwards with a smile as the arrivals dismounted. We have been dispatched by my dear sister, Sansa, to make sure that neither you nor Hermione are going to be absent for dance practice, Rob grandly announced with a grin. She was rather insistent about it. Harry frowned, his posture somewhat less enthusiastic than before. He said something in response but Hermione didn't hear, as John came to stand next to her with a look of concern. Are you all right? He inquired. You look pale and, he shook his head. You just don't look yourself. Conscious of what may or may not have happened a couple of minutes ago. Hermione dismissed his worries hurriedly. I'm fine, John, just a little cold. We have been here too long. It sounds like some dancing is just what I need. Quote, John moved to undo his cloak but before Hermione could stop him she found herself being draped in someone else's. She looked over her shoulder. Oh, Theon, thank you but it's not. I will not hear of it, Hermione. Snow's right. You do look pale, Theon said, his hands on her shoulders as he steered her towards her mount. We don't want you to catch a cold now, do we? Her horse had been grazing peacefully with Harry's in the clearing while they had been practicing their magic. It seemed that people in Westeros, or in the north at least, didn't name their horses but Hermione found it much easier to get on with the animals if she felt like she could talk to them, and she couldn't talk to something that didn't have a name. The horse she rode today, a bay mare with white markings, she had christened Whisper, due to her gentle nature, and she was one of Hermione's favorites. Harry led both their horses by the reins but as they neared Hermione and Theon something seemed to spook them for. They reared slightly and called out in distress, trying to get away. Theon moved forward to give Harry a hand but Hermione lingered nervously. She was a lot more confident with the horses than she was a few months ago. But they still gave her concern when they exhibited unsettled behavior. There's a good girl, she said in her most soothing voice once Theon had settled her down. That's it, Whisper, well done. Hermione moved closer but Whisper took a few sidesteps away from her. Easy girl, she said, reaching out a hand to stroke her neck. She spoke slowly to the horse for a few more minutes. making sure to appear happy and relaxed. "I'll ride next to you in case the horse gets spooked again," Theon declared as he mounted his stallion. "Thank you," Hermione said, knowing that he wouldn't be dissuaded. She climbed into her saddle and was relieved that Whisper seemed to be back to herself. They started the ride back to Winterfell gently to give their horses the time to warm up. After those unsettling couple of minutes in the clearing, the rhythmic sway of the horse ride was very comforting. Rob and Harry rode in front, talking and laughing about something she couldn't hear, and John brought up the rear. Theon talked to her of his homeland of the Iron Islands, and she listened with intrigue as he described Castle Pike, the seat of House Greyjoy. He made her blush at one point by dismounting from his horse and picking some wild primroses. "As beautiful as they are, the pale in comparison to your loveliness," he said, leaving Hermione speechless. He kissed the back of her hand and she took the posy numbly. Glancing around, she could see that the other boys were watching her too, and she wished she could disappear like she pretended to in her bubble. Something at the back of her mind seemed to warn her of the danger before she truly became aware of it. She looked around. One second the woods were empty apart from themselves. The next, it was swarming with a dozen wolves. Their horses bolted in different directions with cries, accompanied by the shouts of the humans. Hermione tried not to let her fear make Whisper even more panicked. She glanced over her shoulder for a split second and was dismayed to see that she was being pursued by 4 wolves. She thought she made out a horse even further behind, but before she had time to be sure, one of the wolves leapt up at her. Its jaws barely an inch from closing around her ankle. She screamed, simultaneously hitching up her leg and drawing her wand. Another wolf drew level and she aimed at it. Stupefy. A jet of red light hit the wolf, but Whisper was moving too fast for Hermione to see if it had truly worked. Stupefy. Another wolf was hit and the others seemed to give up the chase. Before she could understand what was happening, Hermione found herself launched from Whisper's saddle as the horse cried in panic. The trunk of a very hard-looking tree seemed to hurtle towards her, but she knew it was the other way around. She had a split second to look down and see that the ground was suddenly sloping quite steeply downwards, which explained Whisper's abrupt halt. Thankfully, her arms, shoulders and head missed the trunk, but it caught her on her abdomen and hips with a burst of white-hot pain. The force of the blow twisted her body round, and despite her pain she scrabbled furiously at each tree to gain some sort of purchase on it to slow her fall. As she made contact with the ground, her legs buckled underneath her and the agony was such that the world turned dark in an instant. For some reason this was the easiest chapter of anything I've ever had to write. It made a nice change. There was quite a bit of backstory here, but we haven't actually heard from Hermione's pa for about 5 months. We skipped around a bit, so I hope it didn't get too confusing. I'm sure some of you are going to find the animagus thing wholly unlikely, but J.K. Rowling said Hermione was a borderline genius, so I'm pinning my hopes on that. I find it entirely creditable that Hermione would have read way ahead in her studies. Yes, despite her crazy busy 3rd year, she wouldn't be able to do a fair amount of the advanced stuff, but if she can remember the incantation, then she's got a chance of getting it eventually. Anyway, thank you for reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Lil Drop of Magic, Chapter 7. Hi guys. That was a bit of a wait, wasn't it? I'm sorry I didn't warn you about that. When I posted the last chapter I was optimistic that I'd get another chapter out before my summer holidays were over. The amount of feedback over Chapter 6 blew me away, and to be honest I was a little overwhelmed, so I had to take a step back from the FIC. Thank you all so much for your reviews. I can't believe how many of you have taken such an interest in this FIC. The response has been so big that I don't really have time to respond to your reviews anymore. I'm sorry about that because so many of you are so supportive and lovely. I'm just going to address some people queries with this FIC. A few of you were disappointed with Harry's lack of magic. This wasn't done just to make Hermione look better. In my mind, if I bring an ability like magic into this universe, I need to have some theories about how it works. To give Harry and Hermione such an advantage over most, if not all, of the people of Westeros. There has to be some sort of problem with it to balance things out, otherwise they'd just dominate. I'm sure that some of you would like to read that story, but A Secret of Spells is not it. The reason Harry's wand doesn't work well is the reason Hermione stated about their different wand cores. Hers is a dragon heartstring, and as we know, dragons are pretty important in GOT world, while his is a phoenix feathers. There are no mentions of phoenixes in GOT. If their wand cores had been the other way round, Hermione would be the one with a faulty wand. Harry is just as important a character as Hermione in this fic, but she's taking a bit more of a focus at the moment because of the whole situation, not because I prefer her to Harry. I'm not going to portray them both as saints. They both have flaws and these will be shown. Hope that clears up a few things. Let's have some story now, yes. Chapter 7. Rob twisted in his seat, desperately searching for any sign of the wolves. They appeared to have gone. But so had everyone else. Harry had been right next to him when the animals appeared. Why hadn't he checked that Harry was following? He slowed his horse down enough so he could turn back. The stallion didn't seem particularly pleased to head back towards the predators, but Rob urged him onwards. He could hardly abandon his friends. The woodland flashed past him, but there was no sign of wolf, horse or human. He came upon where the wolves had first attacked them. The flowers Theon had given Hermione were scattered on the ground. He reined his horse in, looking closer. Why at the area to see where the others had gone. John, he yelled over his pounding heartbeat, his horse moving anxiously at the noise. Hermione, Harry, Theon. Rob saw hoof prints leading off in two different directions. One set was made by two or more horses, the other by a lone one. He chose to follow the latter. Whoever had gone that way was vulnerable on their own. He continued to shout out names and was relieved when he heard someone call back far off to his left. Turning his horse, he moved in the direction the voice had come from, hoping that the trail he had been following was made by someone who was actually safe. The voice called again and he could make out the words this time. "Hurry, Rob, Hermione's hurt." Dread filled his stomach and he urged his horse on. In his mind he pictured Hermione covered in blood from some unseen wolf bite. He shook his head to rid himself of the image. Rob could make out a figure through the branches and rode towards them. His horse reared suddenly and he was nearly thrown from its back. He looked around to see what had startled the stallion. On the ground a few feet ahead lay a wolf and there was another a bit further on. They were both completely stationary. Rob assumed they were dead, though he could see no blood. Knowing that he'd already put his horse through enough, Rob arced widely around the wolves until he came upon Theon. "What happened?" he asked, practically leaping out of his saddle. Just beyond where Theon was standing, the ground fell away. He was looking over the edge. "Where are the others?" Theon pointed mutely down the slope. It wasn't often that Theon was stuck for words. Rob moved forward and looked down, fearing the worst. Between them, Harry and John were trying to carry Hermione's prone figure back up the incline. The soft ground was making this a tricky task as their feet slipped in patches of mud. Rob half walked, half fell down to them, ignoring the dirt that immediately coated his garments. "She was traveling at speed and didn't see the drop," John panted. Her horse stopped and she was thrown from the saddle. Rob felt his stomach clench. To fall off a horse at speed was dangerous. To tumble down a slope wasn't good either. But both. "Is she?" He couldn't bring himself to ask the question, but John seemed to understand what he wanted to know. "She's alive," he said, and Rob nearly sat down in relief. "I saw her hit one of the trees before she went out of my sight. She was lucky that it stopped her fall, otherwise she probably would have broken her neck." Harry looked white with fear underneath all the mud. However worried Rob felt about Hermione's condition, he knew that Harry felt a lot worse. They struggled over the crest of the slope together, laying Hermione safely on the ground. Rob could see that she was breathing now, rapid, shallow breaths that made him uneasy. "We need to get her to Maester Lewin straight away," Theon said, somewhat pointlessly. He had gathered all the horses though, so he had at least done something helpful in the last few minutes. "I'll carry her, I'm the strongest." He saddled up and held out his hands expectantly. Harry looked like he wanted to protest. "Theon's right," John said, laying a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We want her to be secure." Harry nodded and passed her up to Theon with Rob's help. "Please be careful with her," Harry said. Something seemed to suddenly occur to him, for he checked Hermione's cloak. Without warning he hurried back down the slope. Rob watched in confusion and moved to see what he was doing. "Harry, we need to hurry," Theon called impatiently. Rob watched as Harry investigated the ground closely, obviously searching for something. Rob felt John stand next to him. "What's he doing?" Rob muttered. He glanced at his brother. John was wearing a very contemplative look. "What's the matter?" I don't know, it happened so fast, but then she did it again." John looked over his shoulder, bewildered by this vague statement. Rob turned, wondering what John was looking at. All he could see were those wolves. "What did Hermione do?" he asked. John didn't answer but turned back to watch Harry. Rob looked back to see Harry hide something away in his cloak. John walked over to his horse, leaving Rob very much in the dark. "What? I'll talk to you at Winterfell," John said, cutting across him sharply. Irritated, Rob mounted his horse. The ride back to the castle seemed to take forever. Rob took the lead, his eyes alert for any sign of the wolves returning. He couldn't understand why the wolves had appeared in the first place. They weren't uncommon in these woods, but it was rare for them to hunt during the day, and he'd never known them to attack such a large group. 5 humans WITH horses weren't exactly easy prey for them. He looked back at Hermione in frustration. He wanted to set a quicker pace so that Maester Lewin could see to her injuries, but he worried that the uneven motions of the ride would make her worse. He couldn't tell if it was good or bad that she hadn't woken yet. The walls of the castle eventually came into sight, and he spurred ahead to alert Maester Lewin that his skills were needed. "Someone fetch Maester Lewin," he roared as soon as he was through the gate. The people in the courtyard stared at him. Why wasn't anyone doing anything? He pointed at a guard. "Go bring me Maester Lewin immediately." The man hurried away. A stable boy ran forward and Rob swung down and threw the reins to him. He turned around on the spot, suddenly feeling helpless. "Ah, Rob, there you are." Sansa appeared behind him, clutching her cloak around her tightly. "I was beginning to think you had failed me. I'm so looking forward to dancing." "There won't be any dancing, Sansa," he said brusquely, looking around for a sign of the maester. "But I asked you to," his sister began, but Rob cut her off. "We were attacked by wolves. Hermione is hurt," Sansa gasped, and her hands flew to her mouth in alarm. A small crowd had been attracted by his yells, but the maester was not one of them. "Will she be all right?" Sansa inquired, her voice obscured by her hands. Robb paused in his searching for Maester Lewin to give her an anxious glance. "I don't know," he replied helplessly. The sound of approaching hoofbeats drew his attention back to the gate, and he was relieved to see the others ride in. He ran towards Theon and Hermione and held out his arms so that she could be passed down to him. She was still unconscious and deathly pale, but he could feel tiny puffs of air against his neck when he held her as securely as he could. "What has happened?" a voice called. As he turned, Rob had never been so pleased to see Maester Lewin. Rob started to explain, but Harry, John and Theon all spoke too. Maester Lewin raised his hand and the boys all ceased. "I am only capable of hearing one voice at a time," the maester said while his eyes darted over Hermione's form. "Who had the best view of events?" "I did," John said at once, before he launched into an explanation of the wolves' attack and Hermione's fall. "And she has yet to regain consciousness?" Maester Lewin asked. "She hasn't stirred at all," Theon confirmed. "Bring her to my turret. I must examine her injuries," Maester Lewin instructed, and Rob didn't need to be told twice. Harry and John walked ahead of him to clear the crowd out of the way, and Rob concentrated on not tripping over or bumping into anything. Once Hermione had been safely placed in the maester's care, Rob found himself ring at a wooden door as he and John waited for news of Hermione's condition. Maester Lewin had tried to deny Harry access to, but Harry had grabbed hold of Hermione's hand and sent them all such a debt. Ermund looked that they knew he would not be moved. They had seen no sign of Theon since their arrival, but Rob didn't care. It was already crowded on the steps with just 2 of them. Rob's mind went back and forth over the wolves' attack and its consequences until his head ached. John sat on one of the turret steps and Rob followed suit, feeling exhausted. He couldn't tell how long they'd been waiting. It could have been 5 minutes or 50, or perhaps even longer. "You were going to talk to me about something," Rob suddenly remembered, looking over at his half-brother. John glanced down the turret steps, as though looking for someone. "I don't think this is the best place to talk about it." Someone might hear. Rob frowned, annoyed at still being kept in the dark. He wondered what John could have to say that needed to be discussed so secretly. He'd said that Hermione had done something back in the woods, but what? His father had told him and John of Harry and Hermione's concession they didn't know how they had come to be at Winterfell or even Westeros, and he pondered whether it had anything to do with that. It had taken an incredible amount of self-restraint not to blurt an ever-ending stream of questions at them both when he next saw them, but as the weeks went past he found himself almost completely forgetting that they weren't from anywhere on one of Maester Luwin's maps. They just seemed like everyone else at Winterfell. Well, almost. Harry had those strange things on his eyes that helped him to see better, and there had been that incident at the execution, where Harry had tried to convince Father not to go through with the killing. This dislike of killing also showed itself when they were in weapons training. Rob never tried to actually kill his opponent and he was fighting with his sword, nor did he have much chance when he was using a wooden sword or even a blunted tourney sword, but he would still aim for the parts of the body where he would do the most damage. Harry, on the other hand, tried to rely on skill and tactics to defeat his challenger. It worked on occasion for Harry when he was fighting other young men who were training to be guards. But he had never been successful against more experienced opponents. Rob hated to think how long Harry would last in a proper battle if he just tried to make his enemy drop his sword, or fall over instead of killing them as quickly as possible before the next one came along. Not that Rob knew what it was truly like, having never been in a battle either. Despite Harry's strong sense of morality, he was much more suited to life in Winterfell than Hermione was. Rob felt his stomach clench as he thought of her, and it wasn't purely because of the worry he had for her well-being. He had never met a girl like Hermione before. If he was being honest with himself, he'd never really associated with girls his own age much. There was Sansa, of course, but they had never had a lot in common, and he'd much preferred spending time with John and later, Theon. Sometimes his father's lords would visit, but it was rare that they would bring their daughters with them. Those that he had met were nice but he'd had very little to say to them beyond the formalities. Nor had he ever really spoken to any of the girls that worked around Winterfell, like his mother's servants or those who worked in the kitchen. He'd never really thought of them before. There were other women who worked near Winterfell that Theon liked to talk about often, but Rob had never stepped foot there. He knew that his father would probably disapprove, and Rob was loath to disappoint his father. Rob had known from a young age that his duty would be to marry a woman from one of the great houses, and he'd have very little say in who his wife would be, if at all. But he'd been far more concerned with his weapons training and the prospect of one day being Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North to care too much about girls. Until one had fallen out of the sky. If Hermione had been more like Sansa and Jane Poole, Rob doubted that he would be quite so fascinated by her, apart from her coming by unknown force from an equally unknown land. She wasn't afraid of doing what she wanted, rather than what was expected of her, and for someone whose future had been laid out for him since birth, Rob found her very refreshing. He thought she was very pretty too, and he liked it especially when she smiled, which was why he often tried to make her laugh. She smiled for him more than anyone else. He didn't know why he paid attention to things like that, but he couldn't help himself. "What are you smiling about?" John's question interrupted his thoughts, and he quickly schooled his features into a more suitable morose expression. "Nothing," he replied quickly. Rob was saved from further embarrassment as the sound of footsteps on the stairs drew their attention. They stood up as their father appeared. "Theon has informed me of what happened in the woods. How is Hermione?" he asked. "Maester Luwin has told us nothing," Rob replied in frustration. Father nodded gravely. From the other side of the door came e's of cries and moans that were definitely made by Hermione. A small part of Rob relaxed, knowing that she was alive and conscious, but it sounded like she was in a lot of pain. He hovered nervously at the door again with John and his father, all of them knowing better than to interrupt Maester Luwin when he was tending to someone's injuries. After a couple of minutes the noises stopped. The door was opened and Maester Luwin nearly sent the three of them tumbling down the stairs due to their closeness. "Hermione has numerous fractures and possible breaks," Maester Luwin announced, getting straight to the point. "When she hit the tree there was damage to her ribs. The majority of the impact from hitting the ground appears to have been taken by the ankles, hips and lower back, though merci. Fully she seems to have avoided any significant damage to her spine. She will recover? Father asked. Maester Lewin tucked his arms into his sleeves. It will take a long time and she will experience a high amount of pain, but, yes. I think Hermione will eventually get back to near full health. Though it is likely that she will always feel some lingering effects from her injuries. Rob breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It sounded like her injuries could have been much worse. I have sedated her with a dose of milk of the poppy, Maester Lewin said, dashing any hopes Rob had of seeing Hermione for himself. I anticipate she will need to take it often in the next couple of days. I will bind her feet in stiffened bandages, but there is little I can do for her ribs, hips or back except advise her plenty of bed rest and a restriction of activity. Father nodded. Thank you, Maester Lewin. I trust you are doing all you can. Come, boys, let us leave Hermione to her rest. Rob reluctantly followed his father down the stairs of the turret, knowing there was little point in staying to watch Hermione sleep. Father, I would speak with you and Rob, John said quietly as they neared the exit. What is it you wish to speak of, John? Lord Stark asked. I cannot talk of it in a place where we may be overheard, John replied, glancing into the Twilight yard. There was no one there, but Father nodded. We will go to my rooms. Rob knew that whatever his half-brother wanted to talk about was related to what he had seen Hermione do during the wolf attack. He was eager to find out what it was had caused John to seek such a secretive meeting. Speak, John, you know what you have to say can be shared freely here without concern of prying ears. Father said once they had entered his rooms. John shook his head slightly. I will try, Father, but I don't understand what I saw. I keep telling myself that I must have dreamt it, but I know that I did not. Rob felt as confused as his father looked. You are not speaking sense. Start from the beginning, Father instructed. John nodded, seeming to gather his thoughts. It happened when we were being chased by the wolves. I was close to Hermione when they appeared. A few of the wolves chased her horse off the path and I followed so I could try to help her. John paused and Rob held his breath in anticipation. I didn't have a perfect view of what was happening, but I could see that the wolves were gaining on her. It looked like a red-colored light. It came from Hermione and moved quickly, like an arrow, striking one of the wolves. The light disappeared and the wolf instantly crumpled to the ground. She shot red light at another wolf and again it was incapacitated. The other wolves peeled away, but then Hermione was thrown from her horse. The last few sentences were said very quickly and it took Rob's brain a few seconds to pick through what John had said. Hermione made some red light and shot it at the wolves. Rob asked incredulously. I know it sounds unbelievable, but that is what I think I saw. John replied, crossing his arms defensively. The light, it wasn't fire. Father said, but John shook his head. No, it wasn't flame-like. I don't really know how to describe it. He sighed. It's like she took some of the light from the sun, but instead of yellow, it was red. But where did it come from? Rob wondered. Did you see anything else? I can't be sure, but I thought I saw her holding something in her hand. John admitted. It was only very briefly though, everything happened so quickly. What was she holding? Father pressed. It looked a bit like a stick. John replied. I thought that it might be the one we found when she and Harry first arrived here. The light seemed to come from there. So that stick is like a weapon? Rob asked, feeling his mouth go dry. He'd seen those wolves when he'd been trying to find everyone. Their lack of movement had made Rob believe them to be dead. If Hermione's stick could make light that killed animals, and possibly people, then it was a weapon far more dangerous than any he had encountered before. I suppose so, John admitted. Where is the stick now? Father asked, looking concerned. Rob blanched. Hermione hadn't been holding the stick when she'd been carried back up the hill, so she must have dropped it as she fell. I think Harry retrieved it, John said before turning to Rob. You remember he went back down the slope before we left? Rob nodded. He tucked something away in his cloak, as though he didn't want us to see what it was. John's right, Father. Harry must have it, Rob agreed. But what do we do? Should we pretend that John didn't see Hermione make the light, like we pretend that John and I don't know that they're not from Lorth. Or do we ask them about the sticks? If they can teach us how to make light like that. Rob, you are getting carried away. Father interrupted, causing Rob to flush. Quote, their possession of weapons means we must proceed with caution. Caution, Rob repeated. Why? There are many weapons kept at Winterfell. Yes, but they are not kept secretly. Father pointed out, nor are those weapons capable of things beyond our understanding. But Harry and Hermione have never displayed any intention to want to hurt someone. They are most opposed to the idea, if I recall correctly. Rob argued. Their weapons are most decidedly dangerous, John said, but I agree with Rob. I believe that neither Harry nor Hermione would wish to harm anyone at Winterfell. Their father seemed to consider their words for a long time before finally speaking. We will take no action tonight. Harry and Hermione are not in a fit state to answer any of our questions, and I must discuss matters with Maester Lewin. Yes, Father, they both replied, and I do not want either of you to go near Harry or Hermione until I have decided what to do. He instructed, despite what you both think, I still believe this to be a dangerous situation. Rob bit back his protest, knowing that it wouldn't do any good, but he didn't bother to hide his disgruntled expression. Yes, Father, he muttered. We will talk on the morrow. They were dismissed. Come in, boys, Father called when Rob nervously knocked on the door. He and John had been sent to escort Harry up to Father's room so that the Y could ask him about his and Hermione's sticks. They hadn't told Harry the reason for his summons. Of course, Rob didn't at all fancy being on the receiving end of that mysterious red light Hermione had apparently created. Thankfully, Father had decided to confront Harry rather quickly, and it had been only a day since the wolf attack. But even that length of time had been almost more than Rob could stand. Desperate as he was for some answers, a small part of him still wondered if John had been mistaken about what he'd seen. The whole thing was quite absurd. Maester Lewin was standing by Father, his arms tucked in his sleeves as Rob closed the door and took his place close behind Harry. He'd been instructed to knock Harry unconscious if he should show any sign of attempting to hurt anyone. The orders made Rob uncomfortable, but they were necessary if Harry turned out to be as dangerous as Father feared. However, should Harry decide to attack them all with his stick, then there was act. You ally little any of them could do to stop him. How did you defend yourself against light? Harry, I would appreciate it if you would hand over the sticks we found on you and Hermione upon your arrival. Father said, straight to the point. At the very mention of the sticks, Harry stiffened and Rob tensed, poised to strike a blow to his friend's head. Why do you wish to see them, my lord? Harry queried slowly. Rob saw the fingers of Harry's right hand twitch. They is just wood. Gifts from home. There was a pause. It was vital that they got the weapons away from Harry before he tried to use them, but there was not a particularly sensitive way of broaching the matter. Harry, we don't want to hurt you, Maester Lewin said calmly. We just have a few questions about the sticks. There are things we don't understand. What you don't understand? Harry asked, still making no move to hand over the sticks. I saw Hermione use hers to form a red light. John answered. The light hit two of the wolves that attacked us and they fell to the ground. Harry's fingers twitched again and Rob managed to stop himself from hitting him. For our safety, I would like you to part with the sticks. Father repeated his command. You do not need to hand them to anyone if you wish. You can place them in the center of the floor instead. You will take them for a long time away from us. Harry looked around and only then noticed Rob's position behind him. Not if you answer some questions and offer reassurance that you mean the people of Winterfell no harm with these weapons. Father said, using his most intimidating voice. We would not hurt anyone, Harry replied vehemently, taking Rob by surprise. That is not who we are. He paused and looked over his shoulder at Rob again before turning back to Father. If I put them down, you vow you will not hurt me. On my honor, Father agreed. Harry reached inside his cloak and slowly withdrew the two sticks. Then he carefully leant forward and rolled the sticks into the middle of the room. The only sound in the room was the clacking sound they made before they came to a stop. Everyone seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Rob moved away so that Harry could see he wasn't in a threatening position anymore. Thank you, Harry, Father said. Now, how do these sticks work? Rob watched Harry have an internal battle with himself. Hermione can tell you better. She speaks more common tongue. Harry said, but Ned shook his head. Hermione is still under the effects of milk of the poppy. Maester Lewin pointed out. Harry, you understand why we seek the answers to these questions, don't you? Harry nodded with a sigh. They is not just weapons. They is not weapons really. We call them wands. Hermione and we have. He frowned, trying to come up with the word. Power. A special power. Not all people have it. The wand lets us use that power to do different things. A special power. What did that mean? Rob wondered. What sort of things? Father asked. Harry shrugged. Many things. I can make fire, lock doors, make something big, or fly. Fly. Rob interrupted. All the things Harry had mentioned sounded incredible. But this one in particular intrigued him. Like a bird. The item will go in the air, Harry agreed. Can you show me? Rob asked eagerly. Harry looked at Father for permission. I will do no bad things. He reiterated. My power is not to hurt others. Father nodded, though he looked to be prepared for trouble. Harry walked to the center of the room and picked up Hermione's stick, or wand, as he had called it. Why he hadn't picked up his own, Rob had no idea. What do you want to fly? Harry asked him. Rob cast around for something suitable. Here, he said, taking out a copper star coin and placing it on the floor. He stepped well out of the way, wary of what would happen next. Harry waved his stick and said some words that Rob didn't understand. The copper star lifted steadily into the air and floated in the middle of the room. Rob could feel that his eyes had widened considerably, but he didn't care. It was true then. Harry and Hermione did have a special type of power. It is true sorcery, Maester Lewin said quietly. Sorcery, Rob whispered in awe as Harry made the coin float towards him. We call it magic, Harry said. Rob held out his hand and the coin dropped into it. A broad smile lit up his face. He had a feeling things were going to be much more exciting at Winterfell from now on. Thank you for reading. I can't say when the next chapter will go up, but there's a possibility that it might not be until close to Christmas. Hopefully not. Love, Lil Drop of Magic. Chapter 8. So this isn't Christmas, is it? Sorry, but I do have a good excuse for once. My laptop was stolen in November, and though I did get it back, the hard drive had been wiped. There wasn't too much of this story on there except for a couple of thousand words of the next ch. After and something I'll tell you about later. I still haven't got a word processor program on my laptop yet and have been mooching off of my family instead. When I tried to rewrite this chapter, it just felt all wrong, so I had to rethink what was going to happen. I'm not overly happy with it, but I needed to get this story updated so I can move on. Thank you so much for your patience with me. Chapter 8. A year. An entire year had passed since he'd broken Hermione's time turner and brought them to Westeros. And they were no closer to finding a way back home than when they'd first arrived at Winterfell. It was a very depressing thought. Harry knew it was exactly a year to the day because Hermione had made him bring a version of her calendar with him on his journey around the north. With the date of Rob's 16th nameday approaching, Lord Stark had sent out invitations to all of his great lords to come to Winterfell for a great celebration of his son's coming of age. Harry had been skeptical at first when Lord Stark had suggested that he, Harry, help deliver some of the messages. Winterfell was an impressive location, not that it could hold a candle to Hogwarts, but it was refreshing to have a change of scenery after months of the same routines. John, Rob and Theon had been quite jealous when Harry told them that he was to travel with Jory Castle and a young guardsman named Will to Carhold. Hornwood and the Dreadfort. He knew that Hermione wasn't particularly pleased about his expedition, but she had tried her best to hide it. The problem was that she was part of the reason why he had agreed to go. The revelation that he and Hermione were capable of magic went down surprisingly well with Lord Stark, Maester Lewin, Rob and John. They were shocked, of course, particularly when Harry tried to explain about time and world travel, but they didn't make the slightest motion to burn them both at the stake, which was a great relief. However, Lord Stark did recommend they keep their abilities a secret from everyone else, as it was unlikely that they would all be quite as understanding. Harry hadn't viewed this as much of an issue, particularly as his wand no longer seemed to be able to process magic. He swallowed down the bitterness that rose within him whenever he thought about his wand, focusing instead on the track ahead of him and the horse he was riding. No, the real concern was that he and Hermione hadn't the faintest idea how to get back home, and nor did they know where to go to find the answers. That was when Rob had suggested the Citadel. Surprisingly enough, neither he nor Hermione had considered that someone could learn about magic at the headquarters of the maesters. Their own education in wizardry had been such a secretive one that it was odd that it could be studied there as easily as history or smithing. From that moment they had at least been given a glimmer of hope, a starting point to their journey. Maester Lewin should receive confirmation from the maesters whether or not Harry had been accepted to study at the Citadel any day now, but Harry would have to wait until he arrived back at Winterfell to find out for himself. They had been forced to wait a few months before inquiring about the possibilities so that Harry could improve his literacy of the common tongue, as Maester Lewin had pointed out that training as a maester required a lot of study. Harry had absolutely no desire to actually become a maester, but it was a perfect cover for him to find out if the Citadel had any knowledge that would be useful to himself and Hermione. Harry could tell from the outset that Maester Lewin considered their journey to Aldtown to be little more than a waste of time. As far as the maester was concerned, the sorcery required to travel between worlds was far beyond any knowledge the Citadel possessed. But it was probably the best place for them to start before they attempted to cross the narrow sea and explored the legends of sorcery in the East. They'd also had to postpone their journey to Aldtown for Hermione's sake. When she had initially become injured, a small part of him had believed that she'd be able to cure herself with magic. She always seemed to know a spell to solve the problem. But at his suggestion that she try and spell her fractured bones back together, she'd burst into terrified sobs that had only seemed to cause her more pain. "I've never attempted that sort of magic before," she cried, tears leaking down her face. "But you know the incantation?" he asked. "Yes, but you know better than I do." "Oh, what can happen if I do something wrong?" Hermione pointed out. Harry frowned, then realized what she was talking about. "Oh, yeah, Lockhart. But he was a complete idiot." "Hermione, you're not going to make your bones disappear." "I might," Hermione replied tearfully, "and there's no Madame Pomfrey or magic potions here to help me if I make a mistake." Harry didn't have the first clue about magic, so he couldn't offer much insight. If Hermione did try to fix her ankle or back, she could very well end up making them much worse, and he supposed that it really wasn't worth the risk when Maester Lewin had assured them that she would eventually heal naturally. Though he had a feeling that Hermione had been very tempted on more than one occasion, for her recovery had been a very long and painful one. It was 2 months before she was able to totter around the first keep, and even now, 7 months after she had fallen, she was only able to ride a horse for about 20 minutes before her back and hips caused her too much pain. He knew that Hermione was very keen to get to Aldtown, although she had been extremely unimpressed to learn that women were not permitted to study at the Citadel. John and Rob had burst into laughter at the very suggestion that she might be accepted, which had earned them both a hearty glare from her. Harry had offered that she stay safely at Winterfell instead of coming with him. He didn't like the idea of going on his own, but he knew how bored she'd be while he was studying at the Citadel. However, she'd shot that idea down straight away and vowed to stay with him no matter what. He was glad that he had Hermione to support him, he truly was, but sometimes he found her presence overbearing. He was only too aware that Hermione would make an infinitely better candidate to study at the Citadel than him. Unfortunately, her gender meant that the success of their infiltration of the maesters relied heavily on him. Harry could feel her frustration every time he asked her how to spell a particular word in the common tongue, or when he would take a day off from reading a boring history book to go horse riding with Theon and Rob. She barely ever voiced her opinions, and he knew she didn't mean to get on his nerves. It was just in Hermione's nature to expect everyone to be as diligent as she was. The pressure of knowing that their future was almost entirely in his hands filled him with a sick sense of dread, as he feared that he was going to let her down in some way. But on his journey eastwards over the last couple of weeks, he had been able to forget about the future for a while and just be. Jory Castle slowed his horse down and turned back to Harry and Will. "We'll ride for a further hour, then make camp before the sun sets," he commanded. "Ha, RRY and Will nodded their understanding before the three of them increased the pace of their steeds again. Although he had spent over a dozen days with his companions, Harry had talked to Jory and Will very little. It wasn't that they were being unkind to him, they didn't speak to each other much either, there just wasn't a lot to be said when you were traveling quickly on horseback. If there was light at the end of the day, Jory would practice sword fighting with them, and then, once it was dark, they would take it in turns to keep watch. It wasn't the most interesting way to pass your YS, but it was something different from Maester Lewin's lessons on grammar. According to Jory, they were only a couple of days riding away from their second destination, Carhold, the home of House Karstark. They had already stopped over at the seat of House Bolton, the Dreadfort, and within a few minutes of being in the gloomy fortress, Harry was counting his luck that the Time Turner hadn't delivered them there. Theon had delighted in telling Harry stories about the torture chambers and flaying that still occurred in the depths of the fortress. Eyeing the skeletal human hands that jutted from the walls, grasping torches in the Great Hall, Harry could readily believe Theon's tales. The atmosphere wasn't helped much by the very recent death of Lord Bolton's only true-born son, Demeric. Lord and Lady Bolton both looked very drawn, and understandably they showed little emotion to Jory's news of the tourney and feast for Rob's nameday. But Lord Roos stated in an unsettlingly soft voice that he'd be delighted to attend. Harry followed Jory's lead into thick woodland. The pace of the horses dropped as they adjusted to the diminished light and more uneven ground. Eventually, Jory gave the order to dismount and make camp. They'd done this so many times in the past few days that Harry didn't even have to think as he helped to rub down the horses, collect firewood and prepare shelter. Summer in the north felt pretty similar to summer in Scotland, and the nights in particular became rather chilly. After a standard supper of broth and dried meat, Harry and Will took out their wooden practice swords. They had been given real swords for their journey too, though neither Lord Stark nor Jory expected there to be any reason why they'd have to use them, but Sir Roderick had made it quite clear before they left that they were not to use them for practice bouts. As Wyle's sword edge bit into the boiled leather armor on his shoulder, Harry was very pleased that Sir Roderick had made that decision. "You mustn't allow such a gap between your sword arm and your shield, Harry," Jory advised. Harry nodded, wiping some sweat from his brow as he readied himself to fight again. A disturbance off to their left made them all pause. Jory held out a hand to them both. "Wait here," he instructed quietly, drawing his sword and heading off between the trees. Will dropped his practice sword and rummaged near the fire for his metal one. Harry quickly following suit. They were probably overreacting. There were any number of things that could have made that noise, but Harry felt happier knowing that he was prepared just in case. As he bent down to pick up his sword, he felt something pass over his head, followed a split second later by a swift splitting noise. He whirled around to see an arrow lodged into the tree trunk behind him. There was a whoop of delight, and then two savage young men wearing furs burst out of the trees at Harry and Will, armed with long bronze-tipped spears. Harry was just able to bring his shield up in time to deflect the spear away from his belly, stumbling backwards at the impact. Just managing to stay on his feet, he tried not to panic at the sudden attack. Harry made a desperate swipe at his opponent, but they easily stepped backwards to avoid it. The spearman darted at his head this time, but Harry blocked the blow and managed to cut a small part of the spear shaft away. Harry ran forwards, hoping to catch his foe off guard. The spear grazed across his thigh, drawing blood, but Harry ignored it, cutting down hard with his sword so that it bit deeply into the wooden shaft of the spear. He fought down a moment of horror as his sword became wedged in the wood and wrenched at it with all of his might. The wood of the shaft snapped and Harry stumbled backwards again, this time falling to the ground. Just in time he managed to cover himself with his shield as the spearman launched himself at Harry. He was a spearman no longer though, for he had disposed of High's long weapon and drawn a lethal-looking short blade. Harry rolled away as the blade stabbed deep into the ground, where his head had just been, then lashed out at his opponent with his shield, delivering a hard blow to the side of the head. The man fell flat on the ground as Harry rolled onto his knees and held the tip of his sword to the side of the man's neck. Harry froze. If this was the practice yard at Winterfell, the bout would be over. Sir Roderick would declare Harry the winner and then they'd get back to their feet to have another go. But this wasn't a practice, this was life and death. The problem was that Harry didn't want to kill this man. Stuck in his dilemma, he lifted his sword a fraction, but that was all the opportunity his opponent needed as he sensed Harry's hesitation. He rolled away from Harry's sword, snatched up his blade as he got to his feet and ran for the trees. Harry followed after him, annoyed that he'd let the man escape. There was a cry of triumph from Will as he cut down the other intruder. Will looked up and, seeing that Harry's opponent was trying to get away, moved into his path. With a snarl and a whip of his wrist, the man threw his blade in Will's direction. Horrified, Harry watched the firelight glint off of the metal as it soared towards Will, burying itself in his gut. "No!" Harry cried, forcing himself to run faster despite the pain from his wounded thigh. He threw himself at the man, his momentum causing them both to fall to the ground hard. The sword in Harry's hand seemed to shudder as a pained cry came from his foe. Jory Castle was suddenly at his side, panting as he pulled Harry off of the man, who let out another cry as Harry tried to bring his blade with him. Jory turned the intruder over. As he'd fallen, he'd landed on the edge of Harry's sword, the blade biting a deep line across his abdomen. Harry watched appalled as the man whimpered, trying to stem the flow of blood and guts that were pouring from his wound. The man shuddered, then became still. He was dead. Harry looked down at his bloodied blade in shock before remembering about Will. He tore himself away from the gruesome sight and raced back over to the guardsman, but he was already dead. Harry stared at Will's body in despair. It had all happened so quickly. He doubted that even a minute had gone by since that arrow had been fired. Jory walked over to crouch down next to Will's lifeless body. There was a sickening sucking noise as the captain of the guards withdrew the blade. He glanced up at Harry and he knew instantly that Jory was aware of exactly what had happened to cost Will his life. Harry struggled as a tide of emotions battled within him. He'd been responsible for an Allie's death and managed to accidentally take someone's life all in a matter of seconds. He hadn't wanted to kill that man, but if he had done so at the first opportunity, then surely Will would still be alive. He couldn't convince himself that failing to kill an unarmed man was wrong, but he wasn't convinced that he'd done the right thing either. He wished that Jory would say something. The silent disapproval was almost deafening. "Are you hurt?" Jory asked. Harry glanced down at his leg. "Spear cut. I don't think it's bad. We'll get you cleaned up, then we can start on the graves," Jory said, moving over to their supplies. Harry followed him mutely. The wound was reasonably shallow, but they made sure to clean and dress it properly. "They were wildlings," Jory explained, noticing Harry staring at the man Will had killed. "Gods know what they're doing down here though. They never known them stray so far from the wall." "Why did they attack?" Harry asked, standing to test his leg. It stung quite badly now that the adrenaline had worn off, but given what had happened to Will, he didn't feel like he had any grounds to complain. "They must have hoped that with me out of the way, you and Will would be easy pickings," Jory suggested. "Our horses and supplies would seem a fortune to them." Harry nodded, though to him none of that seemed worth losing your life over. Digging the graves was hard work given how solid the soil was in the cold, but Harry got stuck in, unleashing his frustration on the ground. His hands and back were soon aching, but he didn't stop. With each savage thrust at the ground, he tried to rid himself of the guilt that tore away at his insides. "Calm yourself," Jory called, looking at Harry with concern. "It's my fault Will's dead," Harry muttered, unable to keep his torment inside any longer. Jory gazed at him steadily. "You have learnt a difficult lesson," he replied eventually. Harry scowled and felt his anger rise. "To kill without a second thought? No, I have not learned that lesson." "You would rather risk for your opponent to regain the advantage?" Jory questioned calmly in the face of Harry's ire. "You know now what the consequences of that could be. Luckily for you, it was Will who paid that price today. Next time it might be yourself or someone you love." "He was unarmed," Harry pointed out defensively. "Yet he was then able to kill Will," Jory replied. Harry breathed in heavily and looked down. Jory walked forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "This can be a very cruel world. If you want to survive in it, you have to make some tough decisions. You need to decide what sort of man you want to be, someone who will take the hard choice to make things right. Or take the easy choice and let people down. Our lives can be very short, but the decisions we make can be felt for centuries." Harry swallowed and nodded. "Thank you," he muttered. He didn't want this world to change who he was. He had prided himself on always trying to do the right thing. The only problem was that he wasn't sure what the right thing had been in that situation. If he could relive that minute again, he couldn't be sure that he'd change his actions and kill the wildling. He'd never purposefully killed anyone before, and he didn't ever want to. He tried to save people, and yet his actions had cost Will his life. Harry turned back to the hole that he was attempting to make into a grave and worked less ferociously. It was close to midnight before the graves were big enough. Harry helped Jory carry the wildlings to a shared grave, followed by Will to a solitary one. Jory placed the metal sword into Will's hands before they covered the bodies with the loose soil. "Come on, I'll show you how to clean the blood off of that sword," Jory offered. "We don't want it to rust." Harry stared at the mounds of earth that hid the bodies, 2 of which he was responsible for putting there. Then he followed Jory to clean his sword. Harry turned over with a sigh as sleep continued to elude him. It was his first night back at Winterfell after his journey with Jory, and he was physically and emotionally exhausted. Yet sleep would not come. Unfortunately, that had been a common occurrence since Will's death. No matter how many times Harry tried to convince himself that he had accepted what had happened, he would still spend his nights doubting himself. During their meeting with Lord Stark explaining what had transpired on their journey, Harry had barely been able to meet the older man's eye. Eddard had made little comment on the matter except to tell them that he would inform Will's family before Harry was dismissed. Hermione had been overjoyed to see him, nearly crushing him with her hug, but it had only taken her a few seconds to notice that something was wrong. When Harry explained the tragic consequences of the wildling's attack, she hugged him again and insisted that none of it was his fault. He didn't agree with her but didn't see the point in arguing his case. Rob had offered his sympathy, but Harry could instantly tell that he should have killed the wildling when he had the chance. "What if you and Hermione get attacked on your journey to Oldtown?" John had questioned quietly during dinner. "Are you going to risk Hermione? Are you getting hurt?" "We would have magic," Harry pointed out, ignoring the clench in his stomach at the mention of his acceptance into the Citadel. "It would be much easier to defeat without killing." "Maybe," John shrugged. "But then someone might discover your secret. Look, I know it goes against what you stand for, but sometimes it is the lesser of two evils. Nobody would think any less of you for defending yourself and others." Quote. Harry knew that it wouldn't be long before the whispers of "Craven" followed him. In Westerosi society, being labeled a coward was one of the worst insults you could throw at a man. Harry didn't consider himself to be an arrogant person, but he knew he was anything but a coward. During his entire time at Hogwarts, he had been throwing himself into dangerous situations without a second thought. He knew he wasn't Craven, and that was all that mattered. He decided to try to create his animagus bubble in an effort to shut down his brain. He hadn't practiced for a while without Hermione there to watch over him. She wasn't here now either, but he wasn't actually trying to transform, just to sleep. It was much easier to shut out his senses in the quiet of night, and he soon found his thoughts and heartbeat slowing down. He was flying faster than he'd ever flown before, even than when he'd ridden the firebolt. He sped past mountains and rivers, forests and valleys. He'd never felt this free. Facing the brilliant white moon he climbed, his wings beating powerfully at his sides before he turned and dived towards the ground. At the last moment, he unfurled his wings again so that he could right himself and soar inches off of the grass. He opened his mouth in delight and let out a high-pitched cry. Harry woke abruptly and tumbled out of his bed. His limbs struggled to free themselves from the furs that covered him. He tried to grasp them, but he realized that he couldn't feel his fingers. In fact, his whole body didn't seem to be responding to him like it normally would. Heart in his mouth, he tried to right himself. One of his feet touched the floor with a clomping sound, swiftly followed by another foot and then another. Confused as to why he seemed to have more than 2 feet, Harry finally managed to get himself upright onto his 4 legs and promptly hit his head on the ceiling. He cried out in surprise, recognizing the high-pitched noise from his dream. Harry didn't need any light to know that he'd transformed, but the question now was, what animal was he? 4 legs with hooves tended to suggest a horse, but in his dream there was something else about this animal. Something he dared not believe yet. Experimenting with the new muscles on his back, he felt something shift. Yes, He couldn't believe he had wings. Before he could unfurl them properly, there was a crash as they collided with the furniture in his room. Whatever he was too big to be in this room. He eyed his window but knew that it was far too small to exit through. The only way he was going to get out of this room was to return to his human form. He closed his eyes and concentrated on what Hermione's notes had said about reversing the transformation. Searching inside of himself, the strength of the connection with his animagus form took him by surprise. It flowed throughout every part of his body, but now he needed to contain it. He imagined pulling that connection in from the top of his head right down to the tip of his newly discovered tail. It took a few attempts, but eventually Harry felt his body morphing. He used his hands to check himself. Amazed to find that everything was back to normal. Heart beating with excitement, Harry put on his glasses, grabbed a cloak and ran to the door, eager to attempt the transformation again. He considered waking Hermione up to tell her of his success, but for now he wanted to have this moment to himself. He had followed in his father's footsteps. He was an animagus. A request to study at Citadel might not be necessary, but the idea that you can just turn up seems a bit odd to me. Not the happiest of chapters, I grant you, but considering that all you would have gotten before my lap. Top was stolen as further discussion between everyone about Harry and Hermione's magic. I think this is a bit better. One of the other things that got wiped from my hard drive were a series of little drabbles set during Hermione's recuperation in bed. I was going to post them separately as a tie-in with this story because they have absolutely no relevance to the plot of this fic, but they were NTS that I enjoyed writing and even rewriting. I'll probably post them sometime soon, so if you're at all interested please read, but you won't miss out on anything significant if you don't. While as brooding over my deleted writings at Christmas, I started writing a new HP crossover story with the BBC series of Sherlock. The first FIC in the series 1 have planned has been completed for a now, and I will be posting that story in its entirety, but that doesn't mean I have given up on that story. Thank you for all your support. It's amazing that so many of you like this story. Until next time, Lil Drop of Magic, Chapter 9, hello. Thanks for the continued support everyone. Let's get straight to it. Chapter 9, From Lorith, you say, Wyman Manderley repeated, fixing Hermione with a curious gaze as she danced with Darren Hornwood. It was the penultimate day of festivities for Rob's 16th name day. As pleased as Ned was to see his eldest son become a man, he would be heartily glad once all his guests had returned to their homes. Housing such a large number of people had put great strain on his household, but he couldn't deny that the past few days had been a great success. Yes, Hermione and Harry have been my wards for over a year now, Ned replied, spotting Harry amongst the dancers too, with Jarell Mormont. He had sincerely wished that the festivities would pass by without Harry and Hermione attracting too much attention. However, that hope had been quickly dashed when Rob had insisted on opening the dancing on the first night and each subsequent evening with Hermione. At once everyone had wanted to know who this mysterious girl was. Caitlin had been less than impressed with her son's first choice of dance partner, but as Rob was perfectly entitled to pick whomever he desired, there was very little Caitlin could do about it. Though Rob was not discourteous to the other ladies present, for he made sure to dance with any who would have him before Ritu. RNING to Hermione at the first opportunity. It was perfectly obvious to all of those present that Rob was entirely infatuated with her. Ned had suspected as much for a couple of moon's turns. He had seen the brooding looks on Rob's face on many a man before. While Hermione was a perfectly intelligent, good-hearted and loyal young woman, Ned had never considered her as a marriage prospect for his son. It was definitely for the best that she and Harry were due to leave for Aldtown in a matter of days. That was what he was telling Caitlin to soothe her worries anyway. Fearing that Rob would leave Hermione with a parting gift, Caitlin had requested that Ned talk with their son about expected standards of honor around women. Ned wasn't sure it was strictly necessary given the two people involved. But he was also aware that Rob and Hermione wouldn't be the first young lovers to get carried away. Father, please. Rob had objected with distinctly pink cheeks when it became clear what their conversation was about. I would never, that is to say, I know what. Ned clapped his son on the shoulder, deciding to put him out of his misery, even though he found his discomfort somewhat amusing. "Peace, son, I know you are a man of honor." Rob had been avoiding his father's and mother's gaze ever since, but it hadn't kept him away from Hermione. Ned supposed that he was trying to be with her as much as possible, as it was likely that soon he would never see her again. Whether the girl in question returned Rob's feelings or not, Ned wasn't sure. He was in no doubt that Hermione enjoyed spending time with his son, but she also seemed happy in the company of most other members of his household. That being said, it was quite plain that her heart lay in finding her way home. "A pretty girl," Rickard Karstark commented. "Is she promised to anyone?" Ned glanced warily at him, knowing that Karstark had 3 sons of marriageable age that had yet to be matched with prospective wives. "No," Ned replied, taking a sip of wine. "They both leave for Aldtown shortly. Harry has been accepted to train at the Citadel, and she goes with him as his wet nurse." Greet John Umber boomed, his joke being met with hearty laughs by the other lords. Ned smiled tightly, glad that Harry was unable to hear the comment. The boy was far too sensitive for his own good. "I'm sure your family will miss their presence greatly," Major Serwyn said, with an amused look at the dancing. Rob had found his way back to Hermione for the 3rd time that evening. Ned shook his head at his son's persistence. "Very much so," he replied. "Ah, but enough of this," the Greetjohn said, placing his empty tankard down noisily. "What about these direwolf tracks I've heard of? I nearly clouted the man who told me of them." "Direwolves. Can it be true?" "Saw the tracks myself," Galbart Glover claimed, shouting along the table. "No mistaking them. An ordinary wolf couldn't make prints that large. This declare it." Ion was met with a number of cries of skepticism from some, but Galbart Glover was backed by Helman Tallheart and Major Serwyn. Ned hadn't seen the supposed direwolf tracks himself, but his most experienced NCED men had claimed not to have seen their likeness before. "What say we ride out tomorrow to investigate, my lord?" Rickard Karstark suggested. "Then we can settle the matter." "Aye, a grand idea," Greetjohn agreed, while others nodded. It was so rare for his lords to agree on anything that Ned consented at once. Besides, he was curious to see the tracks for himself. A direwolf hadn't been sighted south of the wall for 200 years. If there was one in the Wolfswood, then it would be a most astonishing discovery. Ned excused himself from the table in order to warn his master of horse of the next morning's ride. He spotted his wife not far away, watching the dancing intently, a frown on her face. Ned didn't need to look at the couples to know which pair held her gaze. Caitlin seemed to sense his presence, for she turned her head slightly towards him and muttered, "He's tenacious, I'll give him that." Ned chuckled and placed a soothing hand on her arm. "What harm can come of it, my lady?" Caitlin arched an eyebrow at him, but Ned shook his head. "I told you, he gave me his word." Caitlin turned back to the pairs as the dance came to an end. Ned watched as Rob took Hermione's hand gently and kissed it. She laughed in response and shook her head slightly, seemingly unaware that Rob's affection for her was most sincere. If Rob was pained by this casual treatment, he didn't show it, but smiled widely instead. "The day she leaves Winterfell cannot come soon enough," his wife said lowly. And despite the great fondness Ned had for both Harry and Hermione, he couldn't help but agree. Call it infatuation, lust or love, there was no doubt that it made men do such foolish things. Ned was waylaid on his way to break his fast in the Great Hall the following morning by a somewhat nervous-looking Harry and Hermione. "We apologize for the earliness of the hour, my lord, but is it true that you and your lords plan to investigate the direwolf tracks in the Wolfswood today?" Hermione asked. "It is," Ned replied, surprised that the pair of them would be concerned with such a matter. "Do you wish to join the party?" "No thank you, my lord," Harry responded. "We already know that you won't find her." "Her," Ned repeated in shock. "How do you know the wolf is a female? Could we perhaps continue this conversation somewhere more private?" Hermione requested. "With the amount of guests Winterfell is housing at the moment, there's no telling who might be about to come round the corner." Ned nodded in understanding. "You would have no objections to Maester Lewin hearing what you wish to tell me?" "None at all," Harry replied at once. Ned motioned that they make the short journey across the castle to the Maester's turret. He had a feeling that whatever Harry and Hermione One had to tell him would be related to their magic, and therefore it was imperative that they were not overheard. There was a group of young men in the courtyard loosing arrows at a couple of targets. Rob was amongst it all while John watched the crowd from a distance. Rob's arrow found the center of the target and he turned back to the other men to accept their congratulations. He spotted his F.A. Thayer walking with Harry and Hermione and quickly excused himself. The men looked on in confusion for a few seconds before they too spotted Hermione and gave each other knowing looks and grins. "Why do? I get the feeling you're about to discuss something important," Rob greeted, keeping step with them. Ned looked towards Harry and Hermione to see if they wanted his son present. Hermione shrugged. "You may as well come too. You are the heir to Winterfell and the North after all. How could we possibly refuse you?" she said with more than a hint of sarcasm. Instead of being offended, Rob laughed loudly, and Ned had a feeling that there was a private jest between them. Harry called out to John and beckoned for him to join them as well, and soon the four of them were climbing the steps to Maester Luwin's solar. The maester looked surprised to see them all but didn't raise any questions. Everyone turned expectantly to Harry and Hermione. Hermione cleared her throat. "You wanted to know, my lord, how Harry and I can be sure your search for the direwolf will be unsuccessful." Ned nodded in confirmation. "Just try to keep calm," Hermione advised them all. Ned was still puzzling over her appy. Elf or calm as he watched light brown fur sprout all over Hermione's body. John and Rob backed away from her with yells of shock as she grew taller and her face lengthened. She fell forwards onto hands that were now large paws with dangerous-looking claws. Ned had never truly seen one before, but he was in no doubt that Hermione was now a direwolf. "S7 hells," Rob stammered, eyes wide, as the wolf sat back and gazed at them all. "A little bit more warning might have been advisable," Maester Luwin suggested, holding his hand over his heart. Harry looked quite amused by their reactions. "We thought it might be easier to show you. She's quite safe," Harry explained, seeing the wary looks on their face. "Hermione is in complete control of what she's doing, it's still her inside." The Diaroo Olf walked calmly towards John, who was closest, and nudged her nose at his hand. He let out a nervous bark of laughter and raised his hand to tentatively pat its head. "This is unbelievable." The wolf wagged its tail, knocking over a chair. Its size really was enormous. "Can she understand what we're saying?" Rob asked, as he too held out a cautious hand which the wolf promptly licked. "Every word," Harry replied. "You can become a wolf too?" Ned asked. It was a bizarre question to ask of someone. "I can become a different animal," Harry replied. "I don't think you have my type of animal in this world, and to be honest, I had never heard about it either." "It's called a thestral." "A thestral," John repeated, the word unfamiliar to them. "What does it look like? It might be easier to show you." "Hermione," Harry addressed the wolf, which turned to face him. "You'll have to turn back, there's not enough room for us both." A moment later Hermione was in human form once again, looking no different than she had before. Though she somehow seemed more alive. "I can't believe you didn't tell us you could be a wolf," John said, staring at Hermione in wonder. Hermione laughed. "We were waiting for the right time. Funnily enough, there weren't many opportunities for me to casually mention that I'm an animagus." "Ani what?" Rob asked. "It means we can turn into animals," Harry explained. "Ready? This is a thestral." Ned didn't think he'd ever feel at ease with watching someone change into an animal. The thestral creature was very strange. It most resembled a large, black horse, an extremely starved horse. For its skeletal frame stood out starkly against its shiny coat. It was tall too, a few inches taller than any horse he'd seen. But most astonishingly of all were two wings that were tucked into its side. It was by no means the most beautiful creature that Ned had ever seen, but it was possibly the most fascinating. "He can fly?" Rob asked in amazement. The thestral unfurled its wings, causing everyone to duck away from its massive wingspan, and a few objects in the maester's solar fell to the floor. The wings were tucked away and the thestral tossed its head, its black Anne as untidy as Harry's hair always was. Hermione's head suddenly turned sharply towards the closed door. A split second later the door was thrown open and a disheveled Arya practically fell into the room. "I beat you," she called down the turret, clearly out of breath. Everyone tensed, but Hermione held out a hand to tell them not to react. quite how Ned was going to explain to his daughter about the large skeletal winged horse. He wasn't sure. Maester Lou. Oh, Arya had finally looked into the room. She looked guiltily at her father, but to his surprise she made no comment about the thestral. Arya, you know better than to barge into a closed room, Hermione chided as Bran appeared over Arya's shoulder, blowing hard. Hermione didn't seem at all amazed that his younger children showed no reaction to the large animal. It was almost as though they couldn't see him. Sorry, Arya said meekly, then her forehead creased. Why's it so messy in here? She asked, staring at the various objects that the thestral had knocked to the floor. Wait outside, Arya, Maester Luwin instructed. But, Arya, Ned said lowly to stop her argument in its tracks. His daughter let out a huff of annoyance, then pushed Bran behind her and pulled the door closed noisily. Why couldn't they see? Maester Luwin asked quietly as Harry returned to his human form. The only people who can see a thestral are those who have seen death. Hermione explained somberly. How unusual, Maester Luwin commented wryly. Alas, with Arya and Bran waiting for their lesson, I fear that my other questions will have to wait. For you can be quite sure that their ears are pressed solidly against the keyhole. Hermione nodded, then turned to Ned with a cheeky smile. Well, enjoy your ride, my lord. Ned chuckled. I am. Beginning the looks on the faces of his lords if he told them that the direwolf they sought was actually his 16-year-old female ward. The squeals of laughter and cries of delight reached Ned's ears long before he entered the kitchens. It was a glaring contrast to the somber mood at the execution he had carried out earlier that day. The White Walkers, I saw them. The ranger's words echoed in his brain, but Ned pushed them aside. Convincing himself that they were the words of a madman, the White Walkers had been gone for 8,000 years. He would be more comfortable in believing his own argument had he not witnessed things he believed to be impossible on numerous occasions in the last year and a half. Oh, father, thank you. Sansa cried, rushing forward, direwolf pup cradled in her chest. She embraced him tightly. Ned was taken slightly by surprise as he couldn't recall the last time his daughter had shown him such affection. It was reassuring to know that his little girl was still inside the young lady. The rest of his children offered similar cries of gratitude as they sat with their pups and attempted to get them to drink milk. Even Harry and Hermione looked at him more warmly than they normally did when he returned from an execution. They had discovered the direwolf pups on their journey back. A dead stag had blocked their route, and upon investigation they had found the body of an adult direwolf not far away. For a second Ned had worried that the dead wolf had been Hermione, but he soon saw that the coloring was wrong. His first instinct had been to dispatch the pups as well. But Bran's protestations and John's insistence that they were meant to find these pups had been enough to change his mind. There had been 6 pups in total, one for each of his true-born children and his base-born son, John. Ned smiled down at his children, all beaming and laughing together, knowing that soon things would be changing forever. A raven came from King's Landing, he announced, taking a seat at a bench. What did it say? Rob asked, not taking his eyes off of his pup as it tried to crawl into Hermione's lap. The hand of the king, John Arryn, has died. Saying the words didn't make them feel real yet. The older children looked at him in sympathy, knowing that the man had been one of Ned's greatest friends, almost like a second father. I'm sorry, father, John said softly. Ned nodded grimly. Your Aunt Lisa and cousin are well though. That is good news, Rob replied dutifully. Who will become the new hand? Hermione asked, fending off Rickon's pup from her person. The king and his family are traveling to Winterfell, Ned replied. There was a moment of surprised silence before he was assaulted by various questions. Why are they coming? When will they get here? Is the imp coming? Will there be dancing? Are the princes and princess coming too? Peace. Ned held up a hand to silence them all. I can only answer one at a time. So you are to be the new hand of the king? Harry asked. The king has not made his intentions explicit, but that is the most likely motive for him to travel here, Ned conceded. It is a long journey from the capital. Al and he would not bring his family for something trivial. It was not ideal to play host to such a large party so soon after Rob's name day, but Ned would never refuse his king and friend such a thing. Whether he would accept the anticipated offer of becoming the king's hand was another matter. It should take them about a moon's turn to get here, as there will be so many of them traveling. I anticipate Prince Joffrey, Prince Tommen and Princess Myrcella will be coming, though I cannot be sure about Lord Tyrion. As for the dances, Sansa, I expect there will be time for 1 or 2 at least. Sansa gasped in delight and immediately launched into details of the new dress she planned to make for the occasion. And I'll spend all my nights on the embroidery, I don't care how long it takes. I'm sure you'll look lovely, Sansa, Hermione said kindly. I almost wish that I'd be here to see it. Sansa looked horrified at the idea of Hermione and Harry missing such an occasion. Oh, but you must stay for the visit of the royal family. How could you not? Hermione shook her head. We've already delayed our journey twice. We shouldn't keep the citadel waiting. But it'll only be another moon's turn, Rob pointed out eagerly. That's not going to make much of a difference, is it? And following that there will be another reason to stay, Hermione argued. It's not that I'm desperate to leave you all but. She turned to Harry. We have a journey to take. Right. Harry shrugged his shoulders. I don't see the harm in it, he replied, causing the others to cheer and Hermione to sigh. Come on. You must admit it'll be interesting to see the king and queen. The citadel's not going anywhere. Hermione looked at Harry stoically for a few seconds before finally turning to Ned. We wouldn't be an imposition on your household. Not at all, Ned replied, though in truth the lingering presence of Harry and Hermione was slightly concerning. There were the more obvious worries that OBB was going to fall further into his infatuation or that someone in the king's party would discover their magic. But there was also something lurking underneath the surface, something that neither of them apparently wanted to acknowledge. That's settled then, Sansa declared happily. Oh, Hermione, you must let me help you make a new dress too. The ones you wore at Rob's celebrations were nice enough, but now we'll be seen by royalty. Hermione smiled tightly in reply. Thank you, Sansa, that's most kind. But if you'll all excuse me for a moment, there's a book of Maester Luwin's that I've been meaning to borrow and now I've got enough time to read it. She extricated herself from the direwolf pups that had somehow managed to clamber onto her person. The pups whined as she left and Harry frowned at the floor. Those pups look like they'll fall asleep at any moment, Ned pointed out to fill the silence in Hermione's absence. Best take them to your bedchambers. His children followed his suggestion without argument, John carrying Rickon's pup for him. You wish to speak to me, my lord? Harry asked as he lingered behind. Ned rose. It was very thoughtful of you and Hermione to delay your journey to Aldtown for John's coming of age as well as Rob's. John is just as much our friend as Rob and we think he deserves to know that, Harry replied. John would be turning 16 in a couple of days' time, though there would be very little celebration of the event. Hermione and I both know how it feels to be treated differently because of our last name. They exited the kitchens, and Ned led them up some stone stairs to stand atop the inner wall of Winterfell. It pleases me greatly that you have all become close friends, he said. But you risk your friendship with Hermione the longer you wait to tell her. Harry turned his head sharply to stare at Ned. I don't know what you mean, my lord. The Citadel, Ned prompted. Harry's face fell and he leant forward over the W. All while Ned waited patiently for him to respond. She's depending on me, he eventually muttered. It doesn't matter what I think. And what do you think? That it's impossible, Harry admitted glumly still staring at the ground far below. I know that it brought us here in the first place but we didn't make the time turner ourselves. Maester Luwin says that what Hermione and I can do is far beyond the magic taught at the Citadel. But to us, a spell to take you to another world that's, he struggled to find the words to describe their predicament and shook his head. Have you told Hermione this? Harry laughed harshly. No, how could I? She doesn't understand that sometimes there isn't a solution for everything no matter how hard you look, it's always worked for her before. So you plan to journey to the Citadel. Train as a maester and investigate magic even though you consider it pointless. Harry looked up at him in confusion. What else could I do? Ned frowned at his defeated attitude. Live, he suggested. If it's impossible for you to get home, would it not be a waste of the lives you and Hermione have been given to chase a dream? Would a life here be so bad? You don't understand. Harry shook his head. It's not just Hermione who's depending on me. Back home, there's someone I need to save. If I give up then I'm condemning him to a fate worse than Death. Ned didn't envy Harry's position. It was obvious that the boy was extremely loyal to those he cared about and would put their needs before his own. Whatever you decide, putting it off won't make it any easier. I've already decided, Harry said forcefully, possibly to convince himself. I'm going to do the right thing. But are you sure what the right thing is? Ned questioned, laying a hand on Harry's shoulder. He couldn't help but feel that soon after the king's visit, either Harry or Hermione were going to be extremely unhappy. Hooray. 10 chapters in and we're finally up to the start of the first episode of Game of Thrones. This chapter is kind of a stepping stone to the next phase of the story. When I described Harry's animagus in the previous chapter, I thought it was so obvious that he was a thestral, but to be honest, I'd totally forgotten that hippogriffs had hooves and wings too. There are lots of reasons why I chose a thestral, like Harry's association with death, black hair, skinny body, love of flying. It just seemed to fit him very well. Hermione obviously wouldn't be a direwolf if she'd stayed in her own world, but I don't think someone's potential animagus form is set at birth but is subject to change depending on environment and experiences until they first transform. Direwolves are loyal, intelligent and brave creatures, which I think suits Hermione very well. Anyway, the next chapter shouldn't be too long. I've got a decent chunk of it written already. Lil drop of magic. P.S. I so want a direwolf pup. They are too cute. Chapter 10. Hello, friends. Not too long a wait and an extra long chapter. I'm spoiling you guys. Though seriously, thank you for your support. Please note that there is borrowed dialogue from the show and the book, neither of which I have the rights to. Onwards we go. Chapter 10. Hermione bit her lip to stop herself from laughing at the sight of them. You look different, she said evenly. Is it a good different or a bad different? Rob asked, running a hand over his freshly shorn cheeks as John tugged at his own much shorter locks with distaste. She shrugged with an easy smile. Just different. Don't worry, she added, looping her arms through each of theirs. You're both still as handsome as ever. Any southern ladies that cross your path will surely swoon at the very sight of you. While you will be fighting the men off at every turn, my lady. Rob countered. I'd better stay close by you to keep the scoundrels away. You can if you like, Hermione replied smoothly. I've already given my word to Sanzada. We can get dressed for the feast together, and I'd be quite interested to see what different ways I can style your hair. She reached up to touch his newly immaculate locks, but Rob jerked his head away. If you mess up his hair, Lady Stark will cut your fingers off, John warned with a chuckle. She's going to be in a bad enough mood when she sees Harry. Why, where's Harry? Hermione asked in concern. He's still being done. Nothing seems to be able to tame that hair of his, John explained. Tommy's tried to brush it, cut it, oil it, but it still looks exactly the same. Hermione laughed. Good. A non-messy haired Harry doesn't sound right. The household of Winterfell was beginning to gather in the courtyard, ready for the king's arrival. Lady Catelyn was walking around telling people where they should stand. When she glanced over in their direction, Hermione quickly brought her arms back to her sides, but judging by the frown on Lady Catelyn's face, she had definitely noticed. Hermione had long since given up trying to get Catelyn Stark to approve of her. She was grateful to Catelyn for letting her be a part of her family, and Hermione tried to be as polite as possible to her. But the truth of the matter was that they had been brought up very differently, and as such gave importance to different values. Not to mention that Lady Catelyn's treatment of John grated against Hermione's very core. Rob, come and stand here, Lady Catelyn instructed, pointing to the front of the gathered group, before turning her eyes back on John and Hermione. Hermione was sure Rob's mother would like to send them to the furthest corner, far out of sight of the king and queen, but the arrival of Sansa, Bran and Rickon diverted her attention. Rob beckoned for Hermione and John to stand behind him. I don't think Lady Stark would want a bastard so close, John muttered to her. I don't care, Hermione replied lowly, planting her feet firmly behind Rob's shoulder, and John joined her somewhat reluctantly. A couple of seconds later, a slightly breathless Harry and amused Theon appeared. Mercifully, Harry's hair looked as untidy as usual, just wet. Never again, he muttered, roughly rubbing his cloak against his head to get rid of some of the moisture. Lady Catelyn turned in their direction and John quickly stood in front of Harry to hide his disastrous hair from her wrath. Theon Snye. Gerd and Hermione tried to contain her own laughter as Lady Stark looked at them all suspiciously. The last few members of the household got to their places until the only vacant spot was next to Bran. "Where's Arya?" Lady Catelyn asked, noticing the absence. "Sansa, where's your sister?" Sansa shrugged in response, causing her mother to frown. Despite her objections to staying for the king's visit, Hermione couldn't deny that she was quite excited to see the royal family. The tales of Robert's rebellion were some of the first things she'd read about in this world. She was interested to see how the real people compared to the stories she'd heard. A small helmeted figure scurried into the courtyard. Hey, Lord Stark objected, stopping the figure. "What are you doing with that on?" He removed the helmet to reveal Arya peering back at him with big eyes. Hermione shared an amused look with John, Harry and Theon. Lord Stark motioned for Arya to take her place down the line. "Go on." Upon seeing Bran in her rightful position, Arya shoved her little brother out of the way. "Move." Thus were they all assembled to see the king, and just in time too, for the leading horseman came trotting into the courtyard a moment later. Behind these men Hermione saw a boy ride in. He was probably only a couple of years younger than herself. He was draped in a fine red cloak and his GHT hair stood out in contrast to the dark stone walls of Winterfell. An air of arrogance sat heavily around him as he smirked at Sansa from his horse. Hermione could tell by the way that Rob's head had turned in his sister's direction that he had noticed too. It was quite obvious that this was Prince Joffrey, the heir to the Iron Throne. Hermione tried to ignore that Prince Joffrey had instantly reminded her of Draco Malfoy and turned to watch the rest of the party arrive. A big ornate coach trundled into the yard, decorated in colors of crimson and gold, followed by more guards. A large man rode in amidst them and Lord Stark knelt with his head bowed, Hermione and the rest of the residents of Winterfell swiftly following. So that was the king. Keeping her head down, Hermione glanced up to watch King Robert dismount from his horse. A large wooden block was brought forward to make it easier for him. The accounts she'd read of Robert Baratheon described him as a fearless warrior, the strongest man in the Seven Kingdoms. But the man before her was easily past his prime. A sizable belly protruded over his waist and his beard was more gray than dark. The king strode towards them, a huge sheathed sword knocking against his leg as he walked. Hermione lowered her gaze again so that he wouldn't catch her looking. After a few moments Hermione sensed the people in front of her getting to their feet and she rose too. King Robert stood before Lord Stark, seemingly searching his face. This wasn't quite the happy reunion between friends that Hermione had been expecting. "Your Grace," Eddard Stark greeted, bowing his head. "You've got fat," the king accused. There was an awkward pause as everyone waited to see how Lord Stark would respond. Hermione didn't see what happened next. Suddenly both men were laughing and embracing. It had been a most strange exchange. "Cat." The king turned to Lady Stark and embraced her warmly before ruffling Rickon's hair. 9 years. Why haven't I seen you?" King Robert asked his friend. "Where the hell have you been?" "Guarding the north for you, your grace." "Winterfell is yours," Lord Stark replied as two children descended from the carriage, followed by a tall, slender woman who was obviously Queen Cersei. She had long golden hair and wore a thick cloak over a beautiful red gown. Her beauty was obvious, even from a distance, and it would be even more striking if the queen smiled. But she didn't. King Robert greeted the rest of the Stark children with an easy manner, complimenting Sansa's beauty and proclaiming that Bran would be a soldier. Hermione found him instantly more likable than the cold queen and arrogant prince. While Lord and Lady Stark greeted the queen, the king's eyes traveled over those in Hermione's row. Hi's gaze halted on Harry for a few seconds before he turned back to Lord Eddard. "Take me to your crypt," he ordered. "I want to pay my respects." "We've been riding for a month, my love," Queen Cersei interjected. "Surely the dead can wait." "Ned," the king commanded, ignoring his wife. It was another awkward moment. Hermione had a feeling there were going to be plenty of those during the royal family's stay. Lord Stark followed his king, leaving Queen Cersei standing on her own. Her eyes flickered over the gathered Starks before her gaze too paused on Harry. Hermione hoped that it was only because of his glasses. The residents of Winterfell were so used to Harry's glasses by now that they never mentioned them, but to a newcomer they would surely look strange. "Your name, boy?" the Queen demanded. A few heads turned in Harry's direction. "Harry, Your Grace," he replied, with a stilted half-bow. "Harry Potter." "Harry," Queen Cersei repeated faintly, still staring into his green eyes. "Harry is a ward of Lord Eddard's." "Your Grace," Lady Caitlin explained to break the silence. "He came to us from Lorith." "Where's the imp?" came Arya's hissing question to her sister, interrupting the moment. With a final lingering look at Harry, the Queen turned and walked away. The people around them started to move, getting back to their jobs. Their friends all turned to look at Harry curiously. "What's got the Queen so interested in a scrawny little thing like you?" Theon asked with a bemused grin. Harry shook his head blankly. "I have absolutely no idea." Hermione jumped at the frantic knocking on her door. She quickly closed the lid of her trunk, locked it and then replaced her wand in her cloak. "Coming," she called. A beaming Sansa was waiting on the other side of the door. "Oh, Hermione," she exclaimed, taking her friend's hands in her own and squeezing tightly. "You won't believe what's happened." Hermione stepped backwards in alarm. She had never seen Sansa so animated before. What is it? "Prince Joffrey and I are to be married." Sansa laughed, but Hermione gasped. "Isn't it wonderful?" Hermione opened her mouth but couldn't find any suitable words. "Sansa, I don't know what to say." Sansa laughed again and pulled her so they could sit side by side on the bed. "You're happy for me though, aren't you? I'm going to be queen one day. But you're so young. You're only 13. Hermione pointed out, still shocked at the proposal. "You can't get married yet." Sansa's shoulders slumped slightly. "Well, I guess we'll have to wait until my first bleeding. There's no point in me taking a husband before then, but I'm sure it won't be long." The actual practicalities of Sansa being married hadn't dawned on Hermione until then. The very thought of that smarmy prince, Joffrey laying a single hand on Sansa made Hermione feel sick. The disgust obviously showed quite clearly on her face. "Oh, you don't think he finds me ugly, do you?" Sansa asked, her face lined with worry. Hermione shook her head with a smile. "Of course not. It's just the idea of marrying someone so young is a very foreign concept for me. Where I come from, most people don't get married until they are past 20. Sansa's face was almost comical in its surprise. "But that's so old. No wonder you haven't shown any inclination to marry yet. I always hoped that you'd marry Robb so that we could be true sisters. But I suppose Princess Myrcella will be my sister now." "Me marry Robb," Hermione repeated with a laugh. "I don't think, Sansa. I know you haven't got the right breeding to mar. Why someone of Robb's status, but he's quite clearly in love with you." The laughter died in Hermione's throat and Sansa looked at her in surprise. "Oh, didn't you know?" Hermione's mouth had suddenly become very dry and she felt like the temperature in the room had been raised about 10 degrees. "Of course Robb's not in love with me, don't be absurd. But he asked you to dance first with him every night of his nameday celebrations. He's always making you laugh and going out of his way to be courteous to you," Sansa pointed out, but Hermione shook her head. "He's just doing it to tease me," Hermione explained. "It's like a game between us, nothing more." Sansa didn't look particularly convinced, so Hermione decided to change the subject. "Let's start getting ready for the feast." As she watched Head King Robert get overly familiar with a serving woman while his wife sat across the hall, Hermione found her opinion of him steadily decreasing. Now she could understand why Queen Cersei was so cold. The feast hadn't even begun yet and this was how the king was behaving. Hermione hated to imagine what his conduct would be like in a couple of hours. There was no place for either her or Harry at the high tables that night, but she didn't mind. She honestly didn't want to watch Sansa making eyes at Prince Joffrey all evening. She'd already had to listen to her gush about how handsome the prince was as they were getting dressed. Bran and Rickon walked past her towards their seats, escorted by Robb. He paused and offered her a little bow in greeting of "my lady," like he normally did. "Not now," she said, pushing him away. "They'll think I'm someone special." He frowned at her. "But you are special." With Sansa's earlier words still ringing in her ears, she pushed at him again. Go on, they're waiting for you. He gave her a curious look but nevertheless walked to his seat. Hermione wanted to hide her face in her hands. With just a few simple words Sansa had made her feel entirely unsettled around Rob. She'd liked her friendship with Rob exactly the way it was, and now, just a few days before she and Harry were finally going to be setting off on their journey, Hermione would be on edge around him. She looked contemplatively at the goblet of wine in front of her and picked it up, intending to take a large gulp. A raucous laugh from the king made her change her mind and put the goblet back down. She searched around for a distraction and noticed that someone was missing. She turned to Harry, who was in conversation with Jory Castle, and tapped him on the arm. Where's John? Harry looked around the hall with a frown. I don't know. Did he say he was coming? She asked. He didn't say that he wasn't, Harry replied. Hermione got to her feet. I'm going to go find him. No, it's all right. You stay here, she said as Harry moved to join her. She picked up a large hunk of bread as she moved between the benches and tried to avoid bumping into anyone as she exited the Great Hall. It was a mild night by Winterfell standards, but Hermione's breath still rose in a mist before her when she stepped outside, and she desperately wished she had her cloak with her. Hermione had no qualms walking around Winterfell at night as she knew the layout of the castle so well by now. But also, ever since her first animagus transformation a few months ago, she'd found her senses had improved considerably when she was in human form, not just as a wolf. She smiled as she sensed John's direwolf, Ghost, coming towards her. All of the other direwolf pups would whine or make some OT. Her greeting noise upon seeing her, which was quite difficult to explain to those who didn't know about her wolf form, but Ghost was always silent. John had chosen his name wisely. Hermione bent down to stroke his head. Come on then. Where is he? She asked Ghost. The pup scampered off into the darkness and Hermione followed. Soon she heard the distinct sound of metal on wood coming from the courtyard. She couldn't fathom what John was doing practicing with his sword when there was a feast going on. As she got closer she saw that he'd set up a dummy and seemed intent on chopping off all of its limbs. I brought you some bread, she called loudly so she could be heard over the din he was making. He turned to her with a frown on his face. Why aren't you at the feast? Why aren't you? He countered gruffly, ignoring the bread she held out to him. Because I came looking for you. He turned back to the dummy to strike a couple of arcing cuts to its chest. You shouldn't have bothered. Bah, stards aren't welcome at feasts with the royal family. Hermione winced at the anger in his voice and realized who it was probably directed at. I assume you're picturing chopping off the arms of Lady Caitlin as you do that. John turned sharply, with a worried expression. You shouldn't joke about things like that. Hermione laughed and threw the bread at him, which he caught with his free hand. Quote, I know you don't really want any harm to come to her, but that doesn't mean you can't be angry at her. I am. You? John asked around a mouthful of bread. What are you angry at her for? Because of how she makes you feel. Hermione replied with a shrug. I take it a bit too personally when someone upsets or insults a person I care about. She took the sword out of his hand. It was one of the BL. Unted tourney swords Sir Roderick kept for more advanced swordsmen to practice with. Hermione had only ever held one once before, but it was only slightly heavier than the wooden swords she and John practiced with each morning. She prodded the dummy with the sword experimentally. Gods, a year of lessons with me and that's the best you can do. John exclaimed. Your opponent would fall over from laughing. He was changing the subject, but Hermione didn't mind. She was more than aware that John's illegitimate birth was a highly sensitive issue to him. It didn't matter one jot to her or Harry though, and they made sure he knew it too. She launched a more serious attack on the dummy this time, a slice at the imaginary neck, a cut to ribs. That's better, John said approvingly. Keep your elbow up. Is he dead yet? A voice called, causing Hermione to nearly drop the blade in surprise. She and John turned to see a man ride into the courtyard. He was dressed all in black and had a long face that seemed almost familiar. Though Hermione was sure she'd never met him before. John walked confidently over to the man as he dismounted, but Hermione hung back, almost embarrassed that someone other than John had seen her using a blade. Uncle Benjen, John greeted, embracing the older man warmly. Hermione realized who the man was. Benjen Stark, Lord Eddard's brother and a ranger in the Night's Watch. You got bigger, Benjen Stark said, pulling away to look at John. I rode all day. Didn't want to leave you alone with the Lannisters. He glanced curiously at Hermione. Noticing his gaze, John brought him over to her. Uncle Benjen, this is Hermione. She and her friend Harry have been father's wards for over a year. I see, Benjen replied, his eyes shifting between them. Hermione wasn't sure what he appropriate greeting was for a man like Benjen Stark, so she simply smiled and inclined her head slightly. It's nice to meet you. Benjen nodded with a small smile. You're not half bad with that. He tilted his head at the sword in her hand. Hermione blushed. Thank you. I had a good teacher, she explained, nudging John slightly with her shoulder. Why aren't you at the feast? He asked them. Lady Stark thought it might insult the royal family to seat a bastard in their midst, John replied bluntly. Benjen grimaced and nodded. Well, you're always welcome on the wall, he offered. No bastard was ever refused a seat there. So take me with you when you go back, John suggested. Hermione gasped. John wanted to join the Night's Watch. Why had he never told her that? John, Benjen sounded doubtful. Father will let me if you ask him. I know he will, John argued with more force than Hermione would have expected. John, Hermione said softly, but he ignored her. The wall isn't going anywhere, Benjen said calmly. I'm ready to swear your oath, John claimed. You don't understand what you'd be giving up, Benjen argued, with a confused glance at Hermione, who was looking on in silent dismay. We have no families. None of us will ever father sons. I don't care about that, John stressed. You might, if you knew what it meant, Benjen countered solemnly. It seemed they had reached an impasse. A crashing noise came from the great hall. I'd better get inside. Rescue your father from his guests. We'll talk later. He nodded at Hermione before turning to make his way to the feast. You should go with him, John suggested without looking at her. You shouldn't miss the feast because of me. He took the sword out of her hand. But, don't, John said quietly. Hermione let out an angry breath through her nose before walking off to the great hall too. John might have pushed her away tonight, but that didn't mean that tomorrow she wasn't going to let him know exactly what she UGHT about his desire to join the Night's Watch. No, wait outside, Hermione ordered, looking down at Nymeria, Arya's direwolf pup. You know you're not allowed in here. Nymeria sat down obediently, but not without a whine. As Hermione opened the door to Winterfell's library. I won't be long. I just want to do a last check. The library at Winterfell wasn't anywhere near as extensive as Hogwarts, but it was still a great source of historical records and knowledge. Hermione had scoured its shelves many times, but she couldn't resist having a final look before she and Harry left in a few days' time. She ran her fingers over the spines of some aged leather tomes before carefully inching one of them out to have a closer look. Not the most stimulating choice, a voice commented behind her. Hermione whirled around, holding the book to her chest. She knew at once by his height who the speaker was, even though she hadn't set eyes on him before. It was the Queen's brother, Tyrion Lannister. Your pardon, my lord, Hermione said hurriedly with a quick curtsy. I didn't realize anyone else was in here. A common occurrence when one is a dwarf, Lord Tyrion replied easily. Hermione's eyes widened, fearing that she had offended him. Oh, no, my lord, I didn't think anyone else was here because, well, I'm the only person who ever comes to the library. I like to read, you see, she finished meekly, for there was something about this small man that she found quite intimidating. Yes, I'd gathered as much, Lord Tyrion said with slight amusement. It's refreshing to see in a young person. I often weep when I think of the future of this kingdom with ignorant halfwits like my nephew in charge. He smiled, but Hermione didn't dare laugh at a joke at Prince Joffrey's expense in the sense of his uncle, even if he was the one to make the joke in the first place. Lord Tyrion waved a hand as he noticed her stiffness. Be at ease, girl. No one can have a lower opinion of Joffrey than I. Gods be good that little beast won't sit on the Iron Throne for many a year yet, and I won't have to guard the words that come out of my mouth for fear of my tongue being cut off. Hermione blinked in surprise at his frankness, but she supposed that Tyrion Lannister wasn't nicknamed the Imp for nothing. I suspect there are others who would not mourn for long should that come to pass, Hermione suggested with a hesitant smile. Oh, hundreds of them at the last count, but what's life without a few enemies? He quipped. Peaceful, boring, Lord Tyrion corrected. And there's nothing worse than being bored. However, you and I must have different definitions of boredom if you intend to read that account of fishing communities on the Iron Islands. Hermione looked down at the book still in her arms. She had chosen the tome in case it held any mention of what lay to the west of Westeros, for she held a ridiculous hope that some place with magical knowledge existed there, not that she'd be telling Lord Tyrion that. My friend Theon comes from the Iron Islands and I wanted to know more about them, Hermione said instead. They sound very interesting. That's not the word that I would use, he replied delicately. But to some, I'm sure they have a certain desolate appeal. He paused. You're Ned Stark's Lorothy ward, are you not? Yes, my lord, Hermione, she answered, surprised that he knew who she was. Lord Tyrion nodded. I saw you last night with Jon Snow. You know, I can count on one hand the number of people I know with a keen interest in both books and swords, and none of them are women. He told her with lightly curious eyes. It's an intriguing combination. Hermione had learned that extensive reading was not a common pastime for most ladies, or men come to that. They left the reading to the maesters and called on their knowledge when it was needed. I am faced with quite a long journey, my lord. I just wish to be prepared for any eventuality, Hermione explained. You make this journey alone? Lord Tyrion asked. No, with my friend from Lorith, Harry. We are to go to the Citadel so that he can study to be a maester. How interesting, he said, with a slight tilt of his head. He is to train to be a maester, and yet you are the only one who was ever in the library. Hermione smiled sadly but didn't comment. If you'll excuse me, my lord, I had better be on my way. Of course, he replied, but if there is time before this visit is over I could pass on some reading recommendations that might be a tad more interesting than the one you've got there. I would like that very much. My lord, Hermione said warmly. Thank you. She started to open the door but turned back with a thoughtful expression. My lord, I'm sure you have heard of the intended marriage between Prince Joffrey and Sansa Stark. I have indeed, Lord Tyrion confirmed. Poor girl. Yes, well, knowing the prince as you do, she paused, wondering how to word her request. I'm worried for her. She's very naive and doesn't seem to have any inkling of his malice. Lord Tyrion put forward. Barbarity. Quite, she admitted with a sigh. I'm sure with the king and Lord Stark nearby to keep an eye on him he won't be too bad, but if he is, I won't be there to help. I wonder if you could possibly watch out for her, if you can. I know it's a lot to ask, but if you do this kindness for me I'd be eternally grateful. Lannisters aren't known for their kindness, hasn't anyone told you that? He asked. I'm sorry, my lord, I shouldn't have. I would be honored, my lady. He said with an incline of his head. Oh, thank you, she said then frowned, but I'm really no lady. He shrugged. Not by birth, perhaps. She smiled. Good day, Lord Tyrion. Good day, Hermione. Nymeria was waiting obediently for her when she opened the door. Good girl, Hermione said before walking down the steps of the library tower. Come on, let's go and free Arya from Septa Mordaine's clutches. I believe the boys are engaging in a bout of sword fighting and you and I both know she wouldn't want to miss that. Arya was happy to see them. Hermione told a little white lie Septa Mordaine about Arya being summoned by her mother, which soon excused the girl from needlework with her sister and Princess Myrcella. The two girls found Jon observing the sword bouts a reasonable distance from the courtyard. Ghost at his heels. The direwolf pup stood up at the approach of Nymeria, but after they sniffed each other for a moment they quickly became at ease in each other's presence. Jon eyed Hermione and Arya curiously as they approached. Shouldn't you be working on your stitches, little sister? He asked Arya. Hermione freed me from that torture, Arya explained with a shrug. Jon laughed. You're a bad influence on her, he told Hermione. Well, it's a good thing that I'm leaving then, isn't it? She retorted lightly. Jon frowned, looking conflicted about something. But a loud clang brought his attention back to the fight happening in the yard. Bran and Prince Tommen were currently holding the center of attention. Each boy had been severely patted to make sure And no harm would come to them, even their wooden swords were covered. It was a strange sight to watch the boys try to swat at each other despite their cumbersome attire while Sir Roderick Castle watched on. Rob and Harry were calling encouragement to Bran, but Theon looked as though he was trying very hard not to laugh. Other young men stood watching that Hermione didn't recognize, so she assumed they were part of the royal party. Prince Joffrey was there too, looking haughtily bored, as per usual. If she'd been in her direwolf form, Hermione knew she would have growled at the sight of him. Was something about the prince that she really didn't trust, and Lord Tyrion's comments had only made her more concerned. Next to the prince stood a giant of a man with black hair. He wore armor, as did most of those present, but there were large burn marks all over one side of his face. She had heard of this man, Sandor Clegane, otherwise known as the Hound. He was something of a bodyguard too. Prince Joffrey and Hermione didn't doubt that he was good at his job. Prince Tommen landed a soft blow to Bran's thigh. Arya clicked her tongue. I could do just as good as Bran. Jon stretched out a hand and squeezed the muscle of her arm. You're too skinny. I doubt you could even lift a longsword, little sister, never mind swing one. Arya scowled at him. There was a yell from the courtyard. Prince Tommen had fallen to the floor, and with all the padding he was wearing he struggled to get up. Bran had his sword raised ready to strike again, but Sir Roderick called an end to the fight. The crowd applauded Bran's victory. Hermione rolled her eyes as Rob's direwolf pup, Grey Wind, and Bran's as yet unnamed pup joined their little party. The direwolves engaged in the usual sniffing, light knee, ing greeting before coming to a rest near her. Grey Wind pawed at her leg until she relented to let him nip her hand too. Who will go another round? Sir Roderick asked the assembled boys. This is a game for children, Sir Roderick. Prince Joffrey drawled. You are children, Theon barked derisively. You lot may be children, Joffrey said, his gaze lingering on Rob. I am a prince and I grow tired of swatting at Starks with a play sword. You got more swats than you gave, Joff, Rob retorted. Are you afraid of going up against me? Oh, terrified, the prince replied mockingly, causing of his friends in the royal party to laugh. Joffrey is truly a little shit, Jon commented, watching the scene closely. What are you suggesting? Sir Roderick asked the prince. Live steal. Done, Rob replied at once. You'll be sorry. Sir Roderick put a hand on Rob's shoulder. Live steal is too dangerous. I will permit you tourney swords, with blunted edges. The large burned knight Ione had noticed earlier stepped forward. This is your prince. Who are you to tell him he may not have an edge on his sword, Sir? Master at Arms of Winterfell, Clegane, and you would do well not to forget it, Sir Roderick replied angrily. Are you training women here? The Hound scoffed. I am training knights, Sir Roderick said evenly. They will have steel when they are ready. How old are you, boy? The Hound asked Rob. 16. I killed a man at 12. You can be sure it was not with a blunt sword. Rob stiffened with wounded pride. Let me do it, he asked of Sir Roderick. I can beat him. Beat him with a tourney blade, then, Sir Roderick insisted. Joffrey shrugged, smirk firmly in place. Come and see me when you're older, Stark. If you're not too old. Hermione clenched her fists as the courtyard echoed with more laughter from Joffrey's friends. I'm not allowed to slap a prince, am I? She asked Jon. His jaw dropped a little. Of course not. I thought as much, she sighed. I'll be back in a minute. She moved along the edge of the yard, anxious not to draw attention to herself. Harry and Theon each had a restraining hand on Rob as he glared at Prince Joffrey. Come, Tommen, Joffrey said loudly. The hour of play is done. Leave the children to their frolics. More condescending laughter rang out as Hermione retrieved her wand from within her inner cloak pocket and held it at her side. She waited until the prince was near a particularly muddy part of the yard before flicking her wand a couple of times. Prince Joffrey's finely embroidered breeches dropped to his ankles. With another flick of her wand and a whispered incantation, the prince tripped, flying face first towards the mud. A final jerk of the wand had his surcoat, mail and undergarments rising quickly up his body, so that a semi-naked prince landed on the ground with a soft squelch. There was a moment of stunned silence as everyone stared at Prince Joffrey's pale bare bottom. Prince Tom. Men giggled and soon there were cries of laughter all around the yard. Joffrey raised his head from the ground, his face and hair caked in mud, and Hermione almost felt guilty at her rash actions. The prince quickly stumbled to his feet, pulling up his breeches, and ran for the nearest building. The little part of his face that was visible was flaming scarlet in color. The hound strolled leisurely after him, and Hermione thought that even he looked somewhat amused. Harry looked at her in disbelief as Rob clutched at his side as he laughed, and Theon had to lean against the wall to keep himself upright. She turned back to John and Arya, carefully tucking her wand out of sight. Arya was rolling on the floor as she cackled at Joffrey's misfortune. "Please tell me you didn't," John breathed, shaking his head. "I don't know what you're talking about," Hermione replied. "I just went to stretch my legs." John scoffed and shook his head again. The crowd in the courtyard started to depart, many of them still chuckling. Hermione looked over at Arya. "You'd better get back to Septa Mordane before anyone gets suspicious," she suggested. Arya groaned. "Do I have to?" "Yes," Hermione and John replied in unison. "It's not long until tonight's feast," Hermione pointed out. "A few more minutes of needlework and no one will ever be the wiser." Arya grimaced. "All right, promise you'll free me tomorrow too." Hermione shook her head. "If I do it too often they'll know. There's a big hunt tomorrow anyway, so everyone will be at that." Arya left, looking glum, Nymeria padding after her. "I really do need to stretch my legs now," Hermione said. "Fancy a walk in the Godswood." John agreed, so Hermione instructed Greywind and Bran's pup to go back to their masters. "I still can't believe what you just did," John muttered as they entered the quiet woodland. Hermione shrugged. "I told you, I don't like it when someone insults people I care about." "You should watch that temper of yours," John suggested. "It's bound to get you in trouble one day." "Probably," Hermione agreed. "But I bet Joffrey gets away with everything, just because he's a prince." "Of course he does," John replied. "Well, he shouldn't," she argued. "It's not fair. You and I both know that life's anything but fair," John pointed out with a grim smile. They had reached the pool by the heart tree. According to Lord Stark, it was ere that she and Harry had first appeared. It felt like a long time since she'd woken up in that small room with the broken furniture. Sometimes it felt like her life at Hogwarts had been a dream, or something that had happened to someone else. Those were the times when she'd get scared. She didn't want her time in her real world to feel fake. That was where she belonged. That was her home. Not here. It could never be here. "Sansa's desperate to have a dance with Prince Joffrey after the feast tonight," Hermione said, as she watched a red leaf fall gracefully into the black pool. "Somehow I doubt he's going to be in a dancing mood," John said wryly. "Well, if there is a dance, I'll partner you," Hermione announced. "Just to annoy Lady Caitlin. She'd be more annoyed if you danced with Rob, believe me," he replied. Looking amused, a hot sensation rushed through her. "Why?" John shook his head. "Never mind." Hermione bit her lip. She shouldn't ask. It would only make things worse. "Sansa said something very silly yesterday," she said, staring at the water. "Did she?" John didn't sound surprised. "Yes." Hermione could feel her cheeks heating up. She said Rob's in love with me." John didn't say anything. Hermione raised her eyes to his, desperately searching for confirmation that Sansa's belief was as ludicrous as she thought it was. "She's wrong, isn't she?" Hermione pressed. "He's never said it to me in so many words," John said cautiously. "But it's plain for everyone to see." "Then everyone's wrong," Hermione insisted. She didn't want to talk about Rob anymore. She couldn't, it was too confusing. "I don't want you to go to the wall," she blurted. John started, then clenched his jaw. "It's not up to you. I want more for you, John," she said. "You don't deserve a life like that. The men of the Night's Watch have guarded the kingdoms for 8,000 years, he argued. "It's a noble calling, to spend the rest of your freezing days in the company of murderers and rapists. You and I have both seen what happens should you change your mind after taking those vows. This is my choice, my life," John maintained. "I'm a bastard," Hermione scoffed. "That shouldn't matter." "Well, it does." He was angry now. "In your world it might not be a problem, but here I'm Jon fucking Snow. It's who I am and who I'll always be. The wall is the only place that will treat me the same as everyone else. Is it so bad for me to want that?" "But a family," Hermione reminded him. You'll never have a family of your own. I don't understand. No, you don't. And that's your problem, Hermione. You're determined to see the world the way you want it to be, not how it is. People will always treat us different because you're a woman and I'm a bastard and there's nothing you can do about it. Rob is in love you and everyone knows it, and Harry doesn't want to go to the Citadel, he yelled, startling a few birds from a nearby tree. Hermione stared at him, her eyes stinging. She blinked to wash the tears away. John sighed and took a step forward, hand outstretched. Hermione, I'm sorry. She swatted his hand away. Don't. I shouldn't have said that, he admitted, looking ashen. She turned and started walking away from him so that he wouldn't see that he'd made her cry. John followed her so she started to run. Hermione, wait. She didn't stop running until she got to her room. She locked the door with a wave of her wand and threw herself onto her bed, sobbing. No, 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 this couldn't be happening. Not when she was so close to starting her journey home. After a few minutes she rolled onto her back and stared at the stone ceiling. John was right, at least where Harry was concerned. She'd seen the looks that fleeted across his face whenever the Citadel was mentioned. Worry, guilt, dread. She'd seen them all but hadn't wanted to. She couldn't pretend anymore. She needed to talk to Harry. Glancing out of the window, she could see that it was dusk. The feast would be starting but she was in no state to attend. Despite her miserable mood, she smiled as she heard a scratching noise at her door. The entire litter of direwolf pups were waiting outside, bursting in when she opened the door. Hermione physically and magically locked her door before transforming herself. For a few minutes she could forget about what lay ahead as she looked after the pups, or rather, they looked after her. Her ears pricked as someone knocked at her door. It smelled like John and food. She considered ignoring him but realized that he probably felt pretty wretched too. She became human again and unlocked the door. He looked so morose standing there with a plate of chicken and loaf of bread, that she started crying again and threw her arms around him. He stiffened at first then hugged her back. Plate of food and all. I'm sorry, they said together. Hermione pulled away and hiccuped. 7 hells, that's a lot of direwolves, John said, noticing all the pups that sniffed hopefully at the chicken. Tails wagging, she set the plate down for them, not feeling too hungry. They seemed to know that I was upset, Hermione said thickly, causing John to grimace. I shouldn't have pushed you about the wall. I just want what's best for you because you're one of my closest friends and I care about you. I'm not used to people caring about me, John replied gruffly. Thank you, Hermione sniffed. You were right about Harry. But I honestly didn't know about Rob. I'm not used to someone caring about me in that way. People barely seemed to notice I was a girl before I came here. They watched the pups fight over the chicken for a while. It didn't take long for it to all disappear. What are you going to do? He asked softly. I need to talk to Harry, she said heavily. John nodded. I'll be around, after. If you need me. She wrapped an arm around him again. You are a wonderful man, Jon Snow. John grunted, looking at her tear-stained cheeks. I don't feel like one. You told me what I needed to know. Hermione pointed out, not what I wanted to hear. Don't lose that. She pulled away. I'm going to wait for Harry, she said. If I don't see you later tonight, see and get me for weapons training in the morning. I have a feeling I'll have a lot of pent-up aggression to get out. John nodded. Of course. He walked out the door, Hermione motioning for the pups to do the same. Good luck, Hermione. Why weren't you at the feast? Harry asked in concern when he saw her waiting outside his room. Have you been crying? Let's go inside, she suggested. Harry frowned. Okay. Once they had sat on his bed, she took one of his hands between her own. Hermione, what's going on? I know you don't want to go to the Citadel. Harry's eyes widened. What? Of course I do. We need to find a way to get home. Have you given up? Is that it? She asked, ignoring his denial. Aye, he stammered. We don't belong here, Harry. We should be at Hogwarts. I can't be. Ellie, you're happy to be stuck here for the rest of your life. She'd told herself she was going to be calm, but she'd realized quite quickly that wasn't going to happen. Of course I'm not happy about it. Harry cried, walking away from her. You think I like being here with a broken wand? Being of no use to anyone. Then why don't you want to go to the Citadel? Hermione yelled, getting to her feet. Why aren't you fighting this fate? Because it's impossible, Hermione. We don't know the first thing about making a device to take us between worlds, and no one at the Citadel will either. Hermione raised her hands in exasperation. How can you know that when we haven't even tried? Of course we'll never get back if we just stay here and do nothing. It could take years, decades, a thousand different places to find the answers that we seek. And what if we never find them? Harry asked firmly, crossing his arms over his chest. Hermione, what if we've wasted our entire lives searching for something that doesn't exist? I don't believe that. Hermione shook her head. Magic brought us here, it can take us back. But what if it can't? He insisted. I don't belong here, Harry, she said each syllable with vehemence. It's different for you, you're a man. You can do whatever you want. If I stayed, I'd be expected to have a husband and some children. That's it. I need more than that. Then make it more. You've got magic, use it. And what about our friends, family? Hermione entreated. My parents are dead, Harry pointed out flatly. And I don't miss the Dursleys in the slightest. But what about my family? She replied angrily. What about Ron and Sirius? Harry winced, then stared at her with a steely resolution she'd never seen in him before. Sirius is gone, Hermione. Has been the second we fell off of Buckbeak. It's over. There's nothing I can do. You know that I don't want it to be this way, but I can't live my life clinging on to an impossible dream. You promised me. The tears started to fall again. You promised we'd find a way home. Harry grimaced and walked forwards to console her. I'm sorry, Hermione. We'll figure something out, I prom. Don't you dare, she cried. Don't you ever promise me anything. Again, she turned her back on him and tried to make sense of what she was going to do now. Harry hung his head. I'm sorry, he repeated. Hermione took her wand out of her pocket. There was only one thing that she could do. I'm sorry too, Harry. She turned around and aimed her wand at him. Stupefy. Quote, and so, things are about to change. Whether Harry wants them to or not. Yes, there was a hell of a lot of Hermione in this chapter, but there were things that needed to happen before her and Harry's fight and the fallout that follows. I had to consider carefully the magic that Hermione did on Joffrey in the yard. J.K. Rowling is a bit inconsistent with small non-verbal spells. For example, Hagrid can do simple magic without S.P.E.A. King, and he was expelled in his 3rd year. So hopefully Hermione would be able to get away with making Joffrey's trousers fall down and trip over. The mental picture amused me anyway. Until next time. Lil Drop of Magic. Chapter 11. Okay. I expected people to be a bit surprised over how the last chapter ended, but things got a bit heated there. I was bothered that so many of you were both read by what happened, so let's just find out exactly what happened next. I blasted through this chapter on my bank holiday. Thank you very much, so if there's more mistakes than normal, I'm sorry. Chapter 11. Prince Joffrey woke with a start. He peered around his room to discover what had disturbed him, but it was impossible to see anything in the darkness. Flames suddenly flared in his fireplace and he cried out in surprise. A hooded figure stood with their back to him, observing the flames. Joffrey attempted to distance himself from the person, but his limbs stayed locked in place. Again he tried to make his body move, but there wasn't the slightest reaction. He gazed fearfully at the figure, knowing that it was them who was responsible. Who are you? He called in a tremulous voice. What have you done to me? Somebody help me. No one will hear you. The figure's voice was surprisingly soft. I have seen to that. Joffrey tried to swallow his panic. What do you want? The figure returned to face him, but their face was concealed by the hood's shadow. He could tell that it was a woman though. I have heard of the intended marriage between yourself and Sansa Stark. I want to make sure that you will treat her with respect and kindness. Because if you don't, the ghosts of Winterfell will make sure you will live to regret it. I am the heir to the Iron Throne, Joffrey said, finding a small trace of courage. You cannot talk to me in this way. Oh, can't I? Asked the woman gently. Joffrey watched in horror as the woman's form shifted into that of a huge wolf. The wolf snarled at him and jumped onto his bed, its jaws an inch from his throat. No, Joffrey shrieked, tears forming in his eyes. I'm sorry. Please, No, I'll do as you ask. The wolf leapt gracefully back to the floor and changed into the hooded figure again. I'm glad you have seen reason. But be warned, if you renege on your vow to respect House Stark, the ghosts of Winterfell will exact revenge. The day you see death appear to you in the form of a flying horse, you will know your days are numbered. Before I go, I will leave you this reminder of your promise to us. We wouldn't want you to forget, would we? Don't worry, it will fade in time if you please us. She said a word that Joffrey didn't understand, then a burst of light struck him. Pain erupted in an area that he couldn't quite place in his restricted state. I'll kill you, you bitch, he cried, forgetting his fear in light of the discomfort. You can't kill someone who's already dead, my prince, she responded softly. Now it's me to sleep. Joffrey's world went black. Go away, Robb mumbled, sleepily pushing Grey Wind's muzzle away from his head. The direwolf whined and licked Robb's cheek. What's wrong with you? It's the middle of the night. Grey Wind gripped the bed furs in his mouth and wrenched them off. Robb sat up with a yelp, but Grey Wind had already leapt off the bed and was pawing frantically at the door, whining again. Robb frowned at him. The direwolf was usually quite docile at night, even though that should be his natural hunting time. Something must be wrong. All right, he muttered, getting out of bed. He haphazardly threw some clothes on and after a moment of consideration, reached for his sword. It was a fine weapon, a gift from his father on his coming of age. He tied it to his waist and grabbed his cloak. Grey Wind bounded out of the door when Robb opened it, before turning back to check that he was coming. He followed Grey Wind's pattering footsteps until they stopped outside Hermione's door. Grey Wind looked up at him with a sorrowful expression, making Robb's blood run cold. Hermione, he called softly, knocking on her door. There was no answer. Fearing that she might be in danger, he opened the door. Moonlight streamed onto her bed. It was empty. Well, that wasn't quite true. A series of folded pieces of parchment sat atop the furs, each one labeled with a different name: Arya, Bran, Lord Eddard, Jon, Sansa, Maester Luwin, Theon, Rickon, Lady Catelyn and Robb. Robb snatched his up, finding it heavier than he thought it would be, and walked closer to the window to see it better. As he unfolded it, a piece of metal slid out, about half the size of his palm, but he ignored it for the moment in order to read the letter. Robb, I'm sorry that I haven't said goodbye properly, but I didn't have much choice. I'm going to the Citadel on my own. Harry doesn't see the value in going and I must respect his decision, but I won't give up so easily. Please look after him for me and don't let him come after me. I'm doing what I want, and now he's free to do so too. Your friendship has meant the world to me and you'll always have a special place in my heart. I know that you'll preside over Winterfell and the North just as wisely and fairly as your father. I hope that you will have every happiness in life. Hermione, I hope you like your new pin. They should keep you all safe to a certain extent. Robb looked down at the metal in his hand. The pin was fashioned in the shape of a snarling direwolf. The craftsmanship was quite exquisite, but he couldn't care less at that moment. Moving quickly but quietly, he left her room, Grey Wind at his heels. There was still time, there was still hope. He kept to the shadows as he hurried to the stables. His horse skittered slightly at the sight of the direwolf, but Robb soothed him. He was sure that a guard would appear with every clink and creak he made as he saddled the horse, but he remained undiscovered. Leaving through the gate would be another matter. He walked his horse forward, wincing as the sound of the hooves echoed with each step. Grey Wind padded ahead, leading the way. Robb trusted that the wolf knew which way Hermione had gone. As they approached the south gate, Robb tensed, worried that someone would raise the alarm at any moment. He drew level with the guard post, but there was still no challenge. Hermione must have done something, Robb realized, for there was no way his father's guards would be this lax, especially with the king present. Once through the gate, he picked up Grey Wind and mounted his horse. Let me know if we start going the wrong way, he said to his direwolf, before spurring his horse on. They couldn't move as quickly as he'd like in the dark, even though it was a moonlit night. But this was strangely comforting. As slowly as he was going, he knew Hermione would be even slower given her lack of prowess on horseback. Robb knew that Hermione and Harry had planned to journey to the great port at White Harbor first, before getting a berth on a ship that would take them to Aldtown. He could only assume that this was the passage that Hermione still intended to take. And Grey Wind seemed content for them to travel south on the King's Road. He barely thought as he rode, just urged his horse to move faster. It felt like he had been riding for at least a couple of hours. But in truth he had no way of knowing when Grey Wind's ears pricked and he howled. The wolf was looking straight ahead, so Rob continued their course. Grey Wind howled again, and then Rob could see it, a figure on horseback. Not too far ahead. He knew it must be her, partly because of Grey Wind, and also it was unlikely anyone else was riding their horse in the dead of night. He was moving faster than her. He would catch her. Hermione, he yelled, hoping that she could hear him over the hoofbeats. Hermione, stop. The figure reined in their horse and looked back over their shoulder. As R.O.B.B. got closer, he could see the despair on her face, but it soon turned to anger. Rob, what the hell are you doing? She asked, eyes blazing. I could ask you the same thing. He retorted. How cool. Do you think that you could travel to the Citadel on your own? Hermione bristled. I can look after myself. All right, let's say you get to Aldtown unmolested, what happens then? Rob asked. You won't gain entry to the Citadel. I have Harry's acceptance letter, Hermione began, but Rob scoffed. And you'll disguise yourself as a boy. 7 hells, Hermione, they're maesters. They can tell the difference between men and women. Hermione glared. Then I'll write to the Archmaester in charge of magic every day until he agrees to see me. Or perhaps I'll break in at night. I don't know, but I do know that I've had enough of waiting. Quote, look, just come back to Winterfell with me, talk to Harry, get some sleep. And everything will look better in the morning. Hermione suggested with disbelief on her face. I've made up my mind. Rob, this is the path I must take. They watched each other for a while as Rob considered what to do. He shook his head. I can't let you complete this journey on your own, it's too dangerous. I've told you, I've made up, so I'll have to come with you. Hermione's mouth gaped open. You will do no such thing, she declared. It's too late, he replied calmly. I've made up my mind too. I cannot in all decency allow you to undertake such a perilous journey alone. It's the right thing to do. This is ridiculous, Hermione maintained. You have your duties. You're going to be the Stark in Winterfell when your father goes to King's Landing. You can't just abandon your family, they're relying on you. Father will understand, Rob said with a certainty that he hoped was justified. It won't be forever. We can meet this Archmaester of Magic, see what he has to say, and then come home. Rob, you're not coming with me, Hermione stressed. Why? I'll resent me for keeping you from where you belong. You don't want to come. Harry didn't either. That's why I've gone on my own. This isn't a journey to take lightly. You can't tell me what to do, Rob stated calmly. Hermione pointed her wand at him. Really? Rob didn't even flinch. Go ahead. That's the only way to stop me following you. But when I wake up I'll get back on my horse and come after you again. Hermione's eyes narrowed. What if I take your horse? Then I'll walk. He reached over to her and pushed her wand down but kept his eyes on hers. I'm not leaving you, Hermione. She sagged in her saddle and shook her head slightly. This wasn't supposed to happen, she whispered. But it has, he said gently. How did you even know that I was gone? She asked, her eyes glistening slightly. Grey Wind woke me, Rob explained, looking down at the happy pup in his arms. He brought me to you. She gaped at them both for a second before shaking her head again. She sat up properly with a pained expression. Come on, we should be at the lesser branch of the White Knife soon, which is good because I can't stand being on this horse for much longer. She flicked the reins of her horse and it ambled forwards. Rob's following behind. You realize your mother will kill me if she ever sees me again, Hermione said over her shoulder. Rob laughed. Probably. Dawn hadn't quite broken by the time they reached the river, but Rob could tell that it wasn't far away. Hermione dismounted with a groan and began to use her hands to ease the aches by rubbing her thighs, hips and back in a way that Rob found entirely too appealing. That's enough horse riding for now, she declared, turning her attention to the river. Rob frowned. And how do you plan on sailing down the river without a boat? He watched as she rooted through one of her saddlebags. But I do have a boat, she claimed, withdrawing something that she held out to him. It was a boat, a rowing boat, but it was only a few inches long. "I had one of the carpenters in Wintertown make it for me a while ago," she said. "I'm assuming that some magic is going to be involved," Rob stated with a raised eyebrow. "Otherwise I'm beginning to suspect your sanity." She smiled in response and placed the boat on the bank of the river. "Wand raised," she cried, "Engorgio." Rob watched the boat grow in size until it could easily sit them both. He nodded. "All right, I'm impressed. But what are you going to do about the horses?" Hermione approached the horses carefully and spoke soothingly to them for a few minutes. When they were quite relaxed, she raised her wand to first one horse's head and then the other, whispering words that Rob couldn't hear. Both horses became sleepy and quickly settled on the ground. Rob couldn't see how this was a solution to their problem, but he knew better than to interrupt Hermione when she was concentrating. She took a couple of deep breaths and pointed her wand at her own horse. "Reducio," she said with an intense look on her face. The horse began to get smaller, until it looked no bigger than a newborn foal. Hermione ran her hands over the horse and laid her head against its chest to listen for a heartbeat. Apparently satisfied, she turned to the other horse and repeated her actions until it too was much reduced in size. Hermione let out a sigh of relief. "That could very easily have gone wrong," she muttered. "I've only practiced on mice and rats." Rob helped her lift the horses into the boat. Grey Wind leapt in too, looking like he was having a very merry time. And they pushed the boat into the river. Rob sat, taking the oars in hand, but Hermione laughed. "You don't have to do that." She tapped the side of the boat with her wand and the boat started rowing itself quite speedily down the river. Rob stared wistfully at the oars. "I wish I could do magic." "It has its advantages," Hermione agreed. Grey Wind stood at the front of the boat and howled up at the moon. "But we'll have to take turns pretending to row when it's light." Rob nodded and settled down in the boat to get more comfortable. It was only now that it began to sink in what he had done. He'd left Winterfell and all of his family behind to go the other end of the Seven Kingdoms. He couldn't tell if he was excited or terrified. He'd been born at his mother's ancestral home of Riverrun, before being brought to Winterfell while still a babe. Ever since then he hadn't strayed more than a couple of days' ride away. He hadn't even been in a boat before now, and this was just the beginning. He had loved growing up at Winterfell, he really and truly had. But a small part of him had always wondered what it would be like to be fostered with another great family like his father had done at the Eyrie. His journey to Aldtown wouldn't be quite the same, but it was something, a little glimpse of the wider world before he returned to look after Winterfell. Rob glanced over at Hermione. The pre-dawn light gave her an ethereal beauty as she gazed solemnly ahead. Rob liked to think that if it had been Harry that had attempted to make this journey on his own, he would still have offered to accompany him. Though he probably wouldn't have been quite so insistent. Rob had dreaded the idea of them leaving Winterfell, and as good a friend as Harry was to him, Rob knew that it was the loss of Hermione that had truly galled him. He loved her, there was no other way to say it. Of course he hadn't told her that, for she had made it perfectly clear that she was determined to return to her own land. Although he was now going to be spending his immediate future with her, her intention was still the same. He knew she liked him, but she also liked Harry, John and Theon too. The question was, did she love him? The possible answers to that scared him more than they excited him, so he decided to leave it alone and just enjoy continuing to be in her company. "I take it that Harry doesn't know what you've done?" he asked, to break the silence. Hermione bit her lip. "I knew he'd try to stop me or do what you've done and force your company on me." Her lips twitched slightly so Rob didn't take her words too harshly. "I used magic to stun him, then placed a sleeping enchantment on him. What's to stop him from looking for you when he wakes?" Rob pointed out. "I've seen how fast he can fly when he's ancestral. It won't take him long to catch us. I'm relying on everyone back at Winterfell to stop him," Hermione admitted with a shrug. "He's not going to be impressed that I've made this decision without him, but it was the only way that I could see us both getting what we want. Besides, the sleeping enchantment I used means that he won't wake for another 3 days. By that time I fully intend for us to be far out to sea." She gave the lightening sky a calculated look. "John will be knocking on my door at any moment, and then I imagine that all hell is going to break loose." Lord Stark was dressing himself for the day ahead, having returned from spending the night in his wife's chambers, when there was an urgent knock at his door. "Enter," he called. John came in looking flustered, a piece of parchment in his hand. "Hermione's gone. She's left for the Citadel on her own." Ned's eyes widened in surprise. The girl left on her own. He knew that she was capable of great things thanks to her abilities. But it was still a risky journey to make by oneself. "When did she leave?" he asked, tying a cloak around his neck. "In the night, I suppose," John reasoned. "Shish. E's left us all little notes and has begged me to make sure Harry doesn't follow after her. She must have used magic to get past the guards, otherwise we would have heard something by now," Ned muttered. "What do we do?" John asked. "Should we go after her to try and convince her to come back? She's not safe out there on her own. There is no doubt that she has acted rashly, but she is of age, John," Ned said with a frown. "Hermione is free to make her own decisions and she is more capable than most young women. Though I cannot think what she intends to do if she ever arrives at Aldtown. The Citadel will want nothing to do with her." Quote. John looked pained. "It's all my fault. Yesterday, in a moment of anger, I told her that Harry didn't want to go." Ned surveyed him carefully. But he didn't want to go. He was prepared to put Hermione's wishes before his own, even though he believed their task to be futile. "I fully believe that they would have gone to the Citadel together if you hadn't been honest with her. Despite advice that I gave to Harry myself. Did you want Harry to live a life he didn't want to lead?" "Of course not," John protested. "Both Harry and Hermione are very stubborn in their way," Ned pointed out. Despite his gut telling him that it was hopeless, Harry refused to admit to Hermione how he felt so that he could support her. Hermione, on the other hand, won't give up her dream of getting home. "I'm not saying that what you told her has necessarily made them both happy, but it stopped either of them from becoming miserable by loyally doing what the other wants." John didn't look convinced, but he nodded. "Now we just need to stop Harry going after her because he's not going to like what she's done. Come, we will tell him together." They stopped in on Hermione's room on their way so that Ned could see for himself. The various pieces of parchment still lay on her bed, but as he looked down on them he sensed that something was amiss. "Where was your letter?" he asked John. "Here," he replied, pointing to a gap in the notes. "Then whose was here?" Ned wondered, indicating another vacant place. His eyes ran over the various names. "Sansa, Theon, Bran." "Rob," John said, interrupting Ned's thoughts. "There's nothing here for Rob." They exchanged a look, then made their way quickly to Rob's room, a feeling of dread pooling in Ned's stomach. He didn't even bother to knock on his son's door but walked straight in, finding the room empty. "Seven hells," John muttered. "He's gone after her, hasn't he?" "Get to the stables, see if his horse is missing," Ned instructed, and John left at once. Ned stared around the room blankly. If Rob had gone, then what should he do? The boy owed a responsibility to his family and his duty was to Winterfell. Rob had been instructed to guard the north while Ned went to King's Landing, and he couldn't very well do that while he was chasing after his heart. Hermione's decision had been rash, but Rob's was even more so. Our only hope was that Rob wouldn't manage to reach Hermione and he would have no choice but to return to Winterfell, because if he had caught up with her, then Ned knew that Rob wouldn't desert her. Panting, John burst back into the room. "His horse is gone." Ned nodded grimly. "We will follow their tracks to make sure no harm has come to them. I believe it was Harry and Hermione's intention to sail from White Harbor." "Yes," John confirmed, then hesitated. "What if we find them before they sail? Hermione is free to make her journey, but Rob will come back to Winterfell. Even if he doesn't want to. He's my son. He will do as he's told," Ned said flatly. "Of course, Father," John acquiesced. "But it might be worth asking Harry to go after Rob in his thestral form. He's much faster than we'd be on horseback. He could stop Rob before it's too late." Ned considered this. There was a chance that Harry would come across both Hermione and Rob together, but Ned's loyalty was with his son, not Hermione's wishes. "All right, we'll send Harry on his way now so there's less chance of him being spotted, and then we'll take the guard with us. I'm afraid the King's hunt will have to wait for another day." They left Rob's room and started to make their way to Harry. "Yes, Father. And, what will you tell Lady Caitlin?" Ned closed his eyes in dreaded anticipation. I don't want to think about that right now. His mood was not improved upon entering Harry's room. The boy was there, which made a nice change to what had happened so far that morning, but he wouldn't wake. On Ned's instructions, John fetched Maester Lewin and informed him of what had happened. He appears to be in a deep slumber, my lord, Maester Lewin surmised after examining him. It is not something that I have come across before, so I strongly suspect that it is Hermione's doing. She wouldn't hurt him, John insisted. She's probably just buying herself some time so she can get further away from him. And would she do the same to Rob if he caught up to her? Ned asked. Would she use magic to stop him? I don't think so, John replied uncertainly, but there is a possibility. Alert Jory and Hullen, Ned ordered. I want to be away within the hour. Winterfell was soon a hive of activity. Ned had delivered Hermione's letters to all but one of the recipients, for he wasn't looking forward to this conversation. He knocked on the door to his wife's chambers and entered when she called. You leave for your hunt very early today, my love, Caitlin commented when she saw him. I didn't expect the king to be up this soon. Gods, she cringed as a howl could be heard through the window. What is wrong with those pups? They've been at it all morning. Ned held out the piece of parchment with her name on it. She peered at it curiously. Hermione left it for you, he explained, but this only seemed to confuse her further. Left it for me, Caitlin muttered, taking the parchment from him and opening it. He watched her eyes take in the words, and then she picked out a familiar direwolf pin of her own. Caitlin shook her head. Foolish girl, what does she mean by leaving on her own? I told you her headstrong nature would get her into trouble one day. Gods know what future awaits her now. I just hope the king and queen don't take offense at her sudden departure. We cannot find Rob, Caitlin. I believe he discovered that Hermione left on her own and followed her, he said calmly, steeling himself for his wife's reaction. She stared at him as she took in his words, before backing shakily to the bed. No, she stammered. He's here, you just haven't found him yet. His horse is gone, Ned told her. You and I both know how deeply he cared for Hermione. That girl, Caitlin screeched, balling up Hermione's letter in her fist and launching it into the fire with the pin. The flames flared purple for a moment before returning to their natural color, but Caitlin didn't notice his S. He turned to Ned with a furious expression. I told you that girl was trouble. It is not Hermione's fault, Ned stated as Caitlin continued to glare at him. She did not give any ion in her letters that she expected or wanted Rob to accompany her. He made this choice of his own free will. She deflated slightly and wrapped her arms around herself with a mournful expression. You must bring him back, Ned, please. Caitlin begged. Ned embraced her. The hunt has been cancelled. I intend to follow their tracks and intercept Rob if I can, but you have to accept the possibility that it's too late. She pulled back from him. Too late. If they board a ship from White Harbor, there is nothing we can do, Ned explained. I will write to Wyman Manderley and tell him that he must stop them, Caitlin said, moving around the room to gather the necessary writing implements. I'm sure that he will be happy to accept if he receives the Raven in time, Ned agreed, but I know that Hermione will be in a hurry. A dark look flitted across Caitlin's face at the mention of Hermione's name. I am sorry that you will have to entertain the king and queen without me while I search for Rob. Just bring him home, Caitlin instructed, gripping his hands tightly and bringing them to her lips to kiss them. Bring my boy home. Ned left her chambers and headed to where the royal family were staying. His path to the king's room was suddenly blocked as Jaime Lannister, the queen's brother and member of the king's guard, stepped in front of him. I hear you've lost a son, Stark, the Kingslayer commented lightly. Looking amused. That's very careless of you. Is the king up yet? Ned asked gruffly, not in the mood for any Lannister nonsense. What do you think? Jaime scoffed. The sun has barely risen. Well, when he does, give him my apologies for my absence and canceling the hunt, Ned instructed, though he doubted that Jaime would actually pass them on. I should be back within a couple of days. I can't wait, Jaime replied, with a bright, though clearly fake, smile. Ned made his way back to the courtyard to prepare himself for the ride. He could feel the eyes of his men on him. He wondered what they thought about Rob's sudden chase after Hermione. Young men often acted stupidly when they were in love, but it wasn't often that a party of guards would across the kingdom after them when they did. He spotted John talking to Bran and Arya while they watched events unfold. His children had been sad that Hermione had left and mostly confused about Rob's part in all this. But they were both now sporting their new direwolf pins with pride. Ned walked over to them. "John, you'll ride with Bran," he instructed. "I'm coming," Bran asked in surprise. Ned nodded. "You're next in line to Winterfell. I need you to understand the seriousness of that responsibility." Bran nodded eagerly and started running towards his horse. "I do, Father, I do." "What about me?" Arya asked. "Can't I come? Your mother needs you here, Arya," Ned replied. "What for?" she moaned. Ned ruffled her hair but he moved away. "I'm going to be like Hermione when I'm older and do what I want," she yelled after him. Before running inside, Ned sighed. "Are you still happy that the gods sent Harry and Hermione to you?" John asked him lowly, with a quizzical smile. "I have too. Trust that they have come here for a good reason," Ned replied after a moment's consideration. Who knows how different things would be if they weren't here. He turned around and cast his gaze over Winterfell. As his eyes raked over the broken tower, an inexplicable tingle ran down his spine. Do I have to explain the significance of the hunt being cancelled, Bran going with Ned and his look to the broken tower? "No, okay then. I hope some of you are less angry with me, Harry, Hermione now." Harry would have gone to the Citadel with Hermione, but she caught him by surprise by already knowing that he didn't want to go. I can relate to both of them not wanting to go, and these weren't easy decisions to make. This is their whole future we're talking about after all. And there was a fair amount of disagreement in reviews too, so there isn't necessarily a right answer. It has pretty much always been my intention to split Harry and Hermione apart because they can cause more mayhem that way, and we get to see more of what is going on around Westeros. They'll each have their own storylines now, though obviously they'll be connected in the whole God way that everything's connected. So, if you want to carry on reading, great. If you don't, that's fine, but honestly, you don't have to tell me. There are absolutely no prizes for guessing who the ghost of Winterfell is. Was she a bit too mean to Joffrey? Yes, probably, but she sees it as a preventative measure. Hermione can be very harsh at times, like when she refuses to remove Marietta's sneak, even though the girl was terrified for her mother's job. Anyway, I'm a secret of spells out now. So maybe a month or so for an update. Sorry, lil drop of magic. P.S. The big question is, what will Harry do now?